Let's get it. Good day, good people. How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling? So, y'all see today's topic. Y'all see what's about to go on. We're gonna talk about everybody because y'all be tripping out here, and it's all good. We're gonna wait to get some more people. Hit the like on the way in as we get this thing situated. We drink some water. So I'm about to cook y'all. Yep, we're gonna talk about it. We are going to talk about it because a lot of y'all be saying nonsense out here. Y'all be talking about just being courteous is simping, which is absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. Let's go. King Lion. What's good? Truth, my G, my brand new friend. We pieced up. We good. Team Chivalry. Let's do it. I believe so. I believe that's the only way to go. I think a lot of people get things conflated. They try to bring a lot of things into one, and it's not. Things are separate. Words have meaning. And today we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty. So it comes to my attention, right, that y'all believe that chivalry and simping is the same thing. And y'all absolutely wrong. 100% wrong. It's not even close. Because what I do as a man, it has nothing to do with anybody else. I don't need no validation from no man or woman. And you should move in the same direction. Your character should be your character. It should be coming from within. But a lot of y'all tend not to move that way. I don't know why. You need to move in a certain direction. You need to move with purpose. Not because it's somebody else. Not because somebody said, thank you. Not because somebody, smiled at you. Your actions should be your actions. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, when I'm on the subway, if I'm on the subway, right? Let's give you an example. If I'm on the subway and I see some woman getting her ass whooped and getting harassed on the subway, you know what I'm going to do? I ain't going to jump in because I ain't trying to get stabbed or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a family to come back home to. So I got that responsibility not to be just jumping out and getting my ass whooped for some strange human being. But I will make myself known that I'm there and that shit ain't going to go down. I'm going to scream. I'm going to yell. I'm going to call police. I'm going to get some action, get people involved so this person knows that he can't just whoop some woman's ass without no consequences. You know what I'm saying? Like she on the floor, she getting her ass whooped. Maybe I'll take my knife off my hip and I slide her the knife or something like that. I just slide it across the goddamn floor. What's up, Brina? Brina M, how you feeling? You know what I'm saying? So, I'm not gonna just I ain't gonna put myself in immediate danger where I could get myself killed because that would be irresponsible. Because I got a family to take care of. However, I'm not going to just sit there and just be looking with my phone like, oh, shit, she getting her ass whooped and not raise my voice at least. You got to put that Mufasa voice. You know what I mean? When you put that Mufasa voice, people look. They're like, oh, shit, what the fuck is going on? Get the fuck off that lady, man. What's wrong with you? Get your fucking ass out of here. Before I bust you, I'm going to make threats like I'm going to bust his ass. But, hey, So what I'm saying is that when you see a woman getting harassed in the street, you do not have any idea if she's a feminist. She's this modern woman that y'all fucking talking about. We don't know. Because y'all be talking a lot of crazy shit. Y'all just act like all women is lumped up into one category. No, they are not. It's impossible. And don't worry, I'm gonna drop the link. I want y'all to come up here and have the conversation with me. I'm gonna drop the link shortly. I just want to get my point of view out first before y'all come up there and beat me up. You know what I'm saying? For I already got my flowers up, fatty. You know what I'm saying? I already got my flowers. I ain't spin around yet, though. I ain't do my whole spin move. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all act like if you just hold the door, for a lady, that she has to say thank you, that she have to acknowledge you. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter if that lady validates me by saying, thank you, have a nice day. I don't give a fuck what that lady thinks. I'm holding that door for her because that is my character. I'm courteous, which what the word chivalry means. It means to have a courteous behavior, especially towards a woman. That's what I'm being. So I really don't care what she says. Don't worry, y'all. I'm gonna get y'all up in here. What's good? My man Damien in the builder. I'm gonna drop the link shortly for y'all to join me so we get this thing together. We can have a conversation together. You understand? So I don't understand why y'all want y'all just want, y'all want to be like the equality police. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to be like, shit, it's snowing outside, bitch. You better go get a shovel. I get it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all upset at some of these women. I get it. However, what I'm saying is that if you just working and you just being yourself, it doesn't matter what the other person thinks, because you being you, it doesn't matter if that person says thank you or not. You don't have to be the equality police. You do not have to make a woman say, hey, bitch, I hold it. You welcome. You don't have to do that. You just hold the door and whatever. She might be going through something. And you don't even know. You holding the door, it might reflect on her 2 seconds, 10 seconds later. It's like, oh, shit, I should have said thank you. And it might change her mood. Sometimes just saying hello, good day to somebody changes their whole mood. They might have woke up fucking angry. You could just say hello. You don't have to have your ego so bruised just because you held the door and the woman didn't say something to you. She don't have to. Just because you said, hey, beautiful, and she just kept on walking, that doesn't mean that the rest of the women is going to act the same way. You know what I'm saying? Because me personally, I hold that fucking power. She doesn't hold the power. Her word thank you does not hold any power over me. If she acknowledges me, cool. That's great. That's awesome. Women, you need to be aware of your surroundings. You need to understand who's a gentleman and who's for the street, just like how men should. So if a man is being courteous towards you, you need to say thank you, acknowledge him, smile. Shit, it's okay. It's free. It's absolutely free. Let me get ready to drop this link because I want to hear y'all thoughts as well. You understand? I really want to hear y'all thoughts. Hit the link, join the panel, come be a part of the conversation. I want to know what y'all think about it. You understand? So, so if I'm driving down the street, so I stay in my lane. This is what I mean. So I stay in my lane. So if I'm driving in my lane, somebody else coming, they swerving, they want to be Dominic Terrell and them goddamn Hondas, because you know how them fucking Honda drivers be moving out here? They swerving, they doing 100 miles an hour every fucking where they go. I ain't gonna chase them down and say, hey, man, you need to drive properly and be some goddamn police. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna call the goddamn police and say, hey, it's a Dominic Toretto or even a Letty Toretto driving on the highway acting like a motherfucking fool. You need to come get the ass off the goddamn street. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna run and chase down this woman that I held the door for and say, hey, woman, I held the door for you. You need to say thank you. I'm not gonna do that. No. Simping, on the other hand. Simping. Let's talk about it. That's when you do too much for someone and you don't get the reciprocation back. That's what a simping is. You understand? When you go to the strip club, you might be simping in this way. Thank you, Brina. I'm glad that you appreciate and you acknowledge and appreciate the real men out here. That is awesome. And more women need to be like you, and you hold those other women accountable when they're not. That's all I'm saying. However, when you go to the strip club, you might be simping a little bit. I get it. Y'all be saying it ain't tricky if you got it. But however, when you're going to spend your hard-earned money on that woman, she ain't reciprocating that back. She might give you a little lap dance or two. But hey, it ain't reciprocated. I know that much. Let me pull up my guy. Yeah.
What's up?
What's good? Good to see you, my brother. You there? You're into that. I'm gonna bring up my other guy, Truth. What it do?
What's going on, Shorty? My brother. Let's get it.
Yes, sir.
Let's put shit in order. That's what I'm talking
about. Y'all here. I see
you,
Aaron. What it do?
What's up, Truth?
What's on,
get the memo. Sean? We got to wear all black. We about to hit a lick after this thing.
I got a
question for you, man. I got a question for you. How do you feel about the things that I said today?
All right.
Do you think chivalry and
all right? I just need to make a public service about it. It is you can, but it is not simping at a strip club because there's a fair understanding of what's happening right there. There is, I'm providing cash, you're providing a service. If I decide to take it in my mind that this is something other than that, then that's different. But I'm saying, but you know what you're going in there for, and you know what your money is buying you. It's buying you something for that time that you are in the facility. So feel free to chip on strippers because strippers need help, love too. But
so go ahead.
So to get back what you're saying, I 100% agree with you on when it comes to like the chivalry and courtesy thing. You can't. I think what happens is people are trying to demand courtesy, and that's something you just can't do. You can't demand people be courteous, and I think the expectation is you can necessarily be respectful, but courtesy, I think, it takes to a different level. Like, let me give an example of that. That holding the door. There's a difference between you see somebody coming through the door and you open the door for and you hold them, and then they say that's chivalrous, that's courteous, or what have you, and like, yeah, come in, whatever. There's a difference, and then closing the door when you see him coming, closing the door in front of him, that's different. And I was like, one thing is just courteous. One thing is just people don't have to be courteous, and that's what I think people don't acknowledge is that when somebody's being courteous to you, they're doing something over and above what they have to do. And I think that's what it is. People, it's just the expectation now. You know.
So now I got a question.
Because
you said if you at the strip club and you give me $1, you're getting a service. So therefore that is simping. So now if you are on the street, you see a cute girl across the street, or you see her walking down the street, and and she's like, she acknowledged that, boom, you exchange numbers. Now you spending all your money on this woman for dates. Is that not a fair?
There's not a fair exchange right there. The fair exchange was established at the beginning at the strip club. You know it is. My fair exchange, I'm gonna give you $20. You're gonna show me, you're gonna give me butt naked. That's the fair exchange. There's no guarantee. The woman that you go to see meet on the street, there's no guarantee of the amount of money it's gonna take to see her butt naked.
But so for some men, they say that they just want to hang out with the woman. They just want to be in the presence of this beautiful woman that they just was hollering at.
I've rolled with OGs who was like that, who rock like that. Actually, Diddy was just on a talk show today, and he was just saying like how people like get on him for what shit he does for the girls that he's messing with and stuff like that. And he was just like, look, you can buy her flowers, I can buy her a car, and it hits my budget the same way the flowers hit your budget. It doesn't do anything to me.
So instead of calling him King Combs, we gotta call him King Simp, because that's crazy talk.
I mean, it's just one of those things. It's like, and I kind of understand that a little bit. Like if it's like if it does nothing, I feel like if you go putting yourself out for this person, if you're going over and above doing something you would normally do or what have you, and you don't care about it. It's not like a big deal. It's like, you know what, I can afford to do X when Joe Blow can afford to do Y.
So pretty much you saying it ain't tricking if you got it. It ain't simping.
Kinda. If you know.
Hey, Truth, what you feel about this, Truth? I don't know. I think simping if you got it. I think no matter what.
You already know where I'm about to go with this, bro. Our sentiments is in line. You go to the strip club. Strip club is just organized and legal simping. That's how I look at it. You feel what I'm saying? That's exactly what it is. Did I participate in it? In my past life, yes, I did. And I will still say. And eventually I said, you know what? I'm not giving these daggone things none of my ends, man. And the thing about it is, once you, if you come in there, that's the thing. I got more play from not giving nothing than when I was giving it. That's the crazy thing about it. That's the crazy thing. So as far as with Diddy's situation, same thing. He just, if his money is long, you feel what I'm saying? And again, it's just habitual simping. You feel what I'm saying? This is something that he likes to do. He likes to have beautiful women around him. And since it doesn't hit his pockets hard, this is just part of his lifestyle. It does not change the fact that it is simping. You're not getting nothing really out of it. In other words, he can get the woman even just from his status without getting the money. You feel what I'm saying? And I've gotten more play off of my status and who I am, and from my reputation preceding myself than me ever kicking out money. I was never a guy that kicked out money or had to perform to even get no tail, bro, or a woman that I wanted. All I had to do is present myself who I was. Yeah, it's simple regardless.
Yeah.
It does not change.
Yeah, so
I
definitely
don't
if
know.
you
You got it. It is
if
simple if you got
if you are a man and you are overdoing for a woman's sexual attention, that is what a simp is. Now,
Wait.
being courteous to some women walking yes, if you are over exceeding who you
Hold
are,
on. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bro. Your show.
if
My
you
bad.
if you being excessive towards attention, typically for sex, you are a simp for sure.
Yeah. I'm saying if you're whatever you're doing don't control the outcome and you don't get the outcome. Yes, I agree 100%. If you're just sitting up there like just giving, oh my God, if I give her enough, maybe she'll like me, maybe she'll kiss me, maybe I'll see a titty here and there, then I get what you're saying. But if you're saying, you know what, I feel like going to, like he was saying, like I feel like going to Santorini. You cute, you fun. Come with me. We going to Santorini. We gonna enjoy it. You don't gotta worry about packing nothing. We gonna buy shit there. Let's just go. I don't want to hear no excuses. If you're using your whatever to control the dynamic of the relationship, I don't think it's exception. And that's how I say with strip clubs. If you are controlling the dynamic, I've never bought a lap dance at the strip club. I bought other people lap dances, but I've never personally got a lap dance because I know the game, And it's just like, so it's I get it. I'm controlling the outcome of what I'm controlling the outcome of what my money is purchased. I control that. She don't.
Yeah, I guess. However, I don't know. So I guess if I'm just offering a chick to come hang out with me. See, but I think the problem is most people when they offer a chick to come out of town with them, out of the country and things like that, they assume that they're supposed to be getting vagina just because they invited them out. And a lot of times the women do not understand that at all.
Yeah, that's
no. Whoa. Hold Sharon. They know what time it is. Listen, for a fella, if you got women around you and stuff like that, you got sisters, you got female that actually look up to you and take your advice, they will come and tell you stories, bro, how they really moving out here. And they know what time it is when they go on these trips. They'll tell you, yo, bro, this nigga really thought he was going to get some ass. And I really ran his pockets. And I'm trying to tell you, I ran his pockets. They will show you everything they did. They have videos. They got the daggone the screenshots and everything from what they ate and everything like that. And I'm just sitting back rubbing my head like, damn, this nigga dumb as shit.
I mean, we seen it recently, I believe. What's up, Auntie J? How you doing? I think we seen it recently. A man, he invited this lady out. They was hanging out. She flew in from somewhere. And she didn't want to give him no buns. And so she tried to play the card like, oh, you a bum ass and you couldn't just fly me out to hang out. And he's like, no. So he did not make it clear.
Yeah.
And he flew her out to smash.
You ain't supposed to be flying out chicks. That's the one thing that I don't get. Like you meeting this girl online, you ain't never really kicked it with her, and you just saying, come fly with me. That's some goofy shit right there. I don't understand that at all. I'm like, come meet me in my city. Let's kick it for a weekend. And then I'm gonna see if I'm gonna like you to do all that extra shit. But you ain't never even met this chick, and you say fly out to a whole nother city and and then the girls I've known girls who getting flued out by like celebrities and shit like that. It's a whole different experience if you bout it than if you on some fucked shit. If you on some goofy shit, on some, I don't know, I'm just here to hang out. Your experience is vastly different. There may be some shopping sprees. There may be some trips to nicer restaurants. There'd be nicer hotels. There may be, chauffeur transportation. It's a whole different world if you bout it than if you on that goofy shit. I'm telling you.
Right.
And this is the thing, bro. I'm gonna let you rock out real quick because this is what I want to say. Guys have been so okay. So it's a new. Well, not new, but it's basically a trend, and I call it a disease that guys, they want to burn their bread in order as a flex. You feel what I'm saying? So the more, if they like you heard Dame saying, it ain't tricking if you got it. So the way I'm a flex is by giving a female that's not mine my money and an abundance of it as a flex to say, so you see the females coming around, oh yeah, he did this for me and did that. So it's like a flex and supposed to give you status. And for me, I'm not gaining no status off of giving no female that ain't mine no bread. I just never had. So that's how It's an actual flex going on.
So, Auntie J, what is your ideas and your thoughts on this topic?
I've missed you, Auntie J. I've missed you, Auntie J. I ain't been on these things for a long time. It's been so
you got
long.
A new wig, Shorty. You got a new wig.
My wig caught on fire.
I see that.
What do you mean it caught on fire?
Caught on fire like Michael Jackson.
Yeah, it lit up, Shorty. Highly flammable.
That's your wig caught on fire.
I was talking and I was smoking a damn cigarette. And a piece I looked, I said, "Oh shit!"
like Richard Pryor.
No, he burned up.
Oh shit, Auntie J, that is craziness.
Yeah.
So hold on, Auntie J, before you move on, how did you put the fire out?
I got a leak. I keep a chuck on my bed. Put that bitch out.
Oh, man, I'm glad you're okay.
But yeah,
I'm glad you're okay, Auntie J.
These females out here seem like they are thirsty. In my day, I'm not flying out to your territory. I don't know you, and you could do anything to me out there, whether you a superstar on this level or the lower level.
Okay.
Me and you got me trapped and you got me in a forced space, because what if I don't have money to get myself back? You know what I'm saying? They're dumb. And I just challenge females to use their brain more, and they don't want to do that. They don't want to have no babies. They don't want to use their brains. They don't want to. They don't want to do shit. So all of y'all that saying y'all getting the bag, what kind of bag you getting? And what good is a bag if you have nobody to spend it with?
So you saying that men should be simps and spending money on women?
Yeah,
because they shouldn't have the money by themselves.
Yeah, but I'm not flying out. I mean, I've done it in my day as well.
Okay.
I changed my life. I don't want to treat men like that no more. It's not.
So, Auntie J, I got a question for you. Did you treat the men that are simps and the people that are chivalrous the same? So it didn't matter to you if they was a simp or they was just being chivalrous. You treated all men the same.
All of them. All of them. And the one that was mine at home, I told him what to do. Now my thing is this: if the order is the man, right? See, I don't know. So if the order is the man first, why they all let me tell them what to do? 4 relationships before I got married. Why did they all let me tell them what to do? And so it just showed me I'm not the type of man I want, because I need a man that's gonna give me a little pullback, a little tenacity.
Oh, damn. Auntie J, so you want a little oops upside your head every once in a while?
Not oops upside my head, but no.
Auntie J, you are something else. So David,
no.
Oh no, so David, how you feel that Auntie J said she treated both men the same, the simps and the chivalrous men the same? Do you think that changes your idea of it?
You know, one thing is, you know, I'm not saying that I'm calling BS on you, Auntie J, but I'm calling BS on you, Auntie J. The dudes who was like, hold on, let me finish. Let me get it out there that you can retort if you want. It's like it's hard for me to believe. You old school, so maybe it may be true. It's just like, but it's hard to believe that the man who was like really, really putting in the work, doing a little bit of extra, got the same amount of attention, let's just call it, than the guy who was kind of laying back in the cut playing it easy. One of them two got a little bit more. If you have it to where if you like the chase, you gave one of the men more attention. If you want, oh man, he ain't feeling me, I need to show him that I'm worth it. Or if you like to lay back and play the mouse role.
No, she's not lying, bro. She's not lying.
No, that don't work.
Yeah, that shit don't work, yo. Females the same way. This is the thing that I say and I tell people, because as far as with the cheating thing, when females cheat, see, we interact with women different than we interact with our wives. Females, they're going to fuck and suck their husband the same way as they fucking suck that daggone side nigga. They do not change.
Oh, hell,
God damn.
Oh, yeah.
They do not change.
I wasn't sucking that.
I didn't say you. I didn't say you. I'm saying when you already do that, you don't suck. You don't suck at all. That's the difference.
Like I wasn't sucking at all. But with my husband, I wanted to try it because he never had it before. So at that time in my life, I wanted to be so phenomenal. With everything I did with him, like baking and cooking, you know, eating healthy. I wanted to put in that time, assisting him with his business, lotioning him down when he get out the bedroom. Cause I know like people don't think they get ashy, but y'all get ashy, okay?
Oh, God.
I can't people don't think they get ashy tomorrow. They ashy. So as he tried to lotion him.
Oh man.
Hey, Truth, there is a whole nother level. Are you married? I know Sharon and I are married. Are you married?
No.
Your wife is exactly. Your wife is gonna kick it up a whole nother level.
No, I had a wife.
Dude.
I had a wife.
Okay.
I had a wife. They listen. A woman. This is what this is come from me because I've been with women. I've been with plethora of women. I've been married. I got 2 children, moms. I got 2 baby mothers and everything. They don't. You think that, but I'm trying. You might think that she's giving it some type of other way, or she's giving you extra. The nigga, when you make her mad, all right, and I'm talking about it when a woman cheats. This is what I'm saying. You make her mad. He's going to go over there, and I'm trying. If you talk to women, if you actually ask them, do you do anything? Because they're going over there for revenge. They're going over there to be hateful. They're going over there to be intentional. The same thing that she was wrapping her tongue around your shit like that, she's going to do that. She's going to drive that nigga crazy by doing that shit to him. And she's going to ride his shit just like she did to you. They do not hold back when they try and do that.
I'm telling you. This is what I'm saying.
We hold back. We don't give it. We don't give a random at all. We don't give a random at all.
I feel like this. If I feel like this strongly, if you create an environment that she can't recreate, you best believe she gonna pull out everything she know and try to invent some shit to try to keep you and keep you. That's how I know. If you create the environment to I can't replace this man. I can't recreate what he done put forth in front of me that I have access to. I can't do that. So I'm a act right. I'm a do all the stuff. I'm gonna suck it from the back. I'm gonna do all the wild, freaky shit that I ever heard of because I can't lose this man. And I'm not just saying.
Yeah, I agree with Auntie Jane and Damon that when you're in a relationship and that woman feels like she is secure with you, she's gonna do things that she ain't never done. It's gonna open up things in her mentally that it's gonna be different. Like, yeah, she might have sucked a dick before and she climaxed with another man before, right? However, when she do it with you, since she got this mental bond with you, it's going to be different, and she's going to give you a little bit more. It's something that you can't really explain. A lot of bit more, not just a little bit, a lot of bit more.
Yeah, a lot bit more.
So that's what I believe. Truth.
That's the truth.
Hey, that's cool. You can believe it. I just know from talking to these. I just know from talking to these females. Like y'all married. Y'all not out here. Not out here. How long you been married, Dang?
15 years. So I got married when I was 30. I'm 47.
Exactly. I got married when I was talking about over the last 15 years, man. How many women I
got married when I was 38.
No. Sharon has heard the stories. I've been.
Yes, he's been with plenty.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about you. Talking about you've been off the shelf. Like I've compared to you've been off the shelf for 15 years. I've been out here dealing with their mindset is totally different from like Auntie J's and all that type of. And I'm talking about even in women my age. I'm 38. Even in women my age, their mindset has totally morphed into something different.
So, Truth, what I think about that when people say that, that I don't think the times really changed sexually. I think it might be a little bit easier access because people got more access to cars than before.
Way easier.
and things of that nature. However, women still operate in the same woman fashion. They still move in the same way. They still having sex the same. We ain't really that much different from 10 years ago. It's still the same game.
It's still the same game. Let me tell you what they out here doing now.
Let me tell you this.
I wish I still got this post real quick, shorty.
I got you, Auntie J.
Women out here now doing the game. They're the ones. This shorty just put on a post. She said, "I brought a nigga over, cooked him some food.
Mm-hmm.
I gave him the best neck that made his toes curl. I let him bend me all the fuck up in ways that he never thought was possible. Okay. And I sent his ass home in an Uber." Right. And she said, "I bust out laughing. I got him to the game. I'm ahead of the game. We out here ahead of the game. I jumped him before he jumped me."
Right, but those are
females is not moving. No, don't say
it's truth. Here the thing is truth. Those are people that are just talking. You know what I'm saying? Like she is not somebody.
Oh, you think they just talk? See, you not.
Yeah, because truth. Look, hold on, Auntie. I got you. I'm gonna let you respond.
You're
Auntie.
not out here, shorty.
So truth. The thing is this: that those women that are like that, those are not women that men want to marry anyway. Right. He's seen her from a mile away as well. So like, if you out there just having sex with the random woman that just want to do the same thing you're doing, cool. That's cool. We could talk about those. However, it is another set of women, and the problem is
more okay. So
this is kind of like this kind of ties into. Hold on, truth. I got you, truth. This is kind of like what I was saying about the chivalry and simping, that we try to mash all women as one, and it is a separation. We have to separate these women. They are all not the same.
I'm not mashing them all as one. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, Truth. I want Auntie J to get in there because she
Truth, women lie.
Oh yeah, they some lying motherfuckers.
I don't want a man that's gonna let me bend him over. I don't want a man that I just can tell what to do. Do this, do that, do this, do that. There's no there's not enough substance in there for me. And that's what these women lack. They don't even have a conversation. Mm-hmm. If you ask me something and someone is, "What do you like to eat?" she'll be like, "Oh no, what you like to eat?" Mm-hmm. Can't carry on a conversation. Mm-hmm. What I've learned is when you connect with a person, the conversation instantly just flows. It flows. When I had lunch, my husband took me to the cafe first. We ate at the cafe.
So that was your first date, Auntie?
That was my first date. I was at work. I was like, "Come on, have you eaten lunch?" He said, "No." I said, "Would you like to go across the street?" He said, "Sure, come on." But for me, it was more than lunch. For him, at that time, it was just lunch. So I'm picking up certain feelings that he's not picking up. So he never asked me for my number. He never cracked because my butt was fat or I had a nice shape. And I like that shit. That shit turned me on. So that made me want him more.
So Auntie J, so you saying that him taking you to the coffee shop and him not acknowledging your voluptuousness, he was just acknowledging you as a person. That's what turned you on. Well, Auntie J, how big is your goddamn booty?
Oh, bro, you married. You ain't even supposed to be in the choir and she married. And y'all talking about me out of here.
I could tell what it is. Like, I be turning the corner and it be behind me some motherfucker way. I don't know.
He said you arrive at 8 and it don't arrive until 8:25.
Okay. I be like, "Come on, butt." My butt throw me down sometimes. But I'm strong proportion. I be like, "Come on, butt. Come on." Like,
oh man. Auntie J, make sure you got a extinguisher next to you because I see you got a cigarette in your hand again. All right, make sure everything is safe.
That was a joint.
Okay,
but this goes into the same thing, Sharon. Like when we was talking about, when we was talking about good and evil, you believe that majority of people are good.
I do too.
Yeah, majority of people are good. Majority of people do not want to rob and steal.
That's what I'm saying. So this goes into.
Most people are working class citizens. They want to go to work, come home, and feed their family. That's a
normal person. That doesn't make you good. See, when I talk about good, I'm talking. Hold on, Auntie J. Hold on,
Auntie. Let me define what good means.
true.
We're talking about
we're gonna let the conversation just move. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about character. That's what determines you good, not what a normal person that's supposed to take care of their goddamn self. You know what I'm saying? When people be trying to determine what a man and a woman is, I always hear, oh, they got a car, they got a job, they got clothes, shoes, they eat, they got shelter. I'm like, yo, that's a normal functioning freaking human being. You should have all those.
So, Truth, I got a question.
If you don't have those, then you're not functioning.
So, Truth, so you're saying a normal person, being a normal person in society, being a contributor to society is not considered good?
No, that's not good. A person of character, a person that has loyalty, commitment, accountability, integrity, responsibility, self-awareness, introspection, those type of things which people have to start developing, because we see, like, how can you say the word this is what bothers me about people, because it means you're oblivious to what's really going on out here. How in the world you say that majority of the people in the world are good, but we are destroying each other at an alarming rate? That's not goodness. That's evil.
So, Demi, what you say to that? Like, you got something to say about that?
Like,
yeah. It's just one of those things. It's like I'm with you, Sharon. It's like I believe that the majority of people want to just live good lives, just be left alone, not really mess with anybody or whatever. Yeah, there's people who go over and above, who want to, share this and do extra stuff for people or whatever like that. That's great. But I think the majority of people just want to do the right thing because it's inherently in them to want to do things that don't take away from the next man doing, if they can avoid it. I'm not like saying, if I don't necessarily like my man, my neighbor across the way, I won't go water his grass or nothing like that, but I won't go piss on his grass and nothing like that. I won't do anything that's going to take away from what they got going on.
So you're not going to take a shit in it to fertilize it?
I'm not going to take a shit in his grass. But, so that makes the good neighbor. Am I the good neighbor because I don't the absence of doing fuck shit to him? Or I'm a good neighbor just because I leave him alone and let him do what the fuck he wants to do?
No, you're neither. You're just a regular person.
That's what I'm saying.
Because you don't fuck somebody up makes you good.
Yes.
That's a good neighbor.
That's a good neighbor.
Listen what you're saying. The act of not fucking somebody up is considered good.
Correct.
Well, the thing is, I think it's
because
the
reason why the word is fucked up.
Hey, Truth. The reason why is because people do go out their way to damage other people. They go out their way to dox people. They go out their way to get people to lose their jobs. They go out of their way. So if you go out of your way to do something where somebody is not warranted of it because they tell you, hey, listen, I need you to go up on that ladder, and you just didn't feel like it that day, and then you come up with some bogus excuse and get them fired off a lie, that is going out of your way.
Right.
And what is a bad person.
Listen what you just said. Listen to the term you use, out of your way.
Why are you going out of your way?
That's what I'm saying. Hold on, Auntie J. You're saying going out of your way. That not doing something and going out of your way is two different things. They do not equate the same thing. We're not going out your way. Okay, so I'm gonna give you an example. I watched somebody get their ass whipped.
Yep.
And is just as bad as me whipping their ass.
No,
that's just as bad.
In what world?
No, it's not. No,
hold on.
Absolutely not.
Hold on.
You want to have to substantiate that, please.
Hold on, and I'm about to. Hold on. I'm about to explain. Because you keep talking. I'm yelling at you. You said you respect me now. You need to respect. Please, while I'm talking, please be quiet. Please, Auntie J, thank you. Now,
you're welcome.
So what I'm saying is, it's just like when people was talking about when the George Floyd thing happened, and that man was sitting there kneeling on that man and watching his life leave out of his body. Now, sitting there recording and watching that shit, and you're not the man, not being involved in action. I mean, what's the word? Being inactive is not equally as bad, but it's just as bad as the action. if you're a person that allows evil to go on, you're just as bad. Being oblivious and ignorance is not bliss, like how everybody claim it is. Being unawareness and not standing up for what is right and justice and things like that, that's what a good person does. A person of integrity. You're saying a person that doesn't have integrity is just as good as somebody that has integrity, and that's not the truth.
I think definitely. I think it gotta have levels of good for sure, because I think everybody's not a great human being, but being good, it gotta have levels of it. So it got it got the integrity, the character, and this, and then you did for this amount of people, you done helped and supported 10,000 people to somebody that only supported 10 people. It got to have different levels of good.
Why?
However, you said why I got to have different levels of good?
Yes, because I'm gonna ask you that question because I'm gonna tell you why it has to, but I'm asking you why.
The reason why the different levels of good, it got to have a distinction of these levels, because you got to know who you're dealing with. Because just because I helped my friend rob a store, that could be good to him, right? But you're not good to society.
So,
good is subjective.
See that exact. Okay, so now we're getting to the truth. What you say, Dame? Say that again.
Good is subjective. It's like I said, what's up with the neighbor? My neighbors don't have parties. They don't park on my lawn. They don't do any of that shit. They don't do any wild stuff. So I think they're great neighbors. They're displaying exactly what I would want to determine them to judge them as a good neighbor. It's my gauging of what good is, not necessarily yours. Yours would be if they watered your lawn, if it was what's called, would make some good neighbor. Mine could be just don't impede on my peace, and you're doing, and I view you as good.
And that's the point that I was going. That's why I asked you that question, Sharon.
Truth. What I did say was good in society. So that puts it a certain connotation. So being good in society, I said people are generally good in society. So now that takes out the subjectiveness of you being a good friend to a criminal, because I said society. So society needs to move in a certain way. So in society, you need not to hurt somebody. You need to not to rob them, beat them up and destroy property. That's what's being good in society. Not being a criminal is being a good person in society. So therefore, in my eyes, they are majority good people in society.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. This is the problem, and this is why we have so much damage. This is why we have so many people doing deletions. We got so many people deleting babies. We got so many people, like I said, in my city, over the last 10 years, we have doubled our homicide rate. And you're saying majority of the citizens in daggone Baltimore are good. That means
I knew you was from B-More. I was about to ask you.
Majority of the people in New York. I'm going to all the places that got that. Majority of the people in Chi-Town. Majority of the people in LA, Oakland. All these people are inherently good, and that is incorrect, my brother. But this is the reason why that
I want to stop you right there, Truth. The reason why, and then you come in right after. So the truth, look, the reason why you can't say it, because it's about like over 3 million people in New York City. It is less than 50% doing a crime in New York City. So you can't say just it is a lot of crime. It's because it's a lot of people.
Crime that you know about.
No, if we look at the statistics of crime that's happening, yes, it went up 10%.
I said crime that you know about.
All right.
But
you know majority.
That's the only.
90% of the stuff that I've done out here. You know, 90% of the stuff I've done out here that people know that I've done that I've never been locked up for.
Right, you might not be locked up for, but the person that you did it to might have told the police. That's still going to be in the crime statistic. Just because you didn't get caught,
it's not. It has to. You have to be convicted for the system to.
That's a lie, because my house is.
You can't use data. You can't. Listen what you're saying. So you're saying they crunching numbers of something that they can have and calculated?
Truth, I'm gonna prove you wrong right now. Truth, I'm gonna prove you wrong right now. Hold on. If I get robbed in the street and I report it, that is still going to be a part of crime statistics. Nobody got convicted of that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You have to be convicted. How you going to tell me? You going to tell me?
All right,
a
true.
person that have been.
Go ahead.
Well,
David.
I think we're talking different between there's two different statistics. We're talking about crime reported statistics and convictions. We're talking about convictions and reports of crime. Two different statistics. So all I'm saying is, like, about 4 months ago, a guy walked into an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, killed a bunch of kids senselessly and 2 teachers. 18 kids, 2 teachers. All right. It was all over the world, all over the news, all everything. It's horrible. It's a tragedy. Shit needs to change. But the reason why stuff like that is so, it can be as big as it is because it does not happen that often. Of those 21 souls that were lost that day, there's 7 billion other ones who went to school, came home, and it was no issue. All I'm saying is, people, we put a spotlight on the negative that makes it seem like it's a bigger portion of society than what it is. You know, seriously. If it's like
talking about a specific context.
No, I was just about just crime in general. I'm talking about crime in general. I'm talking about crime in general.
Crime is not the only thing that make you bad.
Okay,
I was just using
I was using that as. Go ahead.
So the crime do make you a bad person. And
I said that's not the only thing that makes you bad.
That's true, but
it's not.
So the thing is that you're trying to conflate too many truth. You conflating too many things. So what I said earlier was that in society, and you are just talking about as a general all around.
So in society, you can be a bad person without committing a crime. You do know that, right?
Well, why we want to be bad, True?
But
okay, Auntie, so what are you talking about? Nobody said want to be bad. Yeah, that's the point. I'm trying to get out of people from being bad.
Hold on, True. Sometimes Auntie just need to get some thoughts out. Yeah, Auntie, get some thoughts out.
What's we try to present you with love, True. You come with like 9 things you require. Integrity, you name like a list. I can't even remember them all.
Yeah, because you know nothing about those words, do you?
Of course I know about those words, but however, only thing I'm saying is that may be overwhelming for the average woman that's your age. You know what I'm saying? If the conversation is going to flow, you can't meet me and tell me, I like a woman with integrity. I like a woman that's honest. You can't bum rush me with all of that unless we're on the same page.
What are you talking about?
Okay. So True. Sometimes you gotta just get her thoughts out.
That right now.
Hey, True. Sometimes she gotta get her thoughts out. Let her get her thoughts out.
I went out too. Yeah, everybody has some baggage before.
That's all.
I said not being part of me.
Okay, Auntie. So True.
I wish the best for you, True, is seeking your love. You know, because you 38 and you have 2 children.
Auntie J, I got a question for you. What do you got in your cigarette? Is it just tobacco?
It's weed.
Ah, damn it, Auntie.
Yeah, yeah. See.
I ain't had no paper, so I used the cigarette.
Oh shit, Auntie J. Okay, Auntie J. All right. So True. So you saying that there's other ways?
Back.
Other way, Auntie J. Okay. Hey, True. So you're saying there's other ways to be a bad person in society other than crime. So what is that?
There's a lot. There's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. Like, what you?
So you're saying like double park it? Well, like double parking in the street, blocking somebody's driveway.
I'll give you a prime example. And something that you probably wouldn't even think is bad to society. Okay. Stupid boycotting. People got to go to daggone work, and you blocking up the damn street. And
well, a lot of that is against the. Well, a lot of that is that's criminal. Bad. A lot of those boycotts are criminals. They're like you may get.
They ain't getting locked up. They need to lock all of them up
because you can't. If you got like 2,000 people and you got 30 cops, who you gonna lock up? Unless they, I think Truth. I'm about to give you a point. I agree with that statement you just made because they like the perfect example of that is politics. They a lot of the stuff that come out, that a lot of the laws and things that like come out like hurt more than it helps in a lot of times, depending on the situation. Yes. So that's one avenue where you may not necessarily break in the law, but you don't have altruistic intentions in the things that you're putting out there. You don't have good intentions when you're putting it out there. So I think that is one avenue that historically has been an avenue for people who have a bad nature, for people to have a bad nature to do things and it be completely legal.
Yes, and he used a good word, altruistic. And see, those are two. This is a difference between having malice, altruism, and we're talking about good intent. These things are three different things, and the problem is what you're doing is what I am not doing. You're the one that's convoluting everything, Sharon. You're saying as long as you don't do crime and,
That's right.
and certain things, you're not bad. You're considered good. You're the one grouping everything. I'm the one compartmentalizing, saying, hey, you can have altruism, you can have good intention, you can have malice, you can have you don't have to impede. Like basically what Dame's saying, hey, if I don't poop in his yard versus
fertilizer.
Yeah, versus cutting his grass, I'm considered good. You're the one grouping all these things together. I am not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not convoluted.
Maybe that's a possibility. And anybody that's in the chat, let's watch. If you want to join the conversation, hit the link. It's pinned to the top of the comment section.
And Auntie, remember yesterday you were saying? Do you remember what you told us yesterday? All the things that you named about the women and everything, and how they liars and all this. All the stuff that you did yesterday is some bad stuff. No, I agree with you. That's a bad person.
But listen,
that's bad in relationship.
Truth is this: as a man that's out here searching for a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to clean up the way you think a little bit, you know. Like you have to tell yourself, I can meet the woman that I want. I can meet her. She's out here. You know, without contorting all the other. Don't think about bad. Focus on the good. Because
first of all, Auntie J, you gotta find out. Hold on,
I'm
Truth,
not
I
in
got
denial.
you.
I actually know the truth, and it has set me free. So I'm sorry. I can't just be oblivious to what I see.
Auntie J,
you know why?
Hold on.
I am the prime example of when I was 28 and went down,
Truth
being
like
a
he don't even hear
horrible
me.
person, and now who I am today.
Truth got you on mute.
He got me on mute.
Oh, my fault, Sharon. Go ahead.
When he gets on his tangent, that's it. You can't stop him. He like the juggernaut.
I apologize.
Auntie J, what you gotta ask Truth is he actually effectively looking for a wife right now? He might not be looking for one in this time frame. That's what you gotta ask him, Auntie.
We looking.
How you know?
How you know?
Because I listen to you.
What did I say that says I'm looking?
You said, I lost the love of my life.
When did I say that?
You said the one you were supposed to marry. You don't remember what you said?
That don't mean that's the love of my life, Auntie. What the hell is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
That's right. Tell him, Auntie. Tell him.
What's wrong with you, Truth?
What is wrong with you?
In Baltimore, I understand how y'all don't think. I really do. I'm right up the way from you. So I understand how you all don't think. Because you all think one way. I know how y'all think. Y'all think one way.
Saying, y'all, you don't even know what you don't know nothing about.
I know where you from. You
know where I'm from, but you don't know me. Sure, you don't know me at all.
I know your kind. I see
you don't know my kind.
As a matter of fact, you want to the easiest one to get if a woman really wants you. She can really, really get you.
Get me what?
So here you go, Auntie. I'm gonna help you out, Auntie. Truth. Hey, Truth. I got a question for you. Why are you not actively? Hold on, Auntie. Why are you not actively looking for this woman of your life?
Well, it's two things. All right, so it's not that it's a difference between wanting a wife and actively looking for one.
It is a big difference. I agree.
Exactly. Which Auntie need to understand. Those are two different things. Okay. I'm sorry, it's not computing. All right. So one thing is.
make your little cynical remarks. This makes no point.
One thing is, I'm not oblivious to what's going on, and I've always already experienced certain things. What I said was yesterday, when I had my children's mom, the one thing I can say is when we first met and when she was younger, not who she is now, when she was younger and when we were together, if I would have did it right, and if I was the man I am today, we would have been married. Because she was very submissive. She was about that life. Like we was with it. Like anything I wanted, she was there. She was that. It was just it was in the middle of the situation. Like people that know my story, you know, I got what's called ghetto twins. You know, in the midst of me leaving one relationship and getting into another, my daughter's mom was pregnant. And see, I had to divide my time versus the relationship I was in and still be there for my daughter's mom and my baby, in which, you know, a female, they're not going to, as much as they try to understand that, they're not going to understand that and stuff like that. She built up a lot of animosity. Yeah, it's a difficult situation. No, I totally understand. And she built up animosity and certain things, and then we split up. It wasn't because we had problems. Our relationship was cool. It was just she couldn't accept the fact that you know, that situation was going to be a problem. My time was going to be divided. And this is why I implore people now to make sure to get married first before having children or even before having sex. Like I'm not even having sex right now until I get married because of the situation. You feel?
Hey, Damien, I want you to speak on. I believe that the best way to find a wife is when you're not actually actively looking for her. She actually happens to just come in your circumference. You just got to be able to recognize the characteristics when she accidentally walks across you. What do you say to that?
I agree. I feel like you as a man, you got to have that bullshit up off you, because I think women can smell when you have that dumb shit still on your soul. Because I remember like a story of I was talking to this young cat. What is this light just shining on from my window? This young cat, I was telling him about some wild party I have. I think some chicks came to the club and they got into a fight, and I was like, oh, you know, made a joke about taking the winter home, and I was just like, yeah, but he was like a cat that was like married and he had like a kid, and I was like, dude, but you know, you kind of where I'm at, where we want to be. I want to be settled down, married and stuff like that. He said, oh man, that's all in good. He said, but women can smell when you got that bullshit still on your it's bullshit on you. He was like, they can smell it, and the good ones stay away from that. It's like motherfucking like repellent. You know, the fake ones they're still attracted because the excitement that's all going on. Like chicks was like, oh my God, chicks fighting over you. He must have something going on. So other chicks was trying to holler just on that rip. But the ones who was like, this nigga ain't on his square, he ain't on his business, I'm gonna stay away from him. I think first we got to do is make sure that we are in the mic. We are putting out the right vibe in the world, that we are ready. We are men now. We are ready to hold it down. And then what will happen is that the opportunity to present itself. Because like I said, I think I told you, I didn't even like holler at my wife. I was at my boy party and there was a bunch of D-list and E-list celebrities there. And I'm thinking that, you know, all the chicks is for them. And she came to sit down to me and we just start talking. And, you know, we married.
That's another problem right there. What happened with Dame, that's his situation. A lot of times what we do is we come on here and speak in absolution. Like, if you do it this way, this is definitively how you're going to get a wife. And we got to be careful of doing that. That's what happened with Dame. That's also a way to go about doing it. But it doesn't necessarily involve a lot of these women also, because this is a problem. A lot of these women out here have a lot of emotional baggage, mental illnesses. They're they all pilled up. They got, you know, I don't have a problem with women having children, but they have problems with their children's father, and they're still trying to be a parent. All this type of weight on them causes them to be ineffective inside of a relationship. So it's not always the man is not ready. The man can be ready, but she can have so much weight on her emotionally that she can be ineffective and unavailable inside the relationship to even develop and build. That's a
So
lot of stuff that's reoccurring out here as well. And people aren't being even honest about themselves. They'll say, oh, yeah, I'm all right and everything. And
Mhm.
yeah, I got therapy and everything like that because, that's a new trend. Everybody going to therapy and all that bullshit. And I went to therapy and I got myself together. And then once you start developing the relationship, you'll slowly start seeing shit come right on out. And you be like, well, damn, like, where the fuck was all this at? Like, you all right?
But the thing is, truth is that I met my wife the same way Dane met his. The
And I
same
met
exact
my
way.
same way.
I was not looking for this wife. I was okay with myself. I realized who I needed to be, and I started just walking in that faith of who I need to be as a man. And I stumbled upon my wife, and I said hello to her. I stumbled upon her so badly that she couldn't even say hello back. She was like,
yeah, that's good, but that's not how.
You can't even speak the language.
And
That's
my brothers are married.
What I'm saying, truth,
My
that you
brothers are
saying that
married.
what I'm saying, truth, is that you say is no absolutes. But what we can say that two people on a panel out of this whole world, like this is a strange thing that happened. That when we just became who we was, those wives walked into our lives. But I want to introduce. Before we go, I want to introduce my band. What's going on? Uncle Tom.
What's up?
What up? I didn't even know you had a channel, bro. I'd have been subscribed.
Thank you for showing up, man.
Hey, I'm with you. Like me and my wife, I was actually in the middle of relationships when I found mine.
No way.
Working 20-hour shifts,
Oh my goodness. That's 3 truth?
Yeah.
Go ahead, keep telling that story.
See, look how you said that's 3. He said he was in the middle of a relationship.
No, I wasn't really. We were just broken up. If you want to call it that shit. It was in between. Like I was just working and working. But me and my wife were already friends anyway, so we were just friends. And I wasn't thinking about being in another relationship. That's crazy. I was like, nah, I'm good for right now. And then shit, we started rapping, just on some friendship shit, and yeah, it's been with her since then. And like, wow. Like you said, you was with your what $8 and something making something
$8 an hour,
bro.
$8 an hour.
I had $87.50 to my name. You know what I'm saying? With no job and just aspirations. I was going in the military because I was in between jobs. I was a traveling nurse, so at that time, getting on the hospital when you ain't know nobody, ain't got no networking in the town. You just freelance and just going up there trying to be with her. Boy, it's crazy. But when I got in the military, I was like, yeah, this is where it's at. It's gonna be. And we got married. $87.50. Literally, that's all I had to my name.
Yeah. And my husband had TJ, did you meet your husband by accident too?
Yes.
God damn it, truth.
I don't know, truth.
Truth. I was with my wife from we got together off Yahoo chat room. Listen. Hey, Truth.
Let me think in y'all life. I'll pull up the specs.
I have been 3.5 years without a man.
No, I don't know about that. I ain't gonna never lie and say that.
I ain't gonna lie. Hold on, y'all. This is an interesting comment. Because when you're looking for it, you're going after what you want. But when you're not looking, you get what you need.
Yes, that part. I wasn't looking. I had already made up in my mind.
I don't know how to pronounce your name. Shit.
Damn.
But that's a great introspective. That's a great insight. What you think about this, Truth?
Bullshit.
What you mean?
You know why? Let me tell you why he said that.
That train is never late.
You don't even know why. You don't even know why.
I'm just gonna tell you why. From what I've heard, you got a lot of shit you hold on to. You do, and you won't let shit go. Oh, yeah. So already know you're not no great lover because you got too much pent up shit in you. Don't nobody want to do.
Well, Auntie J, that's just because. Hold on, that's just because he didn't have no sex in a while. That's the only thing. He
ain't gonna have none. He shouldn't have none.
I shouldn't have none.
Nobody want to feel. Honestly, a real woman can tell when you got things going on because it shows up in your sex.
Oh, damn.
It shows up in my sex. I hear you.
Now remember, women can fake it with you, true. You know the truth.
Yeah, women can fake it. Yeah, they can. They can.
All right, hold on. I want to ask Uncle Tom. So, Uncle Tom, do you believe simping and chivalry are the
Sorry, I
same?
never had a fake.
No, I don't think so.
So,
I mean, they're saying people that are in a marriage right now simping for their wife just because they take care of them. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
You can simp for your wife, huh?
That's what they say. I've been a simp, if you want to call it that. She ain't got to work at all.
Yeah.
My wife can do whatever she wants to. As long as she's available to me, that's all that matters.
That part make me nervous right there with him. As long as she available for me, that make me nervous.
Why it make you nervous, Uncle Jay?
My mindset is by you working available for you. Let me find out, what do you mean when you say being available for you? Huh?
You muted, Uncle.
Can't hear you,
my bad. If I call, she there. If I need something, she there. If I ask her to do something, she there. It's available to me at all times. She's not available for some other dude. She there for me, and I don't need her as some other worker for someone else. I need her to be available for me.
That's right, Uncle Tom.
I got you. So we got a new panelist. How you doing, Dakima? Renee?
Hello. Hey, y'all.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm here. I'm doing well. How are you?
We are all doing great.
Good.
What up?
You just joined in, so maybe I don't know if you heard the conversation, but the question is, do you know what simping is, by the way?
Not really. I'm not really clear.
Right, because I think most people that just walk around in the world, they do not understand this word simping. It's usually a YouTube talking point, and since you only got a D as an avatar, I figured that you might not be a part of the YouTube world.
That is correct. I'm getting there.
All right, so the term simping, right? That means how can I say it? It's someone who shows like excessive attention toward another female, typically for reasons of sexual contact, and it's not reciprocated. So it's when a man is doing way too much to prove to this woman that he is worthy of her vagina.
Okay.
AKA
worthy of a vagina.
A goof fruit.
So now, with that being said, do you think chivalry and simping are the same?
Definitely not, because chivalry, I would assume a guy just chooses to be a gentleman. In that case, it's just his choice and his personality. But the simping part, I don't know. It sounds, based on your description, that we're going in the category of weakness there. It sounds a bit like a lot is coming from insecurities. So that's like a whole, but a man that's just being like chivalrous is not typically insecure. It's actually the opposite. He's actually usually very secure. So I don't think they're the same. That's
a pretty good insight. I don't think nobody here disagrees with this insight. So I guess so since you just came to it, we also was talking about how to find a wife, or how to find, I guess, for your I don't know, are you looking for a wife or a husband by any chance?
No.
Why or why not?
I am not, because I just don't feel interested in that right now. My interests are in a lot of other places. And B, I also believe that it isn't even anything to look for. So I just personally feel it's a matter of when it's for you, to be for you, as long as your heart and soul is open to receive and give love.
Oh, so you pretty much saying what we saying, that when you're not actually looking for it, that's when you find it.
I'm not sure about like the find it part, but I believe that when a person,
Ron do be having his cape on. He is a caper.
Somebody's wearing that.
How I got a cape on? Where my cape at? I ain't got no cape on today.
Not today.
I ain't got no cape on today, man.
D, this ain't got nothing to do with you, so don't even think that it's got nothing them laughing at anything that you saying or you got going on. This is some inside shit.
Yeah, So Dakima, so the problem is that they call me super simp.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they call me a super simp. Yeah.
Captain
Oh.
Save-A-Ho, baby.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, no.
No, I'm messing with you.
Look
No,
at
it just depends. It just depends. He's more gentle with females' emotions than most
right.
men out here. And that's what it is. And
And
that's
you
why
get
it's
our
called
point of
most
view.
yeah. He has a lot of empathy towards people, and I just don't care about it. I don't even know what that word means. So.
Empathy is
Oh.
understanding.
I mean,
and
I know
you,
what it means. It's a rhetorical.
you know what it means.
Mm-hmm. Look at JB being toxic as hell. Why you being so toxic, JB? Bring your ass up here. Being so damn toxic for no reason. To hear you
No,
talking.
I agree with what she said. When you're not looking for love, it usually comes your way. That's what I believe.
So truth, you need to stop playing around with these goddamn hoes and let love come into your life.
How
No,
did
he
I
can
play?
play. Listen,
Didn't I
no,
just
he
say
can
I
still.
wasn't fucking?
Hey,
Why am I playing with
Truth can
hoes?
still be playing with these hoes, and they'll still come.
Hey, man, can I get some
Who
water,
said?
please?
How am I playing with hoes? Sharon, say, Sharon, say
Take
you
that
doing
black
it
and
again.
white shirt
You
off.
doing it again? You doing, auntie? Hey,
No,
auntie, you being
I believe he
disrespectful
can
now.
play with hoes and
Don't do that. I don't
find
play
love.
about that. Don't do it.
No,
I
you
don't play.
don't have to have sex to
I
find a
don't
woman.
care. I don't play about that. So don't do it. You don't want to be disrespected, do you? So please don't
shit.
disrespect me, please.
Oh damn.
Thank you.
How did we get there?
How's that disrespect?
Yes,
Hey,
people getting too
that's-
comfortable.
Just stop talking because
It's
you
too
said that.
comfortable. Stop.
Sharon,
only
you've
gonna ask
been on
once.
these spaces long enough,
only
Sharon, to
gonna
know
ask
that
once.
this is kind of the way the path these
I'm only gonna ask once.
trains
I
of-
said please.
Yeah, we was doing good for a whole
gonna ask
hour,
again.
y'all. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We was doing good
I
for a
think it's
whole
my
hour.
fault.
Let's keep it
Yes,
that way.
we
Let's
were.
keep the
Too much
conversation moving.
comfortability going on.
So, Uncle Tom, I got a question for you. Do you believe in it's more bad people in the world in society, or is it good?
I think there's more good, but I think the loudest ones in the room are all the bad ones. The loudest ones that get all the attention is the negative shit. No one makes money off positive shit. They always make money off negative. So that way, in that regards, it's always going to be more negative in the atmosphere than it is positive. But I do believe the positive outweighs negative. It's just
Gotcha.
they just got the loudest voice.
I believe
I
so.
want to
So,
ask Truth
Dakima, what you
something. Can I ask
believe
Truth
about
something?
Go ahead,
Can I ask
go
Truth
ahead,
something real
David.
quick? Truth, do you believe
Yes,
there's,
sir.
because I don't, nothing that you said struck me that you think that there's more. I don't know if you even said that there's equal, but do you believe there's more good, bad, or just apathetic people walking around on the earth right now?
That's a great question. So, because we are in a fallen world, and you got to understand what my mindset is. Okay, so I am saved. I am a Christian. So I believe we're born in sin and shaped in iniquity. We are inherently bad, evil people. We need guidance, civilization. And we need to be civilized. We need structure. We need decorum, standards in order to create a civilization inside of a man. We do not know how to do things other than survive, and it's an innate drive inside of us for self-preservation, even at the expense of other people. This is the truth. Where the concept of the crab mentality comes. This is a actual truth. It's all around us. People now, like I was trying to explain earlier, is there's a big difference between me at 38 and me when I was 28. Not because I'm older, but because I've actually done the work to be a better person.
So I want to talk about this whole crab thing. What you mean by crabs? Because crabs in the ocean don't act like crabs in a bucket. You talking about crabs that's outside of their environment and they trying to pull each other down, or crabs in the ocean that's just doing their thing? Because those are two different things.
Exactly. That actually goes to my point, Sharon, and that's actually a great question. Because you know why? The crabs are being put in pressure situation. And I just said that. In the expense of other people when situations happen, when the environment change, when certain stresses come out, you will see a person's true intentions when that comes. Because everybody claims to be good until something pushes your button. People say,
true.
"Oh, I'll never steal," but when they get hungry, they're gonna steal like a motherfucker. This is.
I mean, they had a test on that. They had an experiment on that, most people that are in the room will inflict harm on others if they're told that they're doing something wrong.
Correct.
There was a whole experiment on that one.
This is a real thing. This is a real thing. So,
hey, Dekeem, I want to get you involved. You've been quiet for a little while. So, what do you believe? You believe that it's more horrible, bad people in the world, or is it more good people in this society?
I believe it's definitely more good people in society. I need a clarification. That was Truth just speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say that we're born bad, or I heard wrongly?
We're born in sin, shaped in iniquity. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. And then you were saying that we need civilization and morals and structure and stuff like that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, because I got confused because I thought that was what I heard, but then I heard you say that when people are put in pressured situations is when their bad would be revealed. So I'm not really sure if it's like, do we start that way or do we become bad? Or are you saying we become bad when we're in situations where it's like crunch time or we're struggling?
The bad is revealed. We're born in sin, shaped in iniquity, so we're already in a bad fallen state. And what is inherently inside of us, because some people go coursing through life like Sharon and Dame said, just they said a person is good if they don't do something bad. So I'm saying they are still bad, but the way you can see it, the latent, put them in a situation, you'll see them fuck some shit up.
Understood. Sharon, to respond to your question completely, I would have to believe that majority of people are good, because I really just truly feel like the world would be an even bigger shit show if that weren't the case.
I agree with you, D.
Okay, Auntie agree. Auntie's being all the good. She ain't just talking out of turn. That's what's up. That means that that tobacco is kicking in. Auntie J just chilling with us.
Oh, wait a minute, listen. And also, I had intercourse for the first time with my husband. Completely sober.
Oh, you had him completely sober for the first time? Congratulations.
Sober.
For the very first time out of 20 years?
Very first time. You wasn't
out of my life. Because remember, after the abuse, I found marijuana.
Okay.
Damn.
And then I used marijuana the whole time. So when I met him, I gave up the marijuana.
Okay.
For 6 months. I did it for 6 months.
Awesome. That's awesome. Congratulations, Auntie. That was some interesting information that we were not prepared for.
Should have got a chip somewhere for you at some program.
That ain't chip, right?
There's a 6-month chip waiting for you somewhere.
So, Dave, you was gonna say something before we got this great information that sober sex with your husband is awesome. So, what you was gonna say?
I don't remember.
I was gonna say, I was touching a euphoric.
That knocked it right out of my brain.
I was touching in a euphoric feeling with this man. That I didn't need it. I had already told him the truth about me and where I came from and what I've been through. I had to let him know because he was watching my behavior. So I had to let him know. And I tell anybody, I've been married for 19 years, but I lived my life a whole nother way longer. So it's still not my comfort zone. My comfort zone is the other zone, but that's not a good zone. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Stay in the good zone, Auntie.
Yeah,
I am.
Stay in the good zone.
I am.
Let the demon come out.
And also, while you in your good zone, Auntie, make sure you keep a fire extinguisher nearby, just in case.
Make sure I just take the wigs off before.
Hey, how long you been smoking, Auntie J?
There you go.
Which one?
Whatever. It don't matter.
I said, which one? Which one?
Auntie.
I've been smoking since I was 15.
God damn.
So when are you going to stop? When are you going to stop?
I'm gonna stop. Yeah. I've been wanting to stop, but I be thinking about my coffee, and my coffee and a cigarette just taste so good together.
Oh my God.
Then I be thinking about after we have great sex, and the cigarette and the Coke soda just taste so good together.
The hell you talking? Auntie J, what the hell you talking about? You talking about?
I agree with it with a cigarette after sex. That was back when I was smoking. Yeah. I don't know about the soda part.
I don't know how you do this, Auntie. How you just transform the conversation of good people and bad people. We talking about simping and chivalry, and somehow we got to Coca-Cola and cigarettes.
I apologize. I never meant to hurt you.
But yeah, that's a long time to be smoking.
What?
Now you serenading me. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. No, I live in my.
Holy shit.
I
Live
don't
in
want
the
to
truth.
podcast.
Shout out to Beans.
Oh man.
I don't be lying.
Oh.
I mean, listen, I agree with her. She don't be lying. Her shit is the straight truth when it comes from her. I'll be like, damn, you ain't got no chill on it.
No.
So, well, everybody that just joined the stream, I don't know how long y'all been watching, but if you want to contribute to the conversation, hit the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. I do prefer you be on camera because it makes for a better experience, so we can actually see who's talking and everything of that nature. See ya
Put
soon.
your Cash App on there, man. Put your Cash App on.
Okay, put my Cash App on there. We doing a good job.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, put your
I
Cash
can
App
take
on
you
there,
some
bro.
money.
Because I know how it is, bro. My shit up my bro.
There we go. Send for my Coca-Cola and coffee fund. You know what I'm saying? and cigarettes. I'm sorry. Look,
And don't
Coca-Cola
forget your
cigarettes.
cigarettes. Yeah.
We all know you don't drink that shit. Do you even drink?
No,
You
I
drink,
don't,
Sharon?
I don't drink that stuff. No, I don't drink Coca-Cola.
I don't drink
No, I'm talking
either.
about alcohol.
Hey, Sharon.
No, not really.
Mm.
I do it like once a year. What's up, Truth?
Yeah, before 2012, I was in the same boat. I was saying I used to believe that too. Like, as majority of people in this world is good, and even the things that I thought I was doing, I thought it was considered good until them blinders came off, and I realized, hey, the shit you doing is selfish. You're ugly as shit inside, and all that shit. So I had to do some work. And that's why I really once I changed and started looking at things, and once you come out from amongst something, when you're grouped together, you can't see anything because everything looks the same. But once you become what you're not from, then you can see it clearly now. It becomes wide open. And once my idea of what love and the term good, it wasn't so convoluted and grouped in together, and people that, not even inactive, they're considering themselves good, changed everything, bro. So yeah, I'm very cautious when the term love and good be thrown around. It's not.
I'm wondering if it's because he said he was a Christian that y'all not giving him any pushback.
Little podcast.
Pushback.
Hey, introduce a little podcast to the stream. What up, big dog? Thank you for coming through. I appreciate you.
You know, that's what I do, man. Every now and then I go around to some of the smaller channels, you know what I'm saying? And just let them know that y'all ain't up here with the big dogs yet. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I appreciate you the same. I really do.
Step your super chat game up, nigga. Nah, but look though. No, I had just seen that you had inboxed me earlier, and so I had a stream going on, so I shut my stream down and I sent that, told everybody to come over here. So I want to salute you, man. We're gonna keep supporting you, and we're gonna make sure that you right up here with the rest of us, man, on the monetized side of the game. We're gonna get you there. Period, bro.
I appreciate that.
$5 a week be helping out, boy. You know what I'm talking
about? hey, Bob. So I got a question. Do you think simping and chivalry is a difference?
Hold on, before we go to that. First of all, Aaron Noah is an op. And y'all know my saying, I don't fuck with ops. Or niggas that fuck with ops. So if you fuck with my ops, you my fucking op. That nigga Aaron Noah is a fucking op. Shout out to Aaron Noah with your op ass. But I did want to say this really quickly. My man said that people who not doing bad are still bad. So how do you differentiate from the good people and the bad people?
Yeah.
Truth, I believe he's talking to you, Truth.
Yeah, I'll let Dame answer that because Dame
well, you was the one who said it though.
I don't feel like answering it.
God damn it.
Is that because you can't answer it because that shit don't make no sense?
No, I just don't feel like fucking talking to you.
Oh, okay, cool then. Fuck you too, nigga.
All right. Hey, likewise. All right, let's continue.
Damn.
Okay, so so we don't have to start that over here. We don't want that kind of energy here. I don't know what's going on with that. But however, hey,
me neither. Don't care neither.
Hey, podcast.
Yeah, shit.
Do you think simping and chivalry are equal?
No.
And why?
Because one of them, you're doing it because you're trying to court the woman. More than likely, I think. I could be wrong, but I think when chivalry is like when you're trying to get with somebody, right? Like trying to court them to be. Oh, it's not. So you can apply that to a stranger.
Yes, chivalry is just being having a courteous behavior, especially towards a woman, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, I don't know then.
The main difference. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Little podcast.
Okay. So what? That changes your whole idea of simping podcast?
Well, because like they make everything simping nowadays. You can't even compliment a woman without it being simping, right?
Facts.
I put a post on my community wall of a chick because I thought she was beautiful. She was interesting. She had a little story or whatever. I put all of her links up there. You know what I'm saying?
Pictures
so
and
people
everything.
could go support her. And they were like, man, come on with the simping, bro. Damn. You act like I said there's no other woman besides this one. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, we keep talking about how messed up the sisters are, but there's some of them out here that got a few things going on that we can highlight, that we can celebrate. That's all I'm saying. And so I don't know. That's why I mean chivalry is like the from what I know, it was like, you know, you opening up doors, you know.
There you go.
Complimenting a woman, kissing her hand, all that.
If it's a puddle outside,
kissing her with putting on her coat,
giving her that's the shit that be in your pocket on your jacket.
Podcast. If it's a puddle outside, you lay down your jacket in front of the puddle so she could walk over it.
Hell no.
Okay, that shit was only in cartoons. I thought your ass tripping right now. That shit is only supposed to be in cartoons, bro.
Hey, Dakima, so you mean to tell me you would not appreciate a man laying his coat down so you could walk over a puddle?
No, I would not appreciate that.
That's fucked up.
I'm gonna think you on that shit.
Wait, listen. So wait a minute. Let me make sure I understand this correctly. Because you said you wouldn't appreciate it, not require it, right? But I mean, if a nigga just took his jacket off, like, damn, hold on, let me get that for you. You really wouldn't be like, you know what I'm saying? That's sweet. Let me go ahead and step this nigga's jacket into this puddle of water. So he can feel better about himself tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because chivalry makes sense, and that just doesn't.
I might 100%.
Like
I just would be like, what is he?
Exactly. Walking around with this wet ass jacket. Like, what you gonna do with the jacket?
That's what I'm saying. They can walk around a puddle. What you can't? You act like you can't walk around it. God didn't give you legs to walk around.
You just ran and take your jacket off.
Wet ass jacket.
That's a good ass point, though, bro.
Wet ass jacket into the
wall. If you can lay your jacket over that motherfucker,
I'll pick her ass up instead of laying my coat down. Fuck that.
If you can lay your jacket across that motherfucker, it might not be that big, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
or
y'all might be able to go ahead and skip over that thing.
How about my
walk your happy ass around it?
Listen, my girlfriend was out with this guy, right?
What happened, Auntie? When your girlfriend went out with this guy, what happened?
Okay. And it was chilly outside, and she had a jacket on, and he didn't. Do you know he asked her could he put on her jacket?
That's a smart man. That's how much love she got for him.
Hey, Auntie, maybe she was a little bit more insulated than what he was, so he was a little cold.
It's my ass. I never heard of that. I told her
maybe she was a hefty heifer and he was cold.
I said, did you give her the jacket?
Real shit off the top.
I was like,
Did she give him the jacket, Auntie?
She did.
Well, then she a good woman. Stop. Why you complaining about her goodness and her empathy and her love for that other man that she got?
Hey, Dikema, so hold on, Auntie. Let's ask another lady on the panel. Dikema, would you give your jacket to your date if he's a little chilly and you was not?
Absolutely not.
Oh, you crazy.
Thank you.
We ain't paying for you no food for you, man. You get no food bill. I ain't paying for nothing.
That's fucked up. You a racist.
I would give my jacket.
Hold on, y'all. Good day, my good friend. OG JC, how you feeling today?
Here come trouble. I'm telling you, here come trouble. Trouble. Hey, Auntie J.
You better not talk about this.
Auntie J, they say everybody gonna have to have a sidekick. You gonna be my sidekick?
I'll be that baby pappy.
Oh, okay, baby.
So this is what Quentin looks after 50.
Boy, you better look at my hairline. Talking about my damn hairline receding. What's wrong with you? Shit, I thought me and you were like that.
You Uncle Tom with the
Look, podcast. What you know about hitting that damn bag?
I got some hamburgers to go grill.
Man, that's gonna be a couple of these YouTube niggas' faces in just a minute, bro. I just got to get over this anxiety of flying.
Oh,
man.
okay. You gotta call me offline though, bro. It's time for us to talk.
Everybody keeps saying that. Y'all just don't
no. I ain't talking about everybody. My name ain't everybody. My name is JSP OG. Only one and only.
I don't believe
one and only.
So you know what, JSP, I want to get your perspective on it because I know you've been around simps and chivalrous men.
Yeah, I've been both.
So you actually been both.
Yeah, I might well tell the truth. Shame the devil.
You don't see Uncle Tom over there drinking Master's lemonade, do you?
On the front porch.
Delicious too.
Delicious too. I'm assuming that it is definitely a difference to you between chivalry and simping.
Yes. It's major.
And what's that difference?
Well,
when you were simping, what happened?
I lost my damn mind. When chivalry came back, I got some of it back. Not all of it, but you got some of it back. You talking about, I can't tell you the leather jackets I fucked up by trying to put them in a puddle.
Yo, hey, walk your ass around that puddle. Quit playing.
I'm telling you, man. But it's a major difference. It's a major difference. But you know what? I think the simp word is overused.
It is.
It kind of like cross intersection with a lot of bullshit that has nothing to do with simp.
Right.
I think there's expectation of, and you're in a relationship, man. If you try to let these people police your relationship and go back and try to some of that shit they be talking about, your ass really gonna be in the courtroom real fast. I'm serious.
God damn.
I'm serious.
So you think if I implement some of these men talking points that they be giving us great advice about how you're supposed to conduct with a woman, I'd probably be on the chopping block in divorce court.
No,
Hell
follow.
yeah.
And not only would you get a
you
child
lose your whole
before
home,
you, but before you even go to the court, follow their ass home and see who they got at their house. I guarantee you got a
Exactly.
goddamn boxer
Don't
dog or
you dare
something,
listen to that
German
bullshit.
Shepherd or Saint Bernard. They got something. They ain't got no damn woman in the house. Them motherfuckers sitting around waiting for these robots to come out. So they can just say, "Go in the corner, bitch, and sit down." You know, they need somebody to talk to like that. I'm just saying that's how they gonna talk to the robots. The robots ain't gonna talk back. You know what I mean? Because you know if that robot was to get some sense and hit him with a whole hand right, them motherfuckers ain't walk. It feel like Mike Tyson hit him. See, that's the thing about a robot. When you get a woman, you still woman robot. You still gonna be dealing with metal. Hey, you ain't get no sleep last night. Tell her let you get some sleep there, Uncle Tom. We can't have you on in public yawning and shit. Really? Drinking that white man lemonade.
Shut the I actually got some sleep last night.
All the thing you need now is a picket fence. Uncle Jay.
I got chain link.
Okay. Auntie Jay, did you get that wig? Somebody said you were trying to make a Michael Jackson Pepsi commercial.
Hey, I'm a blonde wig. I'm a laugh my ass off. When I see the blonde wig, boy, I know he has stepped over to the other side for real.
Damn.
They say they started playing that Michael Jackson song when it was on fire. Auntie Jay, a lot of them thought it was just effects you was using.
Yeah, it was a cigarette, really.
Yeah, you wasn't one of that shit. Uncle Jay, I know you be smoking that shit. I be seeing you sometimes. Uncle Jay, you be smoking that shit. You put your head to the side like this. When you do that, I know you smoking that shit.
And her wacky tobacco, you gonna leave.
Yeah, weed. That's what I call that shit.
Oh my goodness. So, hey, OG. So this is what flirting after 50 looks like, or what?
Damn.
No, this is what flirting after 63 means. You know, I'm gonna flirt my ass off. I don't give a damn how old I am. I'm gonna have to flirt. I mean, flirting is part of. It's almost like smiling and laughter. It gives you joy, but you don't want to be flirting with nobody for real. Like if I was like me and Auntie Jay was in our present, I wouldn't flirt with her like that because I know she's a married woman. But on these stuff right here, you know, 95% of it is just play. You know what I mean? And so I wouldn't ever say anything to offend her, offend her husband or something like that. He would look at it like, oh, that motherfucker's a comedian. He gonna say shit like that. But no, you'll know when I'm flirting. Your ears will start standing up just a little bit. Mr. Rabbit Food, your shit will start standing up because it has that effect.
I want to ask the lady: Do you take flirting the same way as OG J Speed?
What do you mean the same way as what?
Okay, explain it to us,
lady. I didn't know I had a lady on the panel.
Yes,
I'm sorry, Miss D. I don't know what that mean. That D in the middle.
Takima.
Oh, you know what that D mean?
Oh yeah, you throw that D, but I don't know what Miss D means. Everybody know what throw that D means. Miss anything over 3 syllables I can't pronounce. So you got a name it's like 3 letters in it, Miss D?
Dikima.
Okay, Dikima. All right, you know I got my GED, but I just don't have the ED part to go with it. So I have the G. All right. So when somebody
fucked up.
So when somebody flirt with you, I mean, can you tell when somebody flirting with you, young lady?
Most of the time, yes, but I travel a lot and in different places. It's very hard to tell.
Oh, okay. So which one you pick up? The people in the South, the people up in the North, or the people in the West? Because everybody has their own way of doing things. So do you pick up? Is it more easy to pick up on a certain demographic or geographic area in the United States?
I would say in the United States in general, it's pretty easy for me to tell. I was speaking of internationally.
Oh, international. So you got are you a person who travel in planes?
I travel a lot. I'm not in the United States in the moment.
Oh, okay. So the reason why I asked you that because I used to cater planes way back in the 70s. I used to work for this company called Dobb House who put the food and alcohol and stuff on the plane. So yeah, so that's the time when they was calling them stewardess. They call them flight attendants now. They gonna change that name too because I know some other shit coming around the corner.
I call them flight waiters.
That what you call it? But anyway, so when you out of the country, can you tell? Is it more easy to pick up?
No, it's less easy to pick up outside of the country.
Is it because of the language barrier or what?
No, it's not because of the language barrier. It's just they do it a lot differently. It's a lot more subtle. It's a lot more straightforward in the United States. It's a lot straightforward in the United States.
Oh, okay. So
in them countries, they just pull it out.
Go ahead. Do your thing, man.
No, you do it good. Okay, keep going, OG.
No, go ahead, do your thing. I like when you talk. You know, when I get big, I'm gonna be just like you. When I get old, I'm gonna be just like you. Go ahead and do your thing. You know.
So, Kiba, do you get married men flirting with you a lot? Well, no, let me change that. Do you think married men are more attractive than single men?
Do I think married men are more attractive than single men?
Yeah.
No. But I don't necessarily categorize the attractiveness of a man based on his marital status either.
Well, a follow-up question. Do you think married men are more confident, have more confidence than single men?
No.
They don't?
No. Wow.
You sure?
I'm very sure.
Well, see, reason I would thought it would be the opposite. You know, when you have a job, and then you go to another employer, you're trying to get another job. Usually the person who has a job already has a little more confidence, and when he goes in that office, he's a little more set into his own foundation. So when he goes there, he's probably going to ask questions. But if he was hungry, he ain't going to ask no damn question. He could just be like, can y'all just hire me? I'll do anything. That kind of shit. But the guys who got a job, who just trying to transfer to another occupation or something like that, he has a little more confidence. Now, I found out when when I was married or when I had a girlfriend, I had a lot more confidence when I approach a woman in any situation. So I guess
depending on the quality of that job or the quality of what that man has at home, though, it all plays a role. So you could be married, but what you have at home could be trash, even though you're
right. You're right, but I'm just saying. I don't
know. I think it might be more. It might be more about the fact that when you have somebody at home, the rejections outside don't bother you as much. Because
that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna be able to get some tonight, regardless.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? More than likely, assuming you're not in a sexless relationship, right? So I think that's probably the reason why. Men with women at home or married men would exude more confidence. But I don't know. If I had to quantify that, I don't think that would apply. Well, maybe it would.
In my experience, they don't.
Well, let me ask you a question. They don't. And I don't want to sound like
wait. Let's be clear. In your experience, who is they and what don't?
In my experience, married men do not exude more confidence. It's pretty much the same for men across the board. In my experience, actually, men with high IQs or high level of intellect exude more confidence.
Well, I guess.
So here's the thing, though. It's because here's the thing I would ask. When you know how they say, and I just spoke about this earlier, ironically, that sometimes. When a guy try to flirt with a girl and she don't give him no rhythm back, and then he be like, "Fuck you, then, bitch." Like, so most of those guys would be single guys, right? We're not thinking most of those type of guys is guys that have wives at home, right?
I agree with that. It's still along the lines of lack of intellect too, though.
Lack of intellect, that's what I was to say.
Okay, so in this new generation, is a little different because. Like, there's no guys like the guys in the South as when it come down to swag. They have that little country bunking like swag, and they don't give a damn what you think about how they saying it. They just go see it if they see a fine girl, whatever. I'm just telling you. When I was in military school, the ugliest guy in the military school always got probably the most prettiest women because he would approach women like a damn vacuum cleaner salesman. One turn him down, he go to the next. One turn him down, he go to the next. And this guy, he was from Alabama. And I'm telling you, he couldn't pronounce any words or spell with 2 letters in it. But he had that gift for, huh? We was first cousin.
That is so
So anyway, so I'm telling you, I think it's more than just the guy itself. I think it has something to do with where he's meeting you at, where he see you at. I mean, like I know a lot of guys. Like if you go to a nightclub, you might get that. But when you like in a store, you in the store, Southern guy go say something to you. Now I don't know. I want to sound like Colonel Sanders. I mean Kevin Sanders. But if you are you a tall woman, short woman, gorgeous? I mean, do guys get intimidated when they talk to you? Because it sounds like a lot of guys, the way you sound, it sounds like a lot of guys might be getting a little intimidated.
Wow, you picked that up, huh?
So OG, why do she sound intimidating?
Because one of the first things she said, she was speaking of intelligence and where the world I come from, intelligence has nothing to do with a gift of gab. Because he go hit on you regardless. If you a 10, if he a 5, he don't give a damn about that. Because the only thing he see you as is a woman. And see, that's the difference between the younger generation and the older generation. Because the first thing I meet a woman like it, you might like, okay, I see this. I see where she's going with this. I see how she's talking. I'm going to study you before I even come up with you, if I even was in a setting. And if I study you, when I come to you and I hear the way you talking now, I'm going to pick out a flaw within the first minute and a half of the conversation. And then I'm going to get you to thinking about me now. If it ain't but you saying who the fuck you think you are. You know what I mean? But the way I'm going to say it is going to be almost like laughable. And if you turn me down from it or you interested in the conversation, see, that's how I used to pick up my conversations all the time. Women who are beautiful always get compliments. But if I walk up to a woman and I say, you know what? You would be a damn 10 if you didn't have that little scar right there on your side of your face. I was trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out. Now listen, I was trying to figure out what was not perfect about you. And that's the only thing I see not perfect. So and see, right there, it's kind of like giving a.
Would this game actually get somebody in the door to having a conversation with you?
Not on the internet, it won't.
Right.
But we was in real time, real person. She wouldn't know. I'm telling you, there's always a way of approaching anyone. And most of the time, women who are gorgeous, intelligent, they're not even used to guys approaching them. The guys come up there fumbling and bumbling with their words and shit. Sound worse than me.
Yeah, they be too.
Sound worse than me. They don't even know how to talk. So when I come up there with that confidence and I say shit like that, first thing she gonna say that on mine, even if she, she's eloquent and she ain't gonna let it come out, she go like, who the fuck do you think he is?
And then she gonna want to find out.
And she gonna want to find out. And all the guys who don't gave her compliments all the day, she ain't remember none of their asses. She gonna remember this big old black, 6 feet tall, 6-pack, damn near brother who don't speak that way.
You shooting your shot?
No, you know I'm going to Africa. I got a whole continent I gotta fuck with. I got a whole continent I gotta fuck with, but there's a lot of single women over there.
Even that wasn't a shot, that was a smooth way of shooting a shot, just how you just doing all your little attributes.
Yeah, you see how see, God. That's why me, Auntie J, we know what's going on.
Yeah. He is funny, and some women will like it. Like if you can make us laugh, like literally, that's like 50%.
I'll tell a woman right quick, I make you laugh so much you pee on yourself. God damn. That usually get them right there.
So you must carry toilet paper with you everywhere you go.
No, most of them wear them what they call panty liners. Drip, drip, drip. They catch it.
This nigga nasty.
What you know about a panty liners?
Hey, look, can I tell you something, Auntie J? I had 11 sisters. By the time I was 9 years old, I know as much as a gynecologist or a GYN, whatever the hell they call them today. I'm telling you, I've been knowing about periods ever since I was like 4 years old.
Gynecologist. It's really simple.
Okay, no, they call them GYN. They got some old name. You know how they changed the name. Because when it was calling gynecologist, it was mostly men. You remember? It was mostly men. Now they got this other. But yeah, so Auntie J, I know about the hygiene of a woman. This is what I said last night. A woman can't be with me if she ain't sitting in the bathtub sometime. She got at least do it twice a week. You ain't taking no shower with me 7 days a week. Cause water don't run up hills, Auntie J.
Oh shit.
No, it don't. You gotta split your ass open.
Yeah, you gotta put your ass in that water. I'm telling you right quick.
You gotta split your ass open.
In there wallowing in the dirt, man.
No, what I'm trying to say is, man, there's certain
first
things.
You gotta shower first, then she
No. You take a bath first and you shower last.
Right.
You soften up the skin and the dead cells of your skin, right? And then when you take a shower, you brush your body.
I understand.
Well, I understand. Look. Let me tell you something, Uncle Tom. You don't have that problem. You know, you got a white woman. You don't even get dirty.
You know what I'm saying?
Y'all are insane. Y'all are insane.
You know, he got benefits. There's benefits in every situation. He's got benefits. He could drink lemonade on the front porch and don't even have a picket fence.
That's why my shit called the porch session.
That's what I was saying. But Miss D, if I met you in person, I wouldn't care if you look like the most beautiful woman in the world. There's nothing you could do to intimidate me because my sister trained me very well before I left the house. I understand women sometimes better than they understand themselves by having 11 different ones I could look at.
Uncle Tom, you like me, you can't hide what you really thinking in your body language.
Yeah, I know. I see him over there. Shit, you think I ain't checking him out too? I checking his ass out over there.
But at the same time, I don't think she's trying to be intimidating.
No. See, that's what the problem is. Women don't try. They just who they are. See, they don't be trying. But see, sometimes, let me just put it this way. Sometimes, I'm not speaking on you, Miss D. Sometimes men in general get intelligence mixed up with beauty.
No,
and that's
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that? Like that's a damn lie. If you don't believe that. What makes a guy scared then? What makes him scared?
Just because a motherfucker pretty don't make them intelligent at all.
This is my point. You're making my point. I said sometimes guys get beauty and intelligence mixed up.
Oh, okay. If you said that,
that's why they go and be fumbling and bumbling with their words when they get to a woman who's real beautiful because they thinking she's beyond them.
Hold on. Hey, Uncle Tom, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. If a motherfucker ever tell me that you snuck them, I'm gonna be like, nigga, you lying. If they ever say, no, bro, he snuck me, bro, I'm gonna be like, nigga, you lying. How you know I'm lying? Because that nigga cannot hide his intentions.
He can't.
I'll let you know.
His face.
I tell my kids, I give warning shots before I do something.
Hey, Uncle Tom.
That shit is crazy.
Hey, Uncle Tom.
I know everything you think.
Yeah, Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom. I read people at the poker table. Just like like the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I read them, scripture by scripture.
That's how you play poker for real, though.
Yeah, I don't play the cards. I play the player.
Well, that's why you're supposed to play poker, bro.
And shout out to everybody that's texting me. If you want to join the panel, you just hit the link at the top of the chat. It's pinned to the top of the chat. You hit the link, and you can. All right,
now I gotta stream. Now I gotta stream y'all bully. Ain't nobody else coming up on this link, nigga. My link, punk. It's my link, punk. Beat them down, I beat you down too.
See, Auntie J, she was a bad woman back in the day. She used to whoop a man's ass. All right.
No, she didn't. No, she did. She thought she did.
Auntie J is 5'11", 220. She used to whoop men's ass. Everybody else 5'7" and below.
Yeah, there you go. You got to.
Wait a minute, in my younger days, I was 150, 145.
How tall are you, Auntie J?
You ain't whooping no one ass at no 150.
Hey, Auntie J, how tall was you?
Goddamn 14.
I said slapping their asses. Yes, I did.
There's a difference. There's a difference.
Power bomb so many damn women who thought that shit. Put your hands on me.
Auntie J, how tall you are?
I didn't meet you though.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Person like me.
I'm 5'11" and a half.
Oh Lord, have you was a stallion, Auntie. Lord have mercy.
I weigh 198.
Shoot, my father had to climb a ladder just to kiss you. He was 4'11".
Ew, what up?
Oh Lord have mercy.
Hey,
That's that rapper.
Let's all introduce
is that
JB.
rapper? Hey JB.
Brother for joining the stream. I appreciate
That's
you.
my baby right there.
I'm glad you came, JB. I'm glad
so
you came.
glad you came.
I found out for a whole week you didn't love me, bro. We've been saying we love each other on the sites, and when we get on there, you mad at me, J Speed? No, I love you, JB. You love me, JB? Yeah, I love you too. Not one time your ass got me out of jail. Not one goddamn time. You didn't even answer the telephone call.
I would have got you out, but I didn't know I had that much money left, so I would have got you out.
He was JB was getting everybody out of jail. He looked at J Speed like fuck J Speed.
Nah, OG, see the way my checking and my savings is set up.
Yeah.
Out of money.
See how the poor mouth come out when it come for a real brother. Right on.
Hey,
right, I got
you. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna be honest with you, right? A couple of times when you got kicked off, I wasn't mad at him.
JB, I done told you one time and I done told you 2 times. If I see 15 people jumping on you, I'll make the 16. Just on GP, bro.
But
I know you don't love.
I got you next time. I got you.
You know what? I know how to make them. I know how to make them keep me on now. I know how to. Hey, JB. I know how to make them keep me on now.
Oh shit!
Only thing you have to do is start talking about hell. Their ass don't want to die. You start talking about hell, they ain't gonna keep your ass up there.
That is your domain,
JB, I want to ask JB. He just joined, so I want to get his thoughts out there. Do you believe simping and chivalry are the same?
Absolutely not.
And why not?
I think the simping thing is people overdo it with the simping thing. I think there's like simp behaviors. Like there's I don't even like using these terms, to be honest with you, but I think there's definitely like simping behaviors, but I don't think like the way that people try to make it seem like everything is simping to me is crazy. Like I'll give you an example, right? So there are dudes in this space that subscribe to the idea that you should never validate a woman, right? And now I can understand if you're just dealing with bust downs and chicks you don't care for, never validate. But if you're telling me you're gonna be in a committed relationship with a woman, she gonna be your wife, all of that, and you never gonna validate your own woman, that's crazy. Like to me, that's crazy. Why would you be with a woman that you don't feel comfortable validating? You know what I'm saying? So that's where I think a lot of times like people take these positions to an extreme, and they don't really apply any nuance to it, because I think we do need that nuance. Like at the end of the day, if we take the validation example, like I said, like for example, for me, I have a rule, right? It's just my rule. I don't force anybody to do anything, but any woman I'm with, she can't be on social media, right?
God damn.
That's my rule.
At all?
At all. Like no social media. All right. So that's my rule.
Not even a private one, where she could just use it for
no social media. None. And I mean, maybe like if there's a reason why she might need one, I can approve of it, but no social media.
Agree with him.
What do you consider social media? Because isn't your girl on YouTube?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I approve of YouTube. That's why she's on there.
All right, that's why I was just wondering.
That's why she's on there. Like I'm cool with her being on YouTube, but I'm saying like anything I don't approve of, she can't be on it. Now I'm not gonna force your hand and say you got to do this. I'm just saying that's the standard of being with me, right?
Right.
Now let's say now I make because of me, she goes and she deletes all her social media, and then on top of that, I'm like, but I'm never gonna validate you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? That makes no sense, because a big part of what they get from social media is the validation. Right? So if you take her away from that, then you got to be providing her an alternative to that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So I just think a lot of times there's no balance like in a lot of those conversations.
Awesome.
Miss D, I put that younger picture for you.
That's some great insight. Oh damn, he just dropped. God damn it. He probably driving. So
who was that?
That was a panelist. His name is Yusuf. But he driving.
Hey, but JB, that's why I say full treatment and don't let her talk to nobody. She ain't got no phone privileges either. I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh,
this is
man.
one thing I will say though, right? I will say this, and hopefully it's okay for me to speak directly to you, JB. I know you and I got beef, but I actually believe you when you say that. See, a lot of people say shit on here, and I don't be believing that shit. But I actually believe him when he say that, because he's at an age where he can say that and he can back it up with evidence. You know what I'm saying? Well, a lot of people, they at an age where it's just like, oh, you could say this and you could say this how it was, but there's no actual evidence to say that that's how you lived or how you living now. You know what I'm saying? And it just don't make sense, especially when we didn't even come from these niggas in their 40s and 50s. Like, we didn't even have social media like that when we was younger. We was outside. So unless you said I was forbidding my girl to go on other porches,
Right.
then maybe then I'd be like, okay, I get what you're saying, right? But because I do understand that social media can be a problem, bro. I really do. I really can. But we talked about this on Security Boss Show yesterday, and I said I still think, even if you just say 51% to 49%, I still think the good outweighs the bad. I've learned more good from being on specifically YouTube, being on YouTube than the bad, bro. I could say that.
Well, you're a special case there, little Pat Cash.
I know, because
not everybody has to come up that angle. Because I mean, if you really think about what you just said, that okay, take the average person now who has a smartphone in their pocket, and ask them how many numbers can they remember. Now, if that smartphone is making you forget numbers, what you think this social media is making you do?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know.
I agree with OG. I agree with OG.
Off the top of my head, I know my lady and my mama. That's probably better.
But see, there's more. If we take it away from even just the basic like relationship stuff, I think social media does harm in a number of other ways that we don't think about. I'll give you an example, right?
Okay.
I took a trip with my girl, right? We took a trip and we like a road trip, right? And it's like the entire time we were just enjoying, you know what I'm saying, our little vacation and whatnot. And we basically only took a picture at the end of it, you know what I'm saying? Because we were on a mountain and it was nice. It was a great view, you know what I'm saying? We took, some pictures and whatnot, but we were spending the time enjoying each other. But these days, because of social media, you like a lot of folks, they would have spent most of that time finding the right angle and the right this and the right that. And to me, I fucking hate that. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand how much I hate this, bro. Even when I was dating, right? And then you take a chick out and you take her out for dinner or something, and it's like she's sitting at the table with the phone in her hand. Bro, you know how many times I wanted to smack that phone off a chick's hand, bro? Like, this shit is annoying. Like, I'm not here to watch you be on your phone. I'm not here to watch you be on your phone. So to me, social media makes it so that people cannot enjoy like the moment. You know what I'm saying? You go to a concert,
distraction.
I can't. You will not find me at a concert like anymore these days, right? Because you go to a concert, what do you see? Fucking phones everywhere. No one's actually enjoying the star that you came for. Like, you came for this star, everybody's just on their phones. So for me, that's why I really despise social media, because I think it's a net negative on society, in my opinion.
And the last 6 dates I've been on, damn boy, it's kind of hard to call you that name because you're a good brother. But this is the last 6 dates I've been on. This is my rule: you can't bring a cellular phone. You got to leave the shit in the car, at your house, whatever, because I'm not gonna have that distraction. And I think guys got to start laying down in a room. People say, "Well, what happens in America?" An emergency.
Mm-hmm.
And I say to myself is, motherfucker, I was born when you had to climb a pole to use a phone. What the fuck you mean? What about it? Everybody else had one? That's the way Prince said it.
Well, no,
what I'm just saying, everybody has a cellular phone. So if your emergency come out, the average person walking down the street go have one. The person in the car go have one. Yeah. So why we need to distract this time we supposed to be trying to get to know each other? That's why I don't go to the movies on the first or second date, because you ain't learning shit about that person. I need intimate conversations.
I agree 100%. That's why I speak about marriage and nothing else, because this dating shit. I'm gonna be really honest. I go out once a week with the family. We go out once a week on Friday to go do it family. Yeah, I don't like phones then, but other than that, I really don't care about losing phone. My wife got to get on where the hell she want to get on. I don't give two shits no more. That shit
Shit, me
played
and
out.
my wife had the same number. I don't play that shit.
Oh, you crazy as fuck.
No, I'm crazy. I came up in a generation that there was one phone in the house. Everybody fucking called that one number.
The same shit.
Okay, so what I'm just saying is, what is the problem for y'all to have the same number?
Wait.
What is the problem?
Here's the thing.
I got other shit going on. I don't need to have the same number.
But it comes up different rings.
OG, my thing is, as long as Uncle Tom is cool with it, that's fine.
Yeah, that's cool.
Again, I think it's the standard, right? Like I had a similar rule to what it sounds like you said, OG, because I came to a point where I got so tired of like females doing this shit that I had a rule. I'm gonna mention it to you one time. If I'm on a date with you and you pull out the phone, I'm gonna tell you one time, please put the phone away. The second time you pull that joint out, I am literally getting up and I'm walking out. And you'd be surprised like how many times women will get in their feelings because they didn't really think I was gonna get up and walk out. Like they didn't think I was gonna do it. And I'm gonna get the fuck up and walk out because I'm not here to see you be on your phone. I'm not paying for this meal so that you can take pictures of it and post it on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? That's not why I'm here. So, but that's what a lot of them, they go to these dates and whatnot because they're just trying to, you know what I'm saying, add more pictures to their IG. I'm not here for that.
Even my daughter. I took my daughter out for her birthday. Her sister calls us and interrupting her birthday. It's a half sister. And I'm saying, like, she was on the phone like 5 or 6 minutes. I'm like, would you put the phone up? And she go ask my daughter, why is your dad asking you to put the phone up while we're talking? I'm saying, because we're at a fucking restaurant and we're enjoying ourselves. If you wanted to come, you was invited. So why are you trying to distract her from what she's doing? See, these phones, man, I'm telling you, they're good and they're bad. But I see the worst of it. I'm serious. I see the worst of it.
Me and my wife, that's one of the problems that we have, that we enjoy our time together too much, that we never actually take pictures of the things that we actually doing, because they will be dope pictures, but we so in the moment that we forget to pull our phones out and actually take pictures. And sometimes it's a bad thing because, a year from later, you might not see that person again. And you're like, damn, I wish I'd have took that picture if they pass or something like that. So that's the only bad thing about it. However, it is much better to just be in the moment and enjoy the people that you are around.
Y'all can't leave your phones in the car or something?
Bro, hold on. I got a question. And this is off subject, but I'm sorry, Sharon. I feel like you might know. Bro, how the fuck do you explain YouTube taking the ad from your video and paying somebody because you use 60 seconds of a clip when you did a 4-hour video?
That is insane.
Is there any room we can get in and have a conversation with them about this, or no? It's just something we got to deal with. Dame shaking his head. I'm gonna take your word for it. You like
copyrights? What did you show? What did you show?
The video when them niggas was trying to press the baby, telling him he needed to get a permission slip to shoot a video in the neighborhood.
Oh damn, that's an old ass video clip too. So what they saying, they own that video and now they own your whole 4 hours?
Yes.
That video
did you review the video?
Yeah, just showing them how them niggas was trying to tell him on that dumb shit, that tap in, dumb check in, dumb shit them niggas be doing.
Can't you edit it and take it out? You can edit it and take it out.
The new editor lets you take it out. The new editor that YouTube got now lets you go straight to that spot and take it out.
It does, but it affects the integrity of the video for me.
Yeah, but it makes your pockets more fatter though.
I think the only thing you can do is
it's only about 17 cents, but still, it's
your shit.
It's my 17 cents. You know what I'm saying?
Collect your coins. You was insane.
Yeah. What I'm saying, for 60 seconds,
all the podcast, I send you 17 cents, bro. Why should I send it at?
Thank
you. we're break even.
We're about to do a GoFundMe.
Right, keep doing what you're doing, bro. Don't use that video. These people are playing games.
Crowd surface this. Crowdfund this.
Yeah, we'll start one up for you, little podcast. I'm glad to see you back, bro. I'm glad to see you back.
Yeah,
I'm glad that all of y'all showed me love. I really appreciate it. Like, this is pretty dope. Because
Nah,
since
bro,
Jay
you
Bills
just
would never
have to
even,
beginning too before they
especially
started
since Jay Bills
pissing
would
me
never
off,
answer
man.
my email, I'm surprised that he showed me so much love. I really appreciate.
Wait, you sent me an email?
Hell yeah, I sent you an email.
Oh, my bad, bro. Listen, I'm actually terrible at this, so that's
I understand
my bad.
that
My bad,
because
bro.
I'm horrible at those things as well. To be
Hey,
honest,
how
with
many
My
shows
wife
have
is
you
not
done?
taking mine. This is only my second show.
Second show.
Shit,
We got look, we got him 21 new subscribers in his first show. I pushed that shit like I was selling goddamn icicles goddamn in hell.
Nigga dumb, man. I cannot stand his ass.
Oh shit. But I want to end the show because I don't want to have marathons just yet. All y'all want to keep this conversation going. You want to keep it going?
Sharon, you should have told. Damn, I feel bad. That was.
Yeah, that was about 2 weeks.
That was like a week ago, man. Yeah. My bad, bro. My bad, man.
You see?
Don't worry about it, JB. I didn't even get an email. I just showed up.
Yeah, I just wanted your insight because like I was explaining to you before, like I'm doing my best to transition my life to a cyber life instead of physically doing the work that I'm doing. So I'm actively working on that. So, and I know you got great insight on that. So any insight on the direction, you know what I mean? It'd be much appreciated.
JB is the expert on that. He got a couple people out there that he really helped with, studios, electronics, or how to use softwares like OBS. When you learn how to use OBS, there's other stuff out there too, but I prefer OBS because now you can go straight from OBS. So JB can probably give you some back check on a lot of the stuff that you can do for your graphics and stuff like that. And when it comes down to it, I ain't no sucker when it comes to this shit. I built my first computer in 1993.
Well, drop your number in there so I could contact you, JB, in the back chat.
Yeah.
Hey, Prism is just as good as OBS because they got some of the same makers, but it's a new version of it.
OG, we know you're like what, like a century old or something like that.
I'm like 7. I'm
like
going
OG,
to close
OG
to
be
7.
like OG be like back in the 30s. We used to.
You know what? I didn't ask you a question, Jonathan. I didn't ask you this question. Do you think it's more good people or bad people in the world today?
There's absolutely more good people in the world. I think there's absolutely more good people. It's just that society tends to like put more attention, the spotlight on the bad people. And unfortunately, also, that's the number one thing. The secondary thing is that the bad people end up affecting the good people in a way that pollutes, or at least makes it appear to pollute the rest. And to be less vague about that, let's say, for example, we're talking about like racism, right? I think anybody could acknowledge like there's some racist white folks out there. You know what I'm saying? That's just, to me, that's not even something that is worth debating, right? But in the same vein, like somebody will look at white folks in general and say, oh, they're racist. But it's like, I'm around white folks all the time that are literally looking out for me, trying to make sure I'm good, right? So it would be crazy for me to just immediately look at this person that has nothing to do with what these other folks are doing, right? And you know what I'm saying, and judge them with that. And you realize most of if we're being honest, most of those, most of what you'll encounter are going to be those people that are, you know what I'm saying, at worst are just being neutral, and at best are trying to actually help you. Right, that's most of what you're going to encounter. The least is the people that have are KKK members and shit. Right, so that's an example of that. Another example of that of the second part, which is the part that when I say like, even if it's a minority, they still end up polluting the rest. It's like when you think about whether it's police, brutality, or like the stuff that gangbangers, what they do to to other gangbangers and also the rest of the community. It's like, yes, they're minority. You know what I'm saying? That's obvious, they're minority. Most black people ain't harming people. Most police officers ain't harming people, right? But their actions end up having an effect that is because there are some bad cops out there, they do make the rest of cops just look bad, right? Because especially when other cops feel like they have to defend them. Right, because now they're put in a position where they have to defend that. Or, black people, it's like when the gangbanger is constantly harming other black people, right? It's like, yeah, we know most black people ain't doing this, but because those gangbangers, as much of even though they're a minority, right? They end up impacting the rest of the population in a way where you cannot ignore it. You see what I'm saying? So that's the nuance with it. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, most people out there, man, they just good people. Most people out there, good people trying to live their lives. Most people trying to survive. Like, and just one more point. I know I'd be long-winded, but I think for me,
that's an understatement, JB.
I know you can hold your breath for a long time.
I accept that I'm long-winded, but I do want to make this point, right? I think this is why, you know, I realized like when I was on the left and in my shift from the left to more conservative, one of the best things that's happened to me is being able to not look at the world from the lens of like this very negative lens, because that's what being a lot of leftist ideology, that's what it does to you. It makes you look at the world from a very negative lens. Everybody's out to get you and whatnot. And it actually makes you miserable, whether you want to admit it or not. Like in hindsight, you look back and like, damn, I was miserable. Whereas when you look at the world from the lens of like, yeah, you're realistic with yourself, but at the same time, you know, I'm not looking at every white person I encounter like they're going to do something to me, right? And because of that, I just get better results. I get better results because my energy is different when I approach them, because they don't see me as somebody who sees them as an enemy. Whereas if they immediately think, oh, this person might think I'm going to do something, or I'm a Karen or whatever, then you're going to get different results. So this could be a much longer conversation, but
it also depends on who you surround yourself with, because that's the biggest thing. If you surround yourself with debauchery, that's what's going to be in your life at all times.
So do you think what you just said is for everything in your life? So kids, family, wife, daughters, sons, like what you're saying, that whole positive mentality is going to just bring positivity in every aspect of your life?
In a way, yes, because even in the cases where it doesn't apply, what I do is I switch it on myself. So I apply what I consider like extreme accountability to myself. So what I mean by that is like in scenarios where I cannot just look at it positively, then I turn it on myself. Well, I'll give you a practical example. Dating, right? We know like a lot of these women out here, we talk about this all the time and the way they behave, the ratchetness and whatnot. So when I go out there and I see that a lot of the behavior, most of the behavior seems to be the negative, right? It's hard for me to have a positive view on it, right? So instead, what I do is I switch it on myself and I change my perspective in terms of, okay, who do I even give my attention to, right? Who do I allow into my space, right? Who do I like? And that's why for me, like, you know, half these ratchet chicks, in my eyes, they're invisible. Like, I don't even see you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And it sounds arrogant, but it's like, I don't even see you, because by me not seeing you, I don't have to be concerned about, you know what I'm saying, how you're moving. You get what I'm saying? So that's kind of how I look at it. It's like the aspect.
So Truth, you agree with that, Truth?
Yeah, that last part, not the first initial part, but the last part where you just ignore, like you don't even bother with them motherfuckers at all. Yes, I totally agree with that shit.
So if that makes them invisible, so would you agree, Truth, that once you make those women invisible, the good woman, the wife type of women are more visible?
They are.
Yeah, it's more visible, but you still have to find that person. That doesn't mean that. See, you taking it as literally like him saying that, okay, if it's 100 bad motherfuckers out here, and then there's 10 good women out here, that automatically the 90 is just going to disappear. No, you still
that's what
have.
You just said.
No, that's not. See,
I think Truth is right. I think Truth is right. I'm not saying it in the literal sense, because they're still there, right? So like if you're dating, you're still gonna end up. I think, okay, let me clarify, right? Because
JB, I'm not saying that you're gonna start walking into them because like, oh shit, you was invisible, I didn't see you. We understand that they still there, you can see them, blah blah blah. But what you're saying by invisible,
you still have to filter through them, right?
So what I understand by when you say invisible, right, is that when you walking down the street, you say hello to her, and whatever her response is, you could visibly see this is not the woman that you trying to find, and then you're like, okay, I know who she is, and then you keep it pushing after that. It doesn't really go past hello, how you doing, and
well, yeah, sometimes it's that visible, but sometimes it takes, unfortunately, man. Sometimes it takes you taking a chick out on a date and you realize, damn, like the moment she opens, it might take you taking her out on a date to realize the moment she opened up her mouth, you're like, damn, why did I even take you out? Like, you would look better to me when I did not hear you speaking. And the moment I heard you open your mouth and you started speaking, immediately I just crossed her off in my head. Now the moment I crossed her off in my head, you're invisible to me, right?
Yeah, now it's exactly.
So Dakima, I got a question for you. You and your homegirls, do you agree with the statement that these two gentlemen just said?
The statement that about once they open their mouths.
Yeah, you could tell that they are for the streets. Because pretty much they saying that. So when you first see them, they can have this whole professionalism about them. They look like they good, wholesome people. But after you get a drink or two in them, you on a date, and now they let their guard down, and now the representative is gone, and now the true them is there.
Mm-hmm.
How often does that happen? Do you think that's most of your friends, or just a few of your friends, or a few of the women that you encounter? I should say.
You going to ask her that question for real?
I just did.
You expect an honest answer?
Yes, I was gonna say. Oh yeah, most of my friends.
Hold on. Let her answer, and then we.
Sharon, this is why we call you a simp.
We gotta let her answer first, and then we could dissect if it was some fuckery or not.
Okay, so truth be told, my circle is extremely small because I do believe that too many people fit into the category of not worth having a conversation with. But it's not just women. It's many men as well. So yeah, actually, I do agree with them that some women look very professional. They look very, very beautiful, well kept, clean, neat, and then they speak, and it's like, So yeah, I agree with them 100%.
Let me ask you this question, the Kima.
I guess you surprised both of them.
Since you say that a lot of people are not worth having a conversation with, right?
Correct.
Do you find that the people who are not worthy of having a conversation with know that they're not worthy of having a conversation with?
Absolutely not, unfortunately, because there is knowledge in knowing what you don't know.
Correct. Yes.
Those are people who got the most to say.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, on the female side, the funniest thing be like when it's like a good looking female, right? Because she's so used to men, you know what I'm saying, just giving her this great validation about herself, right? Mm-hmm. And you realize this, to me, in my opinion, and I wonder about any other men that live in Atlanta, there's an epidemic of these types of females in Atlanta, right? Where they look good, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot. And, you know, maybe they got a fat ass or whatever, right? All the things that men want. And then you take her out and you realize, yo, she's a whole airhead. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you actually you start talking to her, and within 5 minutes, I'm like, yo, like, my dick could have been hard and my dick just went soft. Like, from 5 minutes of talking to you, I'm just like, I'm trying to figure out how to get out of this date right now.
Yo, he's speaking so much facts right now.
I'm trying to figure out how do I get out of this date right now, right?
Go ahead, Nikita. She got
some dudes will be looking from afar. Some dudes will be looking from afar, and they're like thinking, "Oh man, that's a baddie." And I'm like,
"Hey, Jay Bizzle, it sounds like she got a question for you." Go ahead,
Nikita. And I got a question.
I do. My question is, on any of those occurrences, have you ever verbally told the woman in any kind of form or fashion, even if it was in the best possible way, that she's an airhead? Did you tell her? Any of them? Did you communicate
I have a curse.
I said it in the bag.
I have a curse, and it's probably not a good thing sometimes because I end up with paragraphs after the fact. Yeah, whatever I'm feeling in the moment, I say it, and you know, people get in their feelings. Yes.
Okay,
I might not say airhead, but we might be talking about a topic, right? Like I might bring up a topic just for conversation. And I realized, like, to me, something that should just be like, you know, basic knowledge. You don't got it, and I'll look at her like she's stupid, and then I might not even realize it until like maybe like a few seconds later, like, damn, I really just gave, like, she could clearly tell I think she's stupid right now, right?
Yeah. Like this conversation is like watching TV.
So you say you have no face?
You know, you think they stupid when they realize that you think they're stupid, they're coming after your ass then.
And you usually start from the belt on down. And look, I'll give you a prime example. What maybe not what JB.
Let her finish because you know us men voices.
I thought she had a question for JB, and she asked.
She had another follow up. She was trying to.
Okay, go ahead, Decon.
So JB, what I was my thought was kudos to you because it really is the fault of a lot of men for validating women just based on how she looks. Yes. Number one, and nothing else. And B, not being honest about what beautiful women are lacking.
Yes.
They need to know. So that's why I asked you that question.
I think that's
and on the flip side, let me just say this real quick. On the flip side, I've also had interactions with women who you would say are not like that attractive, but then from actually talking to her, I'm like, yo, like because of her intellect, and it's as rare as it is. I'll be honest, it has happened where like because of how smart she is, I mean the chick don't look good, but it's like I actually enjoy her company. You know what I'm saying? I like talking to her.
You will keep
I've had those, and it's a very interesting dynamic because maybe, and I hate these terms. I know there's a term called sapiosexual. I think a lot of these terms are fake, fake science. But maybe that's what it is, like because
what is that, JP? Before you move forward, what is a sapiosexual?
Oh, a sapiosexual.
Oh wow, I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that comment. That's crazy.
Sexually aroused by
like attracted to intellect,
aroused by intelligence.
Yeah. I didn't even see this comment when I said that.
That's,
so that's
my
crazy.
thing right there.
So I was
sexually.
So I think there are times where like just by her talking, even though initially I'm looking at her like, damn, like she don't look good, right? But just by talking to her, you actually become attracted. I don't know how to explain that. I don't know how else to explain that. Like you actually become attracted.
Everybody don't experience that, JB. They won't tell you the truth, but a lot of people have experienced that.
That's exactly how I function.
Yeah.
Sharon, up there, I can't.
Sharon, I just Googled it. It says sapiosexual is a woman who has sex with men who are Sagittarius only.
Yeah, okay. I think he just shot a shot.
Oh,
you just shot your shot. Okay, you shot your shot. I give you. Hey, look, hey, little podcast. I give you that. You did that one. You did that one. But Sean, I want to say something.
Okay, go ahead, Jay, speak. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, I want to say something.
For a while now.
See, and then somebody will be listening to JB rap now and then say, "Well, you didn't vet her right. You know what I mean? How did you get out on the date?" And then you have to come up with scenarios. Like if you go in the office, all right, you got this beautiful lady in the office. She's comfortable in her own setting, right? She's floating around the office. I mean, she's snapping back at you, she's giving you good conversation and everything because she's comfortable in that setting. You know what I'm saying? That's her football field. But when you do get out to a date where she get it one-on-one, that's how you can end up. Like you slip that number, she give you her number, y'all get, and then y'all set up a date. And then that's when you find the real her. She's not comfortable being one-on-one. She's not comfortable outside of that setting, being in and out of office. And I have run into a lot of women like that, especially like on sets. You go on sets, you be talking to some of these women, and they be like, they know I'm doing this, and they get to talking, and you be like, damn, this girl, she's really got it going on, right? And then you get that one-on-one at that dinner setting or the park or walking, and you be like, damn, this is almost like watching paint dry. This damn conversation is just as dumb as hell. You know what I mean? And I tell guys just like I told when I meet women, if something wrong with you, I'm gonna call it out like, we really ain't, this just, you know what? I enjoyed the time that we had together, and it lets me know that we can't have another time together. See, I'm straightforward like
not that much.
It's like, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. But not that much, and I let her down, and you usually get cussed out. You know what I mean? I just got my hair, my shit, my nails and stuff, and I come out with your bullshit ass. You gonna get that from some, but then what you just said was right. So you just keep moving. So
hey, Dave, it looked like you wanted to add something to this conversation that we was having.
Nah. I'm just enjoying hearing what the brothers got to say and stuff. It's just all good. I'll get in when I fit in. You know me.
Okay. So Jay Bills, I got a question for you. Do you have a who said
Sharon, you just gonna skip over me? Okay.
Yeah, what you said? I'm sorry. Because I can't see you talking. You're not on screen.
So no, I see how it go now. I see what it is now.
Go ahead, podcast. What you were saying?
Go ahead, little podcast.
You only want people with 3,000 subscribers to speak. Go ahead.
Well, he should have shut my ass up a long time ago.
Nobody on this panel. Maybe JB.
Dave sitting over there looking like my business hours are 9 to 5.
I'm red.
Yeah. What you got that frosty linen on for, man? What is this frost shit you got going?
No, you know what I wanted to ask?
A little blurry is what he's saying there.
That what it is?
I don't know.
I thought he was trying to put some frost on it.
It's
No,
blurry.
you got some frost going on. Something. You know how they
On
just be
your
taking them
camera.
pictures. Yeah.
On your
Oh, shit,
camera. it's a
internet.
Oh
frost.
yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, it's blurry
Okay,
a little
podcast.
bit.
What you were saying, podcast?
That's that light skin internet. Hey, Dakeem, what I wanted to ask you a question. I'm not sure if you can answer it, but if you can, that would be great. Would you say that men who women value based on their resources appreciate that value?
Do the women appreciate the value of
No.
man?
Do the men who women are really attracted to their ability to provide resources? Would you say that those men they appreciate being valued based on that?
Do women appreciate? Do the men appreciate the women valuing them for that reason?
Yes.
I would say that my thoughts on that is the man would probably appreciate that she sees his efforts and his drive and his ambition and what he's able to accomplish because of all of those things, not necessarily the provision of things themselves.
See, the reason why I have conflict with their response though is because not every man with vision and drive is successful, right? Not every man with vision and drive is actually able to reach a certain level of financial resources to be able to provide in the way that women want. So it's
Correct.
like I'm talking about specifically the ones that got it. But this is the reason why the women want them. It ain't because the man is attractive, or because he's 6 feet, or because he got swag, or just the awesome personality. You know what I'm saying? Or they just find him sexy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's really just because he can do something for them. Have you found, or do you think men in general, where that's the case, like they're okay with that? Because I see a lot of people making it seem like they should be okay with that. I never really been in that position myself. I don't never want to be in that position, but I just don't know if I can believe that they are.
I don't think they're okay with it, because I believe that as humans, we do naturally feel for a connection that's far deeper than that from human beings around. Yep. And just appreciating someone for what they can provide physically or financially is very surface level. It's very
I think y'all are wrong on that. I think it depends on socioeconomic level, right? Because if you, and I mean, this is why it's good when you know people of different tax brackets, like all the way to the tens of millions and whatnot, because you realize the mindsets change. Men's mindsets shift as they make more money, as they have more resources. And at some point as a man, you start realizing that these fantasies of a woman appreciating you and all these, like what you're saying is surface level. I look at most of the stuff, the Disney stuff, at surface level, right? Because you start realizing it's not your reality. Like most of these, even if we take celebrities, right, as an example, most of these celebrities are not really looking for a woman to love them, because they know just for a fact that the overwhelming majority of women that they encounter will already know at some level where they're at socioeconomically, right? Socioeconomic status wise. So they already know that. And unless they're lying to themselves, right? Men, generally speaking, are realists. And so the more money you make, the more resources you have access to, the more you start accepting that relationships are mostly transactional. It is just what it is. Relationships are mostly transactional. Jeff Bezos is not going to look at relationships the way that I look at it, right? And as realistic as I am, he's not going to look at relationships the way I look at it, because he's fucking Jeff Bezos, right? Jeff Bezos knows the average woman that he will ever encounter. Yes, there might be some exception woman out there that just loves Jeff Bezos because of his smile or some other bullshit, but he knows most women he encounters will know that he is Jeff Bezos, and they want him because of what he's able to provide them. He's able to provide them with a different level of lifestyle and power that they've never encountered. So I think there's levels to this, is what I'm saying. The level, like the men at the lower end of the socioeconomic ladder, they may be more. And when I say lower end, it could still be six figures. Like a man that's making 100K, right? Maybe he still wants a woman to care for him and appreciate him and all that. But once that man starts making $1 million, once he gets to $10 million, his view will over time change and shift, because they will realize, okay, I just need to get the best out of this. That's why if you have those types of friends, when you talk to them about relationships, you realize like they make the most out of their relationships, because they try to make sure, okay, I know she's in this for some kind of transactional value. Let me make sure I get the most out of this myself. That's why
they're comfortable with
Leonardo DiCaprio. He has no problem dumping a chick after 25 because he's getting his value. At the same time, he has no problem buying them bags and all the shit that he knows they're gonna want from him, right? But he's also making sure he gets the value that he wants to get out of them.
I 100%.
Those men have no problem setting the tone of the relationship. Yeah, I think
I want to add something on to that.
Hold on, she wanted to rebuttal. Go ahead, Dakima.
No, she said she agreed.
Agree with what JB just described. However, I feel like it lacks. It doesn't take account for situations in which there are women who literally don't need anything of any financial provision from anyone. So if Jeff Bezos is in a relationship with a woman who is in need of nothing or has money of her own, a large amount of money of her own, so what? I don't get how
Dakima,
that's such a small percentage.
Yeah,
it's not even about the percentage. Hold up,
Jeff Bezos could get. Hold on, let me say. Jeff Bezos could get with a woman that's making $2 billion a year, $2 million a year, and he's still going to set the tone of how that relationship is going to proceed. And if he said, "I need you to quit that $2 million a year," a good majority will be like, "I will acquiesce to what you need," because the greater the sum, what you can bring to me is greater than what I can probably bring for myself. It doesn't matter. I think there's. Let's get away from Jeff Bezos because that's some far off kind of but a lot of women, a lot of women that are making good money will acquiesce to men who are making significantly double what they're making because they just see the benefit of, they see that the benefit of it is greater than what they can provide for themselves.
But it's not even that. No. There's a part that, respectfully, Dakima, that's some bullshit. All right, let me tell you why. Even if you've dated, well, you're a woman, so you wouldn't know this, right? But if you date women who actually make money, all right, guess what? She makes the bread. She can go buy that bag herself, but you know who she wants to buy the bag for her? She wants JB to buy the bag for her. Okay, she got the money to buy the bag, but she still wants me to buy it. All right, so it's not about you making it about need and whatnot. It doesn't a woman's mindset. What I've realized, a woman's mindset does not change whether she makes money or not, which is why I don't give a fuck about her money, because it does not change, because she still wants the same shit. The woman that's making 100K and the woman that's flipping burgers at McDonald's, they want the same thing. They want the same thing. When y'all talk about it, this is why, respectfully, I don't listen to women when it comes to relationships, because y'all don't be telling the truth. When y'all talk about, you make it about needs and whatnot. Reality is that it doesn't matter if she already got the bread. She already bought herself that Benz or that Range Rover, whatever. When she gets in that relationship with a man that's making a lot of money, she still wants him to take care of certain things. She still wants me to buy her that bag. She still wants me to pay for certain things. It's just what it is. It's just how women are. And so when you make it about need, that's just bullshit. In practice, it's bullshit. And theoretically, what you're saying seems to make sense. In practice, women don't give a fuck. The moment, it doesn't matter how much money she makes, she still wants the man to be in a position of provision.
Can I slide something in?
That's a fact.
It might have a little bit to do with what you specifically attract, because I don't have any familiarity with what you're describing right now. So I know of a lot of women who, if they want to back, they want to back. So
Dakima, do you date women?
Say that again.
Do you date women?
Yes.
Well, but here's the thing. That's
you did women, but you
that one threw you for a loop.
wait.
You weren't ready for that one.
Even if she does,
I picked up on it on JB.
Even if she does, right? Even if she does date women, that still
come from a woman perspective.
JB is saying, because JB is talking about the dynamics in a relationship between a man and a woman, and we've seen these women come on panel after panel after panel after panel, and after they get through talking about how much they get into the bag and how much black women is leading and buying homes, and they the Fortune 500s, and they starting more businesses than everybody else, they still want the dude to have the bag. They still want him to pay for everything. They still don't want to be responsible for bills. So, I mean, we can't pretend like one person's experience is going to trump the dozens and dozens and dozens. I could argue thousands, even just the ones that was interviewed by Kevin Samuels, thousands and thousands of women who have said the same thing, which is that they want the man to be financially responsible for things, including their own provision and buying stuff from them, paying for trips and things of that nature. So, I mean, even a woman like Black Beauty who said she just wants to have a kid and be able to lay up and chill and don't have to worry about things and go on trips and all that. And she always talks about how she's gotten to the bag, said that she want a man that can pay for it, and she don't even have to be his wife. You see what I'm saying? So,
JB,
I know in general that's what they really want.
But here's the thing. Here's what y'all forgetting.
Go ahead, there, Uncle Tom. You ain't saying
99% or 98% of women out here are freaking lesbians or like women anyway.
98%.
Hey, come on, man.
Women love women.
No,
You will never see dudes say, "Hey," you'll never see a dude say, "Hey, man, that six pack on you look good, nigga." Yeah, but a woman would do that shit.
You got a bag of nuts in your pockets or something?
You know what I'm saying? They know a motherfucker say that, but females do. That's why I say all women are bisexual. Well, I'm gonna say this: all women are bisexual. I ain't gonna say they lesbians. They bisexual.
We can take that. 98% are bisexual.
No, but
okay.
Right.
I want to say something, JB, because I know you go get the long version. I'm gonna make this short version. Okay, you my friend. You know that I love you, JB. But look here. It's one thing that y'all miss out of all this conversation, and especially in this new generation. Y'all talking, most of y'all that talk y'all was talking about, them ain't relationship, them in contracts, bro. Because a woman, I'm telling you, a woman, she has to be sexual attracted to you. If she's not, she gonna have all that shit you talking about, and she still gonna be fucking the pool guy. So what I'm trying to say, a lot of these a lot of these relationships are really just contract. That's what they come to be, because people don't like the court system, they don't like this system, they don't like this system, and even the rich guys, they know. A lot of rich guys said this, and I believe that's why they promoted it so much, that you're not gonna be the only one, cause he already knows she ain't gonna be the only. He ain't gonna be the only one. So number one, they could be attracted to the finances and all that and stuff like that, but there's still things going on inside of her body that you ain't gonna never be able to get with money. And that's her sexual attractor, whoever she's sexual attracted with. And that's why a lot of the guys that you be like, what the hell does she do with him? You know what I mean? And you're like, what the hell? You know what I mean?
Wait a minute, but let me ask JB this, because I wanted to ask you this when you first responded, JB. When you talk about the mindset, right? You saying that the mindset changes with the more money that the men get, but what it sounded like to me as you was explaining it was that they were just resting in the idea that because I have this money, this is what I'm going to be viewed as. Is that what you're saying, or is it just that they're just accepting on some level this is my responsibility?
They don't care.
I think it's mostly what Dame just said, but actually it's a combination of the two things that you said, podcast, but it's mostly what Dame said, because even when OG was just talking right now, I'm not saying you're wrong, OG. I'm just the way I was shaking my head, you probably thought I was saying you're wrong.
No, I know you got neck problems. I know you were shaking your head for something else.
I was basically I was getting at the fact that they just don't care. Like the stuff that this is why I really value, and I'm not saying this as a flex, but I have people in my network that make extravagant amounts of money, right? And I have certain conversations with them. It's very interesting when you see the way they think, right? The little stuff that people care about at this low level They're not worried about that, right? So when you start talking about pool boys and shit, you think Jeff Bezos worried about a pool boy? You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like
that's what I said, JB. He wasn't worried about it. That's what I said, JB. I said that.
Wait, let me finish my point. Point, right? So, but it doesn't. We don't even have to take it to Jeff Bezos. It's like, as you make more money, as you have access to more resources, you really just, for one, the more resources you have, right? The more you start being exposed to different types of women, and you start realizing you have more access to different types of women. So now you start looking at women differently from the, first of all, right? So even the dude that, his wife might be out here doing this on him, guess what? He could on any day go and grab a female, any type of female he wants, and guess what he wants out of her too. So he's not really concerned. Like the dude that's so focused on the fact that, she gonna cheat on me with the pool boy, right? That's because for him, that's the best he could do. That's the best he could do. But the guy, that same guy, listen, that guy who's actually going through that, right? He doesn't give a fuck because that's not the best he could do.
Yeah,
JB, I think you missed out of the part. JB, I think you missed out of this part.
OG, I'm not.
Wait
Wait,
I know you ain't gonna argue with me, but I want to put this in there. Can I just put this in there? Can I put this in here? Can I put this in here? Let me put this in because it ain't gonna be.
Before we get too far for his point.
Wait. No, we're gonna stay on this point. I'm staying on this point right now. I'm staying on this point. Look, most of them guys who make that kind of money, JB, know that if he didn't have that money, that girl would not even serve him pancakes in a fucking Waffle House.
Okay, but wait.
You don't have to care about it because it's a deal. It's a deal. Both are getting something out of it.
Hold on, this is what you're saying. You saying he don't care about, when we talking about he don't care about the pool boy. Wait a minute. In this moment, we are talking about this man's wife, possibly the mother of his children, right? You saying he not caring about what his wife, aka the mother of his children, could be doing either?
Yes.
Let me jump in there, JB. Hold on. Can I answer it real quick?
But the level he's carrying at is simply, and I hate
don't
to
make me look bad.
Kevin Samuels thing, but Kevin Samuels actually, when he touched on this, he was spot on about this. The level that these men are carrying at is more at the level of don't have an outside baby, right? And don't embarrass our family. That's the level at which he's carrying at. Anything beyond that, he does not give a fuck. And because again, you got to start thinking. Your mindset shifts. A lot of men who talk like this, when I listen to some of these panels, right, I can tell the dudes that just maybe had access to a good-looking female, or the dudes that just think, damn, I got access to her now, and I got to hold on to her. I got to hold on to her tight, right? Because they start thinking like, man, like she gonna do this if I don't do that. They care so much about what women think. They care all this shit, and I'm just like, bruh, why do y'all give a fuck so much? And then you realize the reason they have that mindset is because they can't see themselves doing better. The guy who knows, I'm at this level where I go to the office and all these women, I could get every single woman that I work with, right? I go to these meetings and every one of these women, they want me. In real life, all these people actually want me. You could say it's because of my resources. I don't give a fuck because I have more power and resources than you. So your opinions don't fucking matter, right? So now he has access to more women, more power, more resources than you. He doesn't give a fuck that the pool boy is getting his seconds. He doesn't care as long as the wife knows the boundaries. The wife knows the boundaries. Don't get pregnant, and don't embarrass the family. And listen, as non-traditional as that may sound, if you have some friends that are at that level, talk to them, and you realize they do not give a single fuck. They don't care.
JB, so I understand. Wait, can I get this in propaganda? I still want to talk to him. I know the other half of that bullshit, JB. Know why I know the other half of that? Because we have men who can come in and probably pay millions of dollars of taxes coming in these strip clubs that I used to work in. All right. And if you sit down and talk to some of the girls who sitting down and talking to some of these guys, I'm telling you, they do give, a lot of them give a fuck, but they know they can't change the situation due to the fact is they always have in the back of their head, they're only wanted by their bank account. A lot of these guys, women, I'm telling you about a lot of these guys, JB. And so these is how, like, these call girls and stuff like this. This is why a lot of the call girls who have these upscale clients, they pay, thousands and hundreds of $1,000s throughout, because we're talking about that tax bracket. All right. These are the stories that these girls can sit down and tell you. These guys really do care. What it is a man to conquer the world and how to always second thought in the back of his head that what he's got at his house looks good, but he don't feel like he's worthy of it other than his bank account. I don't give a damn how much money you make.
You're separating. See, that's the problem, OG. You're trying to make this narrative work, but it's false. I'm telling you.
No. I'm just telling you the stories.
Wait, OG,
have you ever talked to a prostitute? I'm asking you the same thing you ever. Have you ever talked to a bunch of prostitutes or to girls who work in a nightclub? I'm asking you the same question you asked a young lady. Have you ever talked to a bunch of prostitutes who have upscale clients?
Why should I give a fuck what prostitutes are saying? Like they're not.
I know. See, this is what I'm saying. Wait. But I know you shouldn't. I know you. Wait a minute.
Listen. OG, a prostitute is an escort prostitute, whatever, is not going to have a good gauge on what these men think. I don't care what scenario you say they're in. What I'm telling you,
you'll be surprised when the draws come down. You'll be surprised when the draws come down with the teller.
OG, let me make this point. Okay, let me make this point. The mistake you're making, and the mistake that I hear a lot of men, including in these spaces, make, is they separate the resources from the man. So you're saying she don't want me for nothing but my resources. But the problem with your statement is that the man understands that his resources and him are actually tied together as one. They don't see it as separate. So when you're trying to say like, oh, she only wants me for my money. Well, guess what? There's a reason why he's one of the very few people in the world who have this kind of money. So yes,
but JB, you're making my argument. You're making my argument now.
OG, you gotta let me finish my point. If
I let you finish your point, he'll shut down his goddamn site. I just want to have the conversation.
You gotta let me finish my point.
He'll shut down his site. We gotta have a conversation, JB. You can't bullhorn the conversation. You make your point, then you let me make mine.
Damn. Like, cause you keep interrupting me every time you think I'm.
No, I didn't. I didn't say anything.
You're doing it right now. Just let me finish my point.
Let him finish.
You do this every time, JB. You do this bullshit every time. This is why you wouldn't get me out of jail, because you know I was going to talk to you.
It must be the J in both of y'all names.
OG, can you let me finish my point?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say I'm heading out. Y'all guys have a good one. Hey, Sharon, nice job, brother.
Sharon, could you put a clock up? 1 minute.
Uncle T.
Thank you, Uncle Tom.
So
go ahead,
what I'm saying is that all the time, a lot of men in the space, for example, they try to use that as like some kind of shaming tactic. Like, she only wants you for your bread, right? But the funny thing, the stupid thing about that argument is that, guess what? And I hate to take myself as an example, right? But even with myself, I know I'm like part of like the point something % of black men in this country, right? There's a reason. So therefore, the thing that you say she only wants me for it, well, guess what? I'm one of the few people that she could want for that. So what you're using as like some kind of shaming tactic, where you say, oh, like it's actually a sense of pride. What you think is making them sad or it's a sense of pride. I can get a woman to do whatever I want, or to be on my program or whatever, because I've been able to reach a level that you will never reach in your fucking life, right? That's how these men think. You're making it seem like it's some kind of thing that's making them feel bad. Oh, she wants me for my money and she doesn't want me. They don't give a fuck.
Okay, you made your point, JB. You made your point, JB. You made your fucking point. You made your fucking point. I never said anything that I ever said. Wait a moment. Anything I ever said had nothing to do with shame and tactic. It has to do with experience, bro. So what I'm trying to tell you, I'm not coming from, you are having a conversation with them guys who come on the goddamn internet, tell you that bullshit like that. I'm actually telling you to go in life and say, well, I accomplished this. Yeah, all that stuff comes together. But you're a Christian man, all right? You're a Christian man. And you know the boundaries of a real relationship. And even though all that comes together, I'm not even taking that away from you. A woman should want a man who's successful. A woman should want a man who can provide and protect. I'm not using it as a shaming tactic. I'm just saying there's a lot of men who do have all that you say, and you act like they walk around like robots. They don't have feelings. How do you separate the feelings from this stuff right here? You say they don't give a fuck, right? I guarantee you there's a lot of men out there who might present that in front of you, but how do you take human feelings away, bro?
All right, Tom. Go ahead, JB.
So listen, this what wait, really quickly, JB. This what I would say.
We got another interjection now, right? Hold on, let's get another interjection.
Away from it, OG.
Yeah. Hold on, JB.
I'm telling you that the feeling that you're describing is a different feeling from what they're actually feeling. What you think is them feeling like she only wants me for my money He actually does not look at that as a downside, right? Because him having this level of resources, he knows he's part of the few that have been able to
my conversation so
target,
bro. Why are you making my conversation so target?
JSP, hold on.
I think what happens is this.
So
wait, listen, JB, hold on one second.
My point is simply that
right after JB is low podcast.
My point is simply that you're saying like you're detaching feelings. I'm not detaching feelings. I'm telling you, even from my own experience, right? The more resources I have access to, the less I give a fuck about. It's just reality. The more resources I have access to, the less I give a fuck about, because for me, I know I am in a position that most people aren't. And it's not a bad thing. I'm not saying this like I feel bad about it or whatnot. It's the fact that it's a sense of pride, because I also know whatever you're just looking at as resources, I know how hard I worked, how many nights I put into it, right? How many times I was depressed and all that shit. I know that. So somebody can want me for just my resource. Let's just say we use Jonathan in that scenario, right? I'm not gonna be sad about it. It's not, and I'm not gonna be sad about it, not because because for me, that's a sense of pride. I have something that most people don't have. And it's a sense of pride. The feeling that you think they have the opposite of it. So when somebody tries to,
how the hell you gonna tell me you know everybody, JB? How you gonna tell me? Have you ever talked to some? Wait a minute, JB. Have you ever talked to any actor who say he couldn't even have friends because he know his friends want to sit there and bum off him? I mean, have you listened to MC Hammer's story about?
OG, let little podcast get in there.
Let's take the women out of the equation then, because you think it's a shaming tactic. It's really not a shaming tactic.
Let little podcast.
Hold on, it's little podcast.
That's
go,
crazy,
and then you
bro.
could rebuttal after that. Go ahead, podcast.
I think I'm happy that I'm actually on the outside of this argument with JB right now, because there's something that I be wanting to say to him a lot, and J Speed, and I think I wish people would say it to me sometimes, because I think I get caught up in it too. Two things can be true at the same time. I think it's cases that where both of you all are saying that exists. But I think I would take JB if I had to quantify, if I was forced to put a number on it, I would say it's probably more people that think like what JB is saying, because of the fact that it makes more sense for them to move with the mindset, a positive mindset about the situation and not a negative one. I'm not going to look at my ability to achieve something that most people can't do as a negative. I'm going to look at it as a positive. Even if I would emotionally feel some other way about it, mentally, I'm gonna look at it a certain way, and then I'm gonna move emotionally based on the way I perceive it, which is this is a good thing. If this is why she want me, cool. You know what I'm saying? At least I know that's why she want me. Not to mention to add on the other caveat, which is that they not necessarily looking at any individual specific woman as the best that they can do. Where I think the difference would come in men who think this way versus the men who don't want to be viewed by their resources, probably it's like JB said, the ones I ain't talking about broke. I'm talking about, I got a homie. The bag, he got it. He been headed. He got it both ways on both sides of the fences, right? And at the same time, his wife is an executive. She moves throughout the country with her company, right? And he told me, man, you don't think I'll be thinking like, damn, man, my wife in these rooms with these JB ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? He like, I'm not sitting around depressed about it. I'm not, punching holes in walls. I'm not stalking her or nothing like that. But I think about it. You know what I'm saying? I do be thinking like, damn, she in the room with these other niggas. You know what I'm saying? So I think what I would say is that when you get to the level that JB is talking about, we talking about top 10% niggas. I think the majority of the guys probably move the way that he says, and there's probably still some of them that move the way that JSP said, just a minority of them. But I think when you come under that, if you go anywhere between 60,000 and maybe 200K, I think them niggas still care. And I think most of those guys, I would argue, they want to be wanted. Right? Niggas don't be wanting to just, you go home and you can see it in your wife's eyes. The only reason why she's still here is because y'all got these kids together. You know what I'm saying? Or because you paying all the bills and she ain't got to work and this and that. Like, I don't think niggas want to come home and see that. They don't want to look in their wife's eyes and know that's why she here. You know what I'm saying? I think the majority of those guys, again, I'm talking 60K to maybe 150K. I think the majority of those guys, they want to be wanted because it's not like they making some amount of money that is just so irreplaceable. You know what I'm saying? I think those guys want to be wanted.
Yeah, I think you're spot on about that. Basically that's essentially what I'm saying. And just to add one more piece of context to this is the reason why a lot of times when you see, and I've seen these conversations a lot in this space as well, when somebody will look at like a huge multimillionaire, billionaire relationship and they break up, right? And then they're just like, man, why would this man go get married again? And they can't wrap their mind around that because you're thinking at the level that you're at, right? At the level that this man is at, he already knew, right? Like Jeff Bezos knows any other relationship he just gave this woman like 40 billion, right?
Right.
He knows any other woman he gets married to, here's what the outcome might be. And he's fine with that. All these other men that feel bad for Jeff Bezos is not losing a fucking second of sleep over that. He's not.
Yeah.
Then that's what I'm saying. You people don't understand there's levels to this. All right. That's also the reason why, if you look at the statistics, even when we talk about divorce, there's tons of I dropped the research on one of these panels recently and nobody went to look at it. If you look at the statistics on divorce, you'll see the higher you go in socioeconomic status, the lower the divorce rate. Why do you think that is? Again, people start thinking more realistically and more transactionally when they get to a certain level because they're at a different level. So when you're thinking about prenups and all this stuff and you're saying, okay, I'm worried she's going to take half. Yeah, guess what? If you only have like $500,000 worth of assets, and that's like actually really up there.
Yeah, that's
right. That's a decent amount of assets. Yeah, you don't want to lose. You don't want to now lose that and be left with 250 or 200,000 worth of assets. But even that, you're still good technically. If you could still do a lot with that. But let's say you bring that down even further. Now you start feeling more bad about it. But if you have, let's say $10 million in assets, okay, you're left with $5 million. Yes, it's a hit, but you have $5 million. So there's levels to this. When you talk to men who are at a certain position, the shit that we care about, the shit that on these conversations, when you hear people talk about, man, she's gonna take half my shit. Man, why is this man going to get married again? He just lost his stuff to this divorce and that divorce and that divorce. He does not care. Y'all losing sleep over this, y'all arguing over it, y'all having panels over it. That man is sleeping just fine. He's paying the attorney, telling the attorney, gather all the evidence you need. Let me know when you need me to sign a document, and that's it. He's not even paying attention. He's not sitting there really caring about this as much as people care.
But don't you think
wait a minute, Shop.
to not go around creating female billionaires and shit?
See, y'all whole conversation. No, that's funny. Podcast.
That's what lawyers
podcast.
for.
Just like you hitting that goddamn bag is funny too. You hitting that bag funny too. All right. So let me just put this in, Sharon. See, this is why I hate when people say y'all don't understand or y'all don't get it. All right. And the first reason, you don't really know what my angle is because I can tell the way you spoke on what you thought I said versus what I said. You went way off the fucking cliff. I'm not even worried about what money they will lose or whatever. I've been around enough people, JB, in the money. And I have sat down and talked to a lot of actors who was in the business. Richard Roundtree, I'm on name drop right now. And I used to ask Richard Roundtree, why you have never really spoke up for any other actor to get a part or any other person. And we would sit down and he would say, like, when I came into the business, once my success came, I had to look at people a lot differently. I didn't know if the people wanted to be around me because of me or they wanted to be around me or because who I was as far as my status. So what I was really saying is, I don't give a fuck how much money you make. You got a mathematic design that was designed by God. It comes with everything, feelings, emotions, and everything. You can put all that stuff to the side and say it really don't care. But if you ain't been with them men who sitting up there, who going through something and has a second thought themselves, when the tears coming down in their goddamn eyes and all that other bullshit, where you really having a really serious conversation, yes, a man can get to a point and say, oh, fuck, how much money she take? I'm still going to be rich, and I'm going to move to the next one. We're not talking about money now. We're talking about actual feelings. that I have had so many friends who didn't want to be around people because they didn't know that person. And then I'm taking the woman out of the equation. I'm talking about just men now, who their whole life was second guess, is this person really a friend of mine? We're not even talking about no gay shit. I'm talking about, is this person really a friend of mine? Who is my legitimate friends? And you don't hear these conversations one after another. And you think that don't come into play in a relationship?
All right, cool. Time.
OG, you're misunderstanding my point. I'm not even disagreeing with that. In fact, I fall into that boat myself. I am very careful who I get around, right? But it's not, though, you're looking at it from a feeling of like, oh, like, you know, I'm sad about it, whatnot. It's just called reality. It's called being realistic, right? It's not something, it's just people who feel like that. Maybe the people you're talking to, they have some personal issues. Cool, I'm not going to deny that. But yes, the more, we all know this shit. Like, yes, there's certain niggas, even in my own family, that you'll never see me around. You'll never see me around them. I'm very careful who I'm around, who I let my people who are close to me be around. I am so careful about that. So what you're saying, I understand it because I also understand the intentions shift. Once people know certain things, once people see certain things I'm able to do even within my own family, I know intentions shift, perspective shift. I get it. And it's just called reality. Right?
I understand.
I'm not
That's how I want to bring the conversation.
OG, I let you talk.
Hey, I just want to bring that to the conversation. I'm getting ready to leave. I'm going to listen to you in the sky.
OG, I didn't interrupt you. Just let me.
I said I'm finna leave. That's one of the reason I'm interrupting. I'm finna leave. I gotta go.
Right,
I gotta go cook. And I love your "Make America Great" hat. It's good.
That's an American flag.
No, "Make America Great," and I have another one called. It's the same thing, but it's "Make African Great." So it's the same shit. So I love your hat because it does say it's the same thing. But anyway, y'all have a good day. JB, you better stop looking like that damn rapper because Def go get your ass over here and talking this bullshit because he know he blackly black. Most Def go get your ass. You know, because you know he blackly black. So you got to stop bad representing him. But JB, you know what? I respect you and everything. Yes. And podcast did say a good thing. Two things could be happening at the same time. Hey, Sean. Sharon, goddamn, I'm gonna have to put a CH in front of your name to say that shit right. But anyway, I'll see you next week or when you come up again. You know, hit me up, put me in the tag or something, and let me know. Cause I still say you're a simp, but you know. But anyway, we go talk. And what's his name down there? What is that? What's his name? Huh? The man down at the bottom. Yeah, just Dame. Okay, Lil Dame and Truth, you know you all. Big Dame. I'm sorry, that's your brother. Big Dame. Truth, you take it easy. And I don't know what happened. Yeah, and Dekama, how you say that? You know, y'all got to spell these names. Dekima. It was nice talking to you. I know you had something, you know, but I didn't want to say that. But anyway, you have a good one. And everybody have an amazing Monday. And do something with your life outside of this damn YouTube. Peace, love, and always strive for the truth. Thank you, OG. Little podcast, I'm gonna be talking to your ass.
That's the color people goodbye.
So, let me just wrap up this point, Sharon. Right. So I just wanted to make this clear that what OG was saying is true, but I think he's looking at, again, I think the lens that people look at it from, that lens of like, you know, you're feeling bad about it. Honestly, people with resources are some of the most realistic, transactional people, right? They're just transactional. Yes, you're gonna find some people that are just sad, and typically you're gonna find it's probably like the rapper types, the entertainer types, right? Who come from a very different background and who just got the money all at once, like, you know, the rapper who came straight from the hood, and all of a sudden he now has access to all this money, right? Because he didn't have time to work up to that. You know what I'm saying? So, because as you work up, your environment changes slowly. It's not just an overnight thing. And I think as your environment, you just become more realistic naturally. Whereas for a lot of these cats, it's not organic. So now it's like they go from literally last year, they were just hanging out in the hood. Next year, they're in Beverly Hills. They don't know who to trust. And it's like driving them crazy. It's different, right? But once as you go through that process and you're realizing like slowly but surely, you know what I'm saying? I'm able to do this for my mother. And look at my cousins over here feeling the type of way that I'm able to do this for my mother. Now I'm like, okay, I didn't realize my own cousins could be envious against me, right? So now I'm looking at that differently. Now I'm looking, you know what I'm saying? As you go, you slow walk your way through that, you realize, you start taking reality for what it is. And that's why you'll find if you have rich people in your network, they're some of the most realistic people that you ever run across, right? They're not really being like, I'm not sitting here sad.
But you talking about that, you talking about the natural wealthy person, somebody that got it slowly and gradually and with attention.
Correct.
Not somebody that just got it one lump sum, so to speak. As
correct, because they had to work their way to that, and they had to as you work your way through it, it's going to be natural. There's no way you can avoid it. As you work your way to a level of success, you're gonna have people around you that were your best friend, and now they hate you because they feel like they should have had this position or they should whatever. Like you're gonna have these scenarios take place, and it's gonna make you more realistic as you go through it. And over time, the things that OG's talking about, to me, that's just reality. Like there's people I just can't trust. When I go into a restaurant, I'm very careful about where I sit. Like there's all this, and I'm not this super famous person. I'm basically a nobody, right? But I also understand, objectively speaking, I'm in a position that's different from most people, most Americans, most black men, most black people, right? So I have to carry myself differently, and that's just reality. I'm not sad about it. I'm not sitting here, wasting time and energy on it. I live a pretty good life, but I have to make sure I think twice about things. If I get invited to an event, to a reunion, whatever, like I think harder about it than most people do. Most people might just click that RSVP link and just say yes. I have to think who's going to be there, right? What time of day is it going to be? Where is it going to be? What side of town is it going to be? Right? There's certain things that I have to pay attention to that a lot of people may not pay attention to. You know what I'm saying? It's just a natural thing.
So you saying that you trust a snake to bite and you trust a pig to fly.
And keep your grass low. Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
And so what advice do you give young men that is doing the right things and they on their way up and they are the savior of their family? What advice do you give them as they on their ascendant?
What I would say is just know that you're gonna have some haters. You
don't be afraid to say no.
Ooh, that should be the first one. You're right, Dame. You're right, because you're gonna suddenly you're gonna have a bunch of people asking you for shit. All right, and then the unfortunate thing is, the moment you say no, right? Because you need to say no, because if you don't, you're gonna right when you're going up, you're gonna go right back down, right? Damn. So if you're gonna need to say no, but the moment you start saying no, I don't think people understand the extent of entitled motherfuckers we have living in this world. And the moment you start saying no, people will start hating you for it, right? They'll start hating you for it. They'll start feeling like they deserve some shit because they're your family, because they were close to you, because they grew up on the same neighborhood as you. And I'm telling you, it's just natural.
JB, what about that time when I bought you those quarter potato chips and you was hungry?
That's seriously, you got to weigh their degree of what's the word I'm looking for? Their degree of how they affected your success. What did they do to help facilitate that? What is their degree of that? Like if
you couldn't get on the bus.
When your aunt babysits you once or twice since you buy her house, is it like those are the kind of things that kind of come up when you start to get buying a little money? It's like how much, like what are you feeling? I stayed at your house because my mom was working late. I stayed at your house every 3 days a week for 2 years. What in your mind you deserve a house or you deserve a car? I mean, what is like you got to really bring drivers like seriously, what was their contribution to your success, and what is their continued contribution to your continued success? That's the thing. I think.
I'm sorry. Hey, let me say this really quickly because I'm gonna drop down. Hey, Sharon, appreciate you for having me up.
I appreciate you.
Congratulations on getting the channel started and everything, man, and building up. Dame, it's been a minute since I've seen you, boy. Salute to you, man.
I'm gonna jump on yours.
To the sister, thank you for being transparent and having a great conversation with us. To Truth, I'm gonna see you in these streets one of these days, Nick. No, I'm just playing, dog. It's all good.
I'm with all that shorty slip.
JB, I just want to say I appreciate us being able to have respectful back and forth dialogue. It just proves that even when niggas, have a little beef with each other, we can still be civil, bro. And even though I'm holding my grudge against you for a while, I respect you, and I hope that we can communicate again on my channel soon, bro. Respect and love to all y'all, man.
All right, man.
Have a good one, bro.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yes, sir.
Yes, Sharon. what Dame basically said is probably the first one. I should have said that first. Like the no thing, that's such a big one, man.
It's a popular.
And that's gonna be the thing that's gonna create so much. Man, it's so crazy. Like it's so crazy the amount of like people that you would have never thought would switch up on you that will switch up the moment you just say no. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes even for the own person's best interest, you gotta say no to them, right? But they're not even gonna see that, and they're gonna hate you for it. And then it's like sometimes it's the level of entitlement. Like you, my family, you, my friend, I would probably just naturally want to say yes to you. But when you come across very entitled, it's like there's something about just that entitlement that makes me be like, nah, be like, I don't owe you that. You know what I'm saying? I don't owe you that. And to me, that alone would like something that I probably would have just naturally just said yes to or done for you without you even asking. Now you're making me feel like, why the hell do you think I owe you this?
So now what entitlement looks like, how would you explain it? Is it when you question they business? Because usually it happens because they want you to start their business. That's usually what the no is needed for. That's, I would say 90% of the time, right? So now the problem is that once they ask you for the business, right, and then you start questioning them, that is usually where the miscommunication comes.
It all fall apart.
So they ask you, you're supposed to just automatically say yes, and I say, oh, so what's your business plan, right? So I think young men got to understand that you do have to question even your friends and family the same way how you would question any stranger on the street when it comes to business. Then you can't say, oh, because that's my auntie and she fed me, like Dame said, she fed me some Similac when I cried as a baby. My uncle, I was dancing on the table when I was 7. I almost fell and cracked my head, but he caught me just in time. And maybe because he caught me from cracking my head at 7 years old, that now that I'm 42, that's the reason why I'm in it, because I didn't have brain damage at 7. So, you know.
Yeah. And Sharon, it's one of those things that, I mean, if we're being honest, to OG's point, there's a level of like aspect of it that's kind of sad, right? Because like a real life example is in December, there's like a family situation, like a reunion kind of thing going on, right? In my family, on my mom's side. And I just recently got the invite, and I was thinking about it. It's up your way. It's up in New York, right? I got the invite.
I see you there.
And
you look like my cousin.
And I got, but I'm an immigrant. No, I'm just saying what they be saying. But so I got an invite to it, right? And then and I think what's kind of sad about it is just me looking at that invite and knowing that I can't pull up.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Like me looking at that and saying like, okay, I want to be around my family, but I know there's certain people that are gonna be there that I just cannot be around them. And so now, because of that, I'm gonna have to send a gift, which is fine, right? But I'd rather be there with my family. If we're being honest, I would rather be able to be there with my family. But being able, it's just, I think naturally you're gonna start experiencing stuff like that. You're gonna have like,
woo. Let me ask you a question. Do you think most families have that situation going on?
You said what, Truth?
Do you think most families have that situation going on, like what you're experiencing, like where you would be the black sheep of the family?
Yeah, I mean, probably. Yeah, I mean there's probably somebody in every family that feels a certain type of way.
All right. Do you believe those type of people that's entitled and selfish like that? Would you consider them bad?
I consider more desperate than bad.
Okay.
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying.
I wouldn't say bad, because I think it's sometimes, I don't think it's bad. I think it's how they act on that entitlement that can make them bad, right? It's like, you know, when your own family starts wanting to harm you or stuff like that. That's what I'm saying, or like starts, you know, I mean, and luckily I haven't experienced that per se, but it's like, I mean, I've experienced like somebody giving me a call, like, you know, so-and-so, like just the family gossip bullshit. Like, you know, so-and-so was saying this about you and saying this, but not like that kind of bullshit, right? I think that's what makes it bad, because it's like that person, they'll carry like that that Dame just talked about, that some people will carry that shit for years, bro. Like they will remember that 3 years ago you said no to them, and because of that, they're not fucking with you. And the crazy thing is, you might not even realize like that was so, I mean, now I'm like, my mind is adjusted now, right? But when you're going through that, you don't realize like, damn, like that, no, I didn't realize it hurt that person that much, right? So now you might pull up next to this person, you might be around them, you don't even know this motherfucker hates you, right? This motherfucker hates you just because you said no to them.
Sipping on his Kool-Aid like this. Now that hatred, that now, like how you were saying, that the person initially, and more say you basically saying, okay, they just in a certain type of situation, but can't that situation produce something where malice is involved?
Absolutely,
for sure.
So basically, what I'm saying is, what you guys look at, y'all wait for the result to happen to call someone bad. I'm saying for that very situation, that's bad. Not because
right, but
before.
It brewed into Dikema, you wanted to say something?
I was trying to just let you guys know I'm gonna head out, and I wanted to just say good night. Thank you for having me.
Oh, good night to you, man.
Thanks, Akima. Take care.
See you soon.
Okay.
Okay. So, look, she wasn't that bad. Y'all thought she was gonna be way worse than what y'all thought.
Nah.
All women are not crazy. Some
But
women
Truth, just like
common sense.
Truth, just like you said, it could end like conversations can end in malice. Conversations are funny things. They can end in malice or they can end in understanding. It depends on how the conversation goes, depending on people in the conversation. So it can go either way. So I wouldn't call him a bad person per se. I just wouldn't categorize, that them as being a bad person necessarily.
See, and that's where we different. That's why I said we are inherent. Like I said, we're born in sin, shaped in iniquity. At the core, we are inherently bad, but certain things will help us to be civilized. It will help us to have a sense of. Yeah, I mean, you could say you don't. I mean, that's you. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. And I don't, like I said, yeah, you feel what you feel. Like I don't broadcast it on that side, but I'm an atheist. I don't believe in religion or West Coast.
Most atheists have that. Like, for instance, most people that's part of the alphabet community, for those of us who have been involved, they're usually genuinely nice. They're nice. Most of the ones I've encountered, they've been nice people. I wouldn't call them good. There's a difference between nice and kind. People being
There's definitely
kind.
there between nice and kind. I agree with that.
Oh, so
so
you agree
true.
with that? Okay.
True.
I agree with that. Yes.
I think where it's hard for me to accept what you're saying is, and I can accept that maybe this is anecdotal, but like when I think about it, for example, here's a practical example, right? How some people will see somebody elevating, right? They'll see somebody elevating, making more money, becoming more successful. And what they derive out of that is envy because they're not in that person's position. Mm-hmm. Whereas other people will see that, and what they derive out of that is motivation, right? Is like a sense of pride for somebody that sometimes is not even somebody you know or friends with. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so, because this is something, what I'm highlighting right now, something that I'm always like thinking about this all the time. Like I've had conversations even like with Aaron O about this, behind the scenes, like this philosophically, I'm always curious about this because a lot of times, like I'll see people, and since we're on YouTube, we could take YouTube as an example, right? People who will like be hating on somebody, right? And it's because like on a channel, like a content creator or something, right? Man, I hate this motherfucker, or I hate this content creator or whatnot. And you realize their main issue with this person is because this person is more successful than they are.
Correct.
Right. And when you see that, like to me, I've had to have conversations with people to try to understand like where does that come from? Because for me, the way my mind is set up, I never look at stuff like that. Right. And I'm not saying this as a way to big up myself. I'm literally saying I don't understand.
No, like, I don't either.
For me, anytime I see, like if I see Sharon coming up, I'm happy for Sharon. I'm proud of him. Right. If I see, and I want to see how can I help Sharon, right? How can I make him be like, that's how my mind is set up. You know what I'm saying? Even when I was broke, that's how my mind was. Right.
Yes.
So when I see people that have that mindset, I really try to look at them like, why are you hating? Like, why are you upset that this person is being successful? And I try to actually understand I can't. And that's where like it's hard for me to accept what you're saying because I would say that's the bad, right? The person that's
I'm agreeing with you. That is, that's where I'm going. That's what I'm saying.
But then what about the person that cannot understand that, right? Like that person that like they just trying to
understanding is relative. This is what I was speaking about to them earlier. See, being ignorant of the situation does not take away from someone being bad or good, or the very state that someone can either choose, because it's all about choice. It's really about choice. And again, what drives you? What civilizes you? What makes you a better person? For me, is God. You know, I do not think at our core we are good people. Now, the reason why I choose to be good is in the form of worship. I choose to be good because I want to be a better person. I choose to be good because I actually want to be different. But in my core, if I had it, of course, I would be selfish. And that's inherently how we are. We are selfish at our nature because, like, again, I just laid it out to you. A person, when they're hungry, hunger can drive someone even to murder. To murder.
However, at the same time, truth is hunger does not make people want to just go out and kill people neither, because there's a bunch of
It's their
people
mindset
that's out there that's hungry, that's not trying to kill
Say,
people.
say it again, JB.
It's their mindset that will do it. It's not the hunger.
It's not the hunger.
That's my point. Mindset is who you are.
Right. And we are all saying that bad, evil mindset is a minority.
Yeah, and that's what you believe. What the hell is that?
Dame turned into Darth Vader.
What the
I think he took his AirPods off. I think that's what messed it up.
Oh, okay. So this is what I'm saying, because it depends on if you've been around situations, depending on where you come from and everything like that. I've seen people, and this is what I'm saying. I've seen people you would call good, or because they have never been put in a position where they had the choice to make. It's easy to say you are good until you actually have the choice to make. And more than likely, most people will do an evil act for self-preservation. And like Uncle Tom said, it has been a test in scenarios presented, like where they done what's it called? Basically where you run live exercises, where if they put people in these type of events, and sure enough, these people would fail.
I'm good.
They would fail. And again, like I don't know.
I think it's possible that is where you at, and you see so much. Maybe
I've traveled all my life, dog.
No, I'm
so
just saying because
I
I understand you travel. Well, I'm talking about like where you see a lot. You probably see a lot more violence where you at, right? Because you're in an area where it's just how you said earlier is rampant where you at right now. So I think that also skews your idea of how the world is actually operating.
If I was only listen, that only works for somebody that has never traveled or they've been grounded to a certain environment. That's all they know. I'm very cultural. I've already explained to people that half of my family, I'm not even all black. Half of my family is Mexican and Indian. My grandfather's side, all the family is in Arizona. If you've seen all of them, you'll be like, oh, well, you know, wow, like that's your family. Yes, these are my blood family. These are people I hung out with. I'm very multicultural. So that has nothing to do with me.
What I'm saying is that like not saying that you not saying that you didn't travel. What I'm saying is
these are people I've hung out with. These are people I've been involved with.
It doesn't
matter. It's not just about traveling to a city for a day. I'm talking about I spent years, summers, and things like this
with evil people.
With my people.
No, with evil people.
Evil people is everywhere. Everywhere. Good people. We understand good people is everywhere too. But, excuse me, and I don't like to say, because I don't try to get into this saying people are good. I believe people can do good.
All right, so I asked a better question. So you think, so true, you believe that 51% or better are evil in this world?
I believe that 90% of people are evil. Yes.
90.
So that means if that was true, do you realize the kind of world we'd live in right now?
The very world we live in, hell is going to be overflowing, my brother. It's going to be a lot of people at that gate thinking they're getting in, and they're not.
So this is what I was saying earlier. I think that you are
hell is going to bust wide open.
I think you are around too much negative energy, even when you travel.
I don't deal with energy. I deal with reality, my brother.
You was around a lot of negative reality. And I think that's what is skewing your mind, because I'm not
And
around
you've
that
been
negative
around a
reality
lot
like
of
you are.
closed off things. That's why you
I've been around a lot of negativity too, Sharon, and I do not see it like that.
Exactly. See,
I'm just saying, like, that's the only thing I can think of. I have no idea,
I've
you know,
been
because
around
I'm pretty sure we
I've
all
been around good. I've
I
done
think
bad
everybody,
and I've done good.
I believe everybody here probably was around poverty at some point in their life, or maybe even grew up in it, right? However, truth idea of what evil is way different from the three of us. And he said 90%. That is a strong.
And I used to think like that too. I used to, like I said,
so
10 years
strong,
ago. 10
truth.
years ago, I was.
And I'll be honest with you, truth. I'm surprised somebody with such that you seem like you have a lot of great insight. You allow.
Yeah, because I'm around good. I'm like what JB do. You feel what I'm saying? I'm around good people. My circle is very small. I'm around people that actually do good and choose to do good, even at the expense of themselves. They're sacrificial. You feel what I'm saying? They will not go. In other words, the people I'm around, if they're hungry, they're not going to take your life to get fed. You feel what I'm saying?
How you feel about this? Truth, read that.
How can you believe people are evil and not believe they are? See, I didn't even say that, dumbass. I said
just read it out and then answer it. You don't gotta.
What's the contrast for believing people are evil? I just said it because that's the way we are. From my belief, from what I know, from the word of God, from God's mouth, we are born to sin, shaped in iniquity. If you understand what that means, then you know.
So shaped in iniquity. So that means what? That we are what? What does that mean?
That means you're shaped in iniquity. It means bad. It means the sin. It means everything that's around us.
I'm born in sin, and then I'm shaped in negativity. I'm shaped in evil.
Yes.
And the only way to escape that is through the love of Christ, correct?
Correct.
What?
Okay, we cannot do this.
Wait. Let me ask a question, because maybe this will clarify something for me, because I'm kind of confused. Let me ask you a question, Truth. Can good people do bad things?
No.
That's crazy. So you don't think people can make mistakes?
No, you didn't hear what I said. I said no one is good, not even me.
No, but I asked you a specific question. Can good people do bad things?
No, I just said it. No one is good. Absolutely no one.
So everybody on planet Earth.
I can do good. I can choose to do good. I am
right. You're talking about the act. You're talking about the action verb of doing. But I'm simply saying
action. Yes.
I'm simply saying, can somebody? If you're saying, wait, hold up, Truth. If you're saying that 90% of people are evil, the opposite is good. So those 10%, can those 10% of people do bad things?
No. Okay. So let me put it like this. Let me take the evil out. 90% are bad. 10% of people earnestly try to be better and try to do good without a selfish, basically, without putting themselves in a position where they are the one to gain. So you know how people, for instance, we got people running around here taking pictures while they feeding people on the side of the road, filming them. That is not fucking good.
What's wrong with that?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. See, you don't.
No, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
So what is wrong with filming doing good? Because you can inspire other people to do good.
No, you don't have to inspire. You do good.
What's wrong with it, Sharon, is because is that it's still technically speaking, it's still good to an extent because you're still feeding that person, right? But what happens is that the person, a lot of people who do that, because I can't stand that shit either, right? A lot of people who do that, what they do is they go out there and they go, feed the homeless or something. They and shove a camera in this person's face, and it's very dehumanizing, right? To do that to somebody, right? Because all you got to do is put yourself in that person's shoes. Like I put myself in a homeless person's shoes. If I was on the streets and somebody's trying to come feed me, I would not want. You know what I'm saying? I would not want cameras in my face. Like, thank you for doing something good for me, but don't use me as a prop. And a lot of times that's what these folks do. They do it, and then they do it to then go back on social media. Like, think Mr. Beast, for example. Yes, he has a lot of good that he's done, but initially a lot of his videos was stuff like that. Him recording himself, doing stuff for homeless people, right? Now, he's able to then take that and monetize it on the internet and make drastically more money just by people seeing, oh, look at him, he's doing good. Sure, you could say it inspires some people, but you just use this human being. That's a human being You just use them as a prop, just so you can go make, just because I do think there's a profit motive to it, right? So that you can go, whether it's social capital or financial capital, because it may just be for you to post on Instagram. That's social capital, right? That's profit in some form.
JB and Truth, y'all both saying that if you do good, you should not gain anything from doing good.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you should not do good. Like, there's so much good that I've done, Sharon, that I don't have any evidence of it other than maybe like financial documents, right? There's so much good that I've done that I don't have any evidence of other than maybe tax documents. That's Correct. It, right? And I don't want to have evidence of it because I don't do it for that. I do it because I actually want to help those people.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? So like that's my point.
That is what you call a decent person right there.
So
that's what I view as decent.
Good day, good evening, People's Champs. Cody, how you feeling?
People's Champ.
How you doing?
Hey, what's good with y'all? How y'all doing this afternoon?
What's up, good brother?
Everybody good?
Hey, that's a fire hat, Cody.
He said everybody good. Let Truth tell it. Nobody good.
Yeah, that's why I was coming to speak on.
That hat might come up missing, Cody. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm a good person after that.
You know it's yours if you want it, big dog. Hey, but that's what I was speaking on. I was wondering, like, who can anybody name a good person?
I'm a good person.
I'm a good person. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm a good person who's capable of making mistakes, which means I'm capable of doing some bad things. Because I would never say I've never done a bad thing in my life, right?
So
but I would say those were mistakes. And the only reason I would say they were mistakes, though, is because I hold myself accountable and know that, okay, I'm not saying they're mistakes like I'm going to blame somebody else. I still did whatever that bad thing was, but it's something that I hold myself to a higher standard that I should have never done that, right? So I think I would like to say I'm a good person. I try to have the best intentions. Anything I do, you know what I'm saying? I try to, move with a certain standard and code. Yeah.
So, People's Champ, you saying you never seen a good person?
I don't think I have. I don't think anyone had. I don't think they really exist. I think we are people that do good and bad things.
Correct.
Now, so you on the truth side saying that 90% of people, because you can't say 100%, right? So 90% of people are born bad and stay that way.
No, I think we all have the capability. I think we all have the capability of doing bad and good.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have a holistic view though, because you guys keep going to the action, right? The action verb, and we can agree on the action verb. But like, I don't think there's any disagreement on the action verb. But if you're talking about somebody,
I think you may have good intentions. I think you may have good intentions at all times.
All right, Cody, let me ask you this: Do you have a filter for who you allow in your circle, who you allow to be around you?
Yeah.
Do you allow any people that you think are bad people around you?
I don't.
Do I allow people that I think are bad around me?
Yeah.
No.
So then how do you filter that? How do you know whether or not they're bad? Because whether you want to call it good or bad, what I'm trying to get at is that whether you want to call, maybe you just call it something else, right? But we all have a filter for how we view the world, right? And
I judge like their intentions, though. That's what I'm saying. Are these people intending to hurt me, or are they intending to do me well? I judge intentions, a good intention or bad intentions.
So I guess the thing is the problem that I'm having
people
is that, like,
that do good things and bad things. We got good intentions and bad intentions.
Right, that's what Jay was talking about. Jay Business was saying that, like, you talking about the action of it, but we are talking about actually people being born with just evilness. We don't believe that people are just born evil. And Truth is saying that people
I don't know
are born
about that.
evil.
I don't know.
Hold on, Cody.
I think we got, but like I say, I think we got it both in us, Sharon.
What you mean?
I think we got evil in us, and I think we got God in us, big dog.
But Cody, you still looking at. I get what you're saying is not wrong, but you're still looking at it from the action, Cody. Because because check this out. When you say intention, right? I think your view of what a good person is and a bad person is based on their intentions. I think you're just looking at it as if I don't see good or bad, but really you do. But you judge it differently. Your judgment is, okay, do I think this person has good intentions, and do I think this person has bad intentions? And for you, that's your definition of what makes a person good or bad, right? So I think that's what I think that's what the disconnect is. You still have a definition of good and bad, but for you, you base that definition based off of intentions.
JB, would you consider the person that you just explained about the person that's recording people? In other words, he's recording, he's broadcasting his acts of service as a bad or again, I don't do good, as a decent or bad person. What would they be towards? I mean, what do you think?
Okay, so there's a nuanced answer here. To me, they would be a bad person, right? But the reason why is because I question their motives. But guess what? I could be wrong about their motives, right? Like there are people out there who could actually genuinely just think, I'm going to go feed this person and record me doing it because I want more people to do it. But I also know that there's probably more people out there that just want to record themselves doing it so that they can get brownie points, right? So their intention is something that I have no way of knowing which one of those it is. I just don't like it because I hate the fact that what's missing out of that equation is the other person on the other side of the camera. Is that person that's sitting there and you're dehumanizing them just for your camera time.
So you said it's more people, right? You said it's more people that would behave in that manner, correct?
That's what I think it is, but I think I could be wrong on that.
Yeah. So that's the thing. We don't know they intention, because if you're saying that, then you can say that with any good deed, because the church itself, they do good deeds and they let their whole congregation know that they did this good deed in front of the whole congregation.
Is not the church.
Look at this person. I built this person up. They was fucking down. They was coming from jail, and guess what? They followed the Lord and they built themselves up. That's the same goddamn thing. But if you go by the religion, hold on. If you go by the religion, hold on. I got you, Cody. If you go by the religious thing, everything gotta have an equal. It cannot be a 90-10. It cannot be 90% evil and only 10%
that's what I
good.
said.
What I'm saying, it cannot be 90% evil and 10% good. It can't be if you go by religion, any religious book.
No, I said all.
50-50.
I said
I think we kind of all agreeing on the cool.
I said 100%.
100% evil. What I'm saying, if you go by your good book, it cannot be. You got to have a yin and a yang. You got to have good and you got to have bad. It cannot be all of anything.
All right.
Go ahead, Cody. We're going to come right back to the truth. Hold on, Truth. Right. Let Cody go and then Truth.
So in knowing that, Sharon, it stands a person with good and evil intent. Just in knowing what you just explained, you understand what I'm saying? A man stands firm and he has either or on opposite sides. But it's the man in the middle that's making with the intent of what he's doing. Like JB gonna do what he does out of the kindness of his heart, or is he extorting somebody? You see what I'm saying? It's all based on the person. I look at JB as the man. You see what I'm saying? He's a man. JB, I respect him as a man first off anything. See what I'm saying? Now, what is JB intent on interacting with me? You see what I'm saying? Without JB intent, there's no good or bad.
Got understood. But that's still the action. Truth.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And after Truth, Lou, I want to hear your perspective on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna just run this through real quick. So now I'm going to have to take it to my belief system, so you can fully understand, because that's my lifestyle. I don't separate that from anything. All right. So the reason why for me, Christ came here, lived as one of us. He who became sin did not know sin. So God came here in human flesh, died on the cross, gave up his life. That was a cancellation because he was perfect. He completed the law. So since he completed the law, it was an automatic cancellation. It canceled itself out, because in order for you to see death, you have to sin. He did not. So it canceled itself out. Now, no human being, except from that, has lived a perfect life, has lived a good life. Now with him, when we believe in the fact that he did that very act, we now take on what is called the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit now allows us to be able to be obedient, to do good, but it is not of ourselves. The power is not of ourselves because we automatically do things for our own selfishness. At the end of the day, I said, for 28 years, I lived for myself. It wasn't that I didn't do good. It wasn't that I didn't, treat people good, even laid my life down on several times for people. True story. You feel me? Always respectful. Man of my word. But what I noticed was the end result was for my self-gain, like how JB was saying, for me to be looked at as, oh, he's a scholar and a gentleman. Oh, yeah, that's Renee's son right there. I fed on that. You know, I've always been placed in a form of leadership throughout my whole life, where it was basketball, football teams, in the streets, wherever. I fed on the fact that, you know, I had people following me, looking up on me, a man amongst men. But it created a bigger monster because I had people around me called enablers. They didn't challenge me to be a better person, except for one person who's currently in my life. He came to me one day and challenged me. And once I got that out of my way, the lens on my eyes came off. And like the word says, I call you from amongst them. In other words, no longer be of the world, be set apart from the world. You feel what I'm saying? So that's when things changed, and I was able to see what I am no longer. I was.
Can I just say something?
But
that's good.
Hold on.
You can have it after this.
I also want to say this. I also want to say this, Truth. Listen, I want to shout out to my good wife that just made me a good old plate. So therefore, I don't believe in your 90-10 rule. And she just poured me up a nice drink. Thank you. And I put it on screen. So this way, I'm not bragging. I ain't trying to get no kudos for it. But so other women that possibly may see this, see that, yes, it is possible.
Sure, we know you be flexing, bro. Like you be eating vegan lettuce and shit.
All right, bro, when y'all start talking, I'm gonna cut you off. All right?
Go ahead, but make sure you give us space to interject. Truth, give us space to interject as well.
All right, no, I'm almost done.
I got a question for you though.
Hold on for me. I'm almost done. So that was after that situation. If I gave my life to Christ, then no longer will in situations where I've been placed in it. When I've been placed in certain situations, it wasn't for my own selfish gain no more. I didn't create debts for people where, oh yeah, I give you something, oh, I expect them to pay it back. You know, people say they do good and they earnestly, oh, I'm out here helping people, but you always expect them to pay you back. You always want to be seen of these things when you're doing something for someone. You always want credit instead of just sincerely doing what is right for the sake of righteousness.
That's however,
wait. Hey, Sharon, he just touched on what I was about to ask. I'm sorry, I noticed, but okay. I don't know if you just realized what you just did, Truth, because in a way, you kind of contradicted your own point. And I'm not saying this from an argument perspective. I'm saying that you may not realize this, but you actually agree with us because in terms of when you look at it biblically, it's just that good and bad has a very specific meaning biblically, which is the word you just used, righteousness. And you actually, all the examples you just took, right, is you explaining what righteousness is. And you're talking about essentially your examples are examples of righteousness of man versus righteousness of God, right? You're talking about righteousness of man, which is how, from a biblical perspective, you have to define good and bad. Without righteousness, there is no good, right? So you're actually, you still have a framework for good and bad. You just look at it from a biblical perspective.
I never said I didn't have a framework from good and bad. I said we aren't. That's what I'm saying. This is what y'all get. I just explained I cannot do.
I agree with True. Hey, True. Hold on.
Understand this.
I'm asking you a question.
Hold on. Let me finish this part, and then you can ask me a question. Because this is the problem that we get mixed up. I simply said
like you
that a person was not good, so nobody can get this misconstrued. I simply said a person at their core is not inherently good. We are selfish. And you could believe the best of yourself. Everybody believes they're good, even the people that's out here evil. So that's
so hold on. The problem is truth that being selfish. Hold on, truth. I want to interject right there. The problem is being selfish doesn't mean that you're a bad person.
See, that's where and that's where we differ at. I believe that is bad. You don't even believe what JB says. So y'all not aligned on everything.
Okay.
And that's that's what I'm saying. So I'm being very consistent with what I'm saying. I'm saying I am not good, but I can do acts of good.
So how does this all?
I want to.
Hold on.
I might have the best of intentions, but the pathway to hell has been paved with the best of intentions.
So would you say that would you say that like a little child, right? Would you say that a little child is good or bad?
He's saying they bad.
No, they're bad. They have to be taught to be good. You ever notice a child?
It's the opposite. It's literally the opposite.
A child so a child has to be taught to be bad?
Yes. That's it. Yes.
Yes, that's what we all are saying. Yes.
We have listen what I'm saying, man. We can be taught bad and good, but we are defiant. How do you teach? Okay, here we go. How do you teach a child to be good? They have to do something wrong.
No, children are inherently good. This is why, for example, children, when you run tests on children, right? When it comes to racism, is a perfect example.
No, I'm talking about.
I'm gonna give you a real example.
I'm talking about a simple thing. I have two.
Time after time,
right?
Listen, time after time, whenever they study children, they find that inherently, two children, a black child and a white child, could look at each other and they just see another human. What ends up changing them is when they start within their family, they start seeing how the adults, and not just their family, the adults that they're around and other people, how they treat each other, and they start seeing those differences. They identify patterns, and that's what actually shifts their mindset to start having certain views that you could say are bad. But
that's the subject of racism.
Inherently, children are actually good. They're innocent.
Racism is not the only thing that makes it bad. So
I just took one example, but I'm saying inherently.
I know that's what I'm saying. So we can't use that as a definitive. I'm gonna use something very simple. When you have children of your own, you're gonna see that eventually they're going to do something automatically. The first time, most people that have children, the first thing they learn is how not to burn themselves. This is the first thing.
Malicious. For it to be bad, it has to be malicious.
You're not listening. I'm about to explain. They will continue to touch that thing, even if it's hot, until you tell them and explain to them, and they understand. They look for your facial expressions. They look for your voice. They look for everything to learn that, hey, this is not something good that I must not do. It's not just the fact that they feel pain. They don't even understand what that is yet. They just know, hold up, something's not right here.
That's a different type of bad, because the bad we're talking about is malicious, right? A child burning themselves is not malicious.
I just literally said they will do things even when I just said it. They will do things, and that is bad. Rebelliousness
is not malicious,
is bad.
Though. They just don't understand.
Malicious is bad. That's bad. That's not good.
I'm saying it's not malicious. Like a child burning themselves repeatedly is not malicious. They just don't understand.
It's not good. It's bad.
It's not bad. It's neither one.
That's not a bad.
The bad that we're talking about has to be malicious.
And also, when you tell them not to do it, that is bad.
Is it malicious though?
That's bad.
Is it malicious though? Because malicious
it doesn't have to be malice. It doesn't have to be evil intent.
Yes, it does. That's how do you just said evil.
Hold on.
You cannot have evil without malice.
Truth.
Evil. The word evil. You cannot have evil without malice. What are you talking about?
It's not
malice is evil intent. Somebody. So hold on. So if somebody. So here we go with murder. Here we go with murder. Here we go with murder. Somebody that's raised to be a murderer is evil.
Truth.
All right, bro.
Truth. The problem that you are having right now is that we are talking about malicious intent, evilness.
That's not the only thing that makes you bad. We're just not going to agree on this. So,
all right.
Look,
here's an example. Here's an example, right?
We need just
here's an example. I could tell you. I could make a statement to you, right? And it might be untrue. It might be untrue, but I might not know it's untrue, right? Or it might be basically a false statement. I don't know it's false, right? that doesn't make what I did bad because I told you what I believe to be correct. Now, if I know that what I'm saying to you is false and I say it to you, now I'm lying. That maliciousness is what makes it, that malice is what makes it bad. You cannot take that out of it.
You're looking for result.
You cannot take that out
You
of it.
cannot see intentions. You can see the result of intentions.
All right. We're gonna. Hey, Lou, you got something?
I can hate you right now and still do something good.
Okay.
My intentions of hating you is still bad. I can still do something good to you.
That's what I've been saying the whole time, though. Truth.
I know we agreeing, bro, but they don't.
Well, that's why I was asking you at first when you cut me off, big dog. I asked you, was we agreeing with each other, big dog?
Oh yeah. We agree.
I asked you because at one point you said that all people are bad, right?
Yeah, I said all people are bad, but we can do good.
But shit, that's oxymoron.
No, it's
it is.
It's just like a person. It's just like a person with a lot of money. It's just like these. I'm gonna give you a prime example, and this is the last example I'm gonna give. We got billionaires that are very philanthropists. They are philanthropic.
They do good deeds and bad things too, big dog.
And they are evil at their core. They out here shopping people across. They shopping people across the goddamn seas. They're participating in all types of evil shit. But y'all would deem them good.
But big dog, those are two intentional actions.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
All right, okay.
That's
Time out, truth. Time out, truth.
The only difference between them and a regular person. I'm done after this conversation. You can do it after this. I just want to say this.
Hold on, truth. Hold on.
Hey man, you can't ball hog the goddamn.
Hold on, Cody. Hold on, Cody and truth. Hold on, Cody and truth. Hold on. Y'all hear me? Hold on. Hey Lou, do you have something to add to this conversation?
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. I believe that humans are innately selfish due to survival mechanisms, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But that selfishness can drive us to commit evil acts in the midst of trying to survive. And I think there's a clear difference there. Also, when we're speaking spiritually, the Bible does say, and I'll just use the Christian Bible as basis because it is one of the most famous books, but the Bible does say that we are all born into sin. Now, there's actually a bit of nuance here because being born into sin actually means that you are born at a lower state. And that can turn into a 10-hour conversation because even the devil, before he became the devil, was created as at a higher state than any human was ever created in. So I just want to put that out there as basis because that gets a little tricky. So,
but Lou, you cannot say that, and because what you're saying is correct. But the other aspect of that's very important is the righteousness part, right?
Absolutely.
Because you're supposed to actually pursue righteousness.
Absolutely.
And you cannot have pursuing righteousness. The act of pursuing righteousness is so that you can get to that higher state that you're describing, Lou, right? So by you getting to that higher state, that means now you would be, from a biblical perspective, a good person, right? You'd be a good person once you get to that higher state state of righteousness. And that's just biblical. Like 1 Timothy, in Matthew, like there's verses on this. I mean,
I'll give you a scripture. I'll give you a scripture since you want that.
I want to hear from the atheists at the group. What is your
my atheist senses tingling like Spider-Man on this motherfucker.
What is your thoughts on this, sir?
I mean, God, if we gonna go, it's gonna take it a whole different route. Okay, whatever, let's do it. I just got a question, like, and truth can answer, but I want this question to be short because I got a couple of questions.
No, I don't want to ask no damn more questions. Y'all go ahead.
Well, I'll ask if anybody. I'll share Lou then. How about that? It's just like if it's one of those things, like if it's one of those situations where it's just, God, I don't do. Okay, let's do it. All right. It's just one of those things where it's like, do you believe God is love? Jesus Christ, God, whoever is love.
Yeah,
Lou,
I do.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well. Not only does God embody love, He is the very definition of love. Without God, love wouldn't exist. And everything that I'm about to
that's
tell
what I
you
just want a yes or no question.
It's just Bible based, by the way. Okay.
Okay. All right. He's not whatever or what you call it. So, do you believe that man is created in God's image?
Yes, but then image doesn't mean what we actually perceive it to mean.
Okay, explain, because in my understanding is like if man is created in God's image, then what you're saying is the image of God that he wanted to represent on this earth is evil.
Well, every fucking.
Okay, so let's try to break
and
this
not
down
love.
this way.
I'm just curious.
No. That's actually an excellent question.
It is
because now we have to get into righteousness again
and free will and free will and
well,
free
also
will.
Innocence.
Right. So okay, when a baby is born, who is a human being created in the image of God, which is not his body,
which is love.
Which is not his body, but it is a character of God being transmitted through God, placed in a body and allowed to flourish, right? Like that's literally what a baby is.
Which is love.
Which is love. Correct.
So baby is love.
That absolutely. Like, dude, a baby is the most loving, most pure, most
No, it ain't. The baby's evil.
Amazing. No, I don't believe that. A baby has
Dame,
the
you're
ability.
masterful, Dame.
A baby has the ability to become evil based on his environment and other things, right? And then there's spiritualism, and then there's also biology, which go hand in hand. But because not everything that is biologically proven is part of biology. Some of that is spiritual and it manifests biologically, right? And it's very complex.
Okay, so you want to hear from the atheist? This is like one of the premises, and this is conversation I've had this conversation hundreds of times in different ways. Okay, all right. God is love. Puts you on earth as a in His image.
You're asking why God would allow evil in the first place?
No, I'm not. No. I don't. That's not the question I was going to ask. Okay. My question was more like
touching on the inherent evil aspect. That's what you're trying to touch on.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things.
Without evil, how do you know what good is? That's the yin and yang of this universe. Okay,
absolutely.
You
cannot have one without the other.
Well, but I don't think that.
Awesome. So therefore, it's impossible for it to be 90-10.
Well, let's let Dame finish.
He's not talking about no matter of fact.
Let's let Dame finish his line of questioning so that we could see.
My thing is it's just like it's just difficult for me to kind of wrap my mind around. It's like, okay, I'm going to put something that created in my own image, which is supposed to be love, out onto the world, but it's inherently evil or sinful, and the only way for you to rise up out of your state that I placed you in is to praise me.
Well, so Dave,
I mean, so that's just one thing that just I've always had like a thing of like, what that's like saying,
there
I'm
are
going to
evil
start
pastors
beating
out in
you.
the world too.
I'm
There are
going to
evil
beat
pastors
you
that
every
praise
day,
God, too.
and the only way for you to not get beat is if you start thanking me for beating you.
So Dame, here's the nuance that, and this is why, like, when it comes to these conversations, biblically specifically and whatnot, that it's hard to have them, right? Because there's different interpretations, that people have different viewpoints and whatnot. But the aspect that to me is very strange about this is that you could ask any theological scholar, right? And I think across the board, they would agree that if a baby dies, that baby will go to heaven.
That's 1,000.
Right?
I don't think any religion will negate that.
Right. So if a baby dies, that baby's going to heaven. So then that goes at odds, but it goes at odds with what Truth was saying, because if you don't want to accept that, because the way that God expects you to be is you're expected to meet this level of righteousness as a man, right? That's the standard you're expected to meet. Now, a baby is innocent and cannot meet that standard, right? They cannot meet that standard because part of how you meet that standard is through your actions, right? And those actions may be actions towards God and also actions towards other men, right? Or towards mankind, I should say, right? And so a baby cannot do those things yet. Therefore, they're innocent and therefore they're spared, right? They're spared from, that level of judgment per se. And any theological scholar, any reputable theological scholar would not disagree with me on this, right? So you cannot have those two arguments at the same time, which makes your point, Dame, right? You cannot have those two arguments at the same time that everyone is inherently evil, because then a baby would have to end up going to hell.
Yeah, there was a whole movie. I forgot what his name was. The dude from who played what was that British dude? he got a crazy name I can't pronounce, but he was like Mordo in Doctor Strange, check Will Ejiofor, whatever. Where he was a high-ranking religious figure who lost his position because they were watching a show and it was like a big disaster when all these kids died. And she was like, "Oh, I wish that we would have had a chance to go pray with those kids, those babies, so they could go to hell." And he was like, "Wait a minute, like you said, they're babies." He was like, "They haven't had a chance to experience, but just the matter of the mere fact that their existence on the earth means that they have already been banned from damnation because of their mere existence on this earth." And my thing with that is like, okay, let me get this straight. We're created in there's a deity who creates something in his own image and then punishes it before it even has the opportunity to understand what their position on this earth and that makes sense to you. I can't. I got too many questions.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. However, after a certain age, biblically speaking, right, after you proceed from that innocence stage, then you start getting judged there. And that's important, right? Because I believe 12 years old.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
So 12 years old, you start that journey of, okay, now you're being judged based on your actions because you're outside of that innocence protection that God had placed upon you.
Okay, good.
However, if you die one day after, you're almost, you're going to heaven. You know what I'm saying? You're going to heaven, right?
You're 12
I was gonna say to JB's point, with as far as the baby going to heaven, if it was to die or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I think that's because of the purity of the child and the lack of good and bad. You see what I'm saying?
They have no understanding of good and bad.
I don't believe in heaven and hell, but I believe what you're saying.
I think what Cody's getting at is the lack of malice. Right. So even when that child does something that may piss you off and that you may look at as like quote unquote bad, they don't have bad intentions. Right. The child does not know the difference between good and bad. Right. So therefore they cannot do something. They cannot be bad because they're just
a child has one instinct at all when it's born: self-preservation. And that's it. It cries because it's hungry, because it needs food. If it's scared, it cries or what have you. That's the only instinct it has, and that instinct is inherently not selfish because it's just inherently what we as mammals have been conditioned to do, to preserve our existence and protect ourselves. So it's just one of those things. But let's move it a little further or what have you. I'm just going to ask this question of the people, the people that believe, and I'm not trying. And this is what I don't do. I don't walk into like churches and be like, it's all bullshit, and then run out. I don't even like having these discussions or whatever like that. Because
somebody would chase your ass too.
I feel
wait. So Dame, let me just say this, Dame.
Let me finish the statement. I just feel like whatever you need to be a genuinely good person on this planet, rock with it. Just rock with it. But don't force it on me, or if I don't just respect my ability to think something outside of or different than what you think. That's all.
So Dame, let me just say this, what you're saying, right, real quick, because I think this is very important. So, for example, Truth, I think, and maybe I'm misunderstanding him, but in the comment he said I'm the only Christian, right? And I think what you're doing, I think, is actually important, right? Because this is something I face. Now, the things I'm talking about is actually because I know what I'm talking about. Like, Truth say he's the only Christian. He's not, right? My father is an actual preacher and a theological scholar. You know what I'm saying? Like, my dad literally, my dad is actually a theological scholar, right? I've had debates with my dad on these topics, so I'm not just talking out of my ass.
Your dad's position does not give you salvation.
Wait. Can you let me finish my point? My point is that one of the issues that I found growing up in a very religious family, a very like devout Christian family, was I used to have this issue with my mom in particular, because my mom is one of those people that's, devout Christian. She's probably at church right now. In fact, last night I called my mom. Last night I called my mom, right, to tell her something, and she was at church. Like, she was at church, right? And I didn't expect her to be at church at the time. And my mom always had this thing where anytime I'd have questions, because I'm a very logical person, and I think it's common sense to admit that there's a lot about the Bible, a lot about the stories, the eras and whatnot, that do make you ask questions. And my issue with a lot of Christians is that they put you in this position where they try to make you feel like you should not ask questions. And I think questions are important. And I remember my mom, See, that's disingenuousness because I never said that, but whatever. My mom would always basically try to tell me, you're not supposed to question God, right? Whereas one of the things I always appreciate with my dad, and I think my dad got this from his training as a theological scholar, was he would actually engage me in every single debate, right? Any debate, any question I asked him, he would try to go find a verse for me. He would sit down and tell me, here's how we break that down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And so all I'm saying is that you might look at it like I don't go in churches and do this, but I personally think what you're doing is important. I think any religion needs challenge, but Christians in particular, there's almost like this idea that you cannot challenge things, right? And you cannot, you cannot have questions. You should have questions, right? I'm always studying the Bible. Again, as much as Truth thinks listen, right now as we're talking, this is my study Bible right here in front of me, right? I didn't plan this, right?
Damn.
Throw
it at Damon.
Listen, so my point is that
that was God right there.
I think it's important, right, for you to question things. Do not let anybody make you feel like you cannot question this because you're not a Christian. You should question it. There are logical questions you can ask about a lot of things.
Nobody has ever made me not feel like it's just like I've questioned it. I'm 47. I've been an atheist probably for almost 20 years. And so I've had these in many different forums, many different discussions. My questions have been answered, and let's just say nothing has changed my position over the last 20 years of me questioning, because I had to start off questioning stuff first, and then it had to develop into it had developed into a lifestyle or a way of thinking. It's just one of those things where it goes, like I said, it goes back to whatever you believe or your structure that's making you a better person in society, to your family, to whatever that's keeping you from being a negative or burden on me or society. Hey, rock with it. I don't care. My experiences have led me on another path. And I respect that. And like I said, I'll have the conversation, but I feel like a lot of times the conversation just becomes so the lack of good faith is just so evident early on in these conversations. It's never a real good faith argument, discussion. So it's just one of those things where it's after this long, it's just kind of like tiring to have it. But like I said,
it's redundant as hell.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just because it's just one of those things where I'm having the same discussions and getting the same answers and over again, and it's just nothing new, which goes into like my point. It's just like it's. I think it was I think it was Ricky Gervais who said it, like maybe like 10 years ago or something, that makes sense. And I try to say it's like, it's just one of those things where if you took all the religious texts on the planet and all the scientific text on the planet, burn them to hell, never to speak of them for 1,000 years, the scientific text would come back. The same studies would be done, same results would come back, and those texts would be rewritten exactly the way they were, almost exactly the way they were. You do the same thing with biblical texts, you're going to get something totally different. Sharon could be the Messiah 1,000 years from now, what have you. Get something totally different. And that's just the way, and that's just fact, because it is anything dictated exclusively by men or humans is going to have their own biases attached to it.
So you're Dame, you're right about that, but there is a big elephant in the room, and where I think you might disagree still. But I think you're discounting the ability for God to speak to you directly, right? Like I think a lot of and this is where I do have some beef sometimes with Christians who look at the Bible and they look at it literally, right? They try to read the Bible from a literal perspective and say, okay, this verse said this, but technically speaking, you actually can't, because if you look at the Bible and you realize that, it was written over thousands of years by, over 40 different authors, right? These are so many different eras in between that. And there's different contexts around, every single thing that took place, right? And so you cannot live to the standards of the Bible a lot of times, at least literally speaking. And this is where, if you do have some kind of relationship with God, which again, as a non-Christian or as an atheist, you may not believe that somebody can have that. And that's where I can respect that, right? For me personally, I don't base my life off of the Bible per se, right? I think the Bible is a good study. It's good for study material, right? It's good for you to maybe get closer to God per se, right? But for me, I try to strengthen my relationship with God directly, right? In terms of prayer and whatnot. And again, this is where I'm willing to admit that there is the separation is I that's where basically the limit that's where it goes from logical to faith, basically, right? There's some aspects of this
That's a fact.
It goes from logical to faith. Like, me being a very logical person who believes in science and all that, I accept that there are certain contradictions. There are certain things that it's hard for you to explain from a logical perspective, from a scientific perspective. But that's when I'm willing to say, okay, you know what? I can't back this scientifically, but my faith is telling me that this is true. And that's where you can't argue with me on that, because you don't have my faith.
Yeah, your faith is different.
But I'm also not going to tell you that you're wrong, because if you have scientific proof of something, I'm not going to deny it. That's where I go at odds with a lot of Christians, because they will go as far as denying science, right? Just to stand on their ground. And they're not willing to accept that disconnect is real. That disconnect between faith and just logical conclusions is real. You have to accept that.
And that's what I think. I think I think by and large, most atheists are agnostic, where it's just like that's like the people think it's just like we have to prove you wrong. Where it's just like, no, it's just like you say there's a God, I say prove it to me. You say I can't, and I say, well, I don't believe you. That's all it is. That's the whole conversation, and that's the kind of
problem with religion is that it's based on faith. Once something is based on individual faith, brother, there's so many. The problems begin to pile up.
And exactly.
One of the biggest pillars in the Catholic community, which I grew up in that, and then we went over to Protestant. I used to be a preacher as well, blah, 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 blah. If aliens come down tomorrow, my grandma will have a heart attack, because it is taught in our churches that God only created human beings in his image. Yep. If aliens exist, then you can throw the Bible away. That's literally millions of people think this way. So once aliens... Scientifically speaking, life is out there somewhere, right? Millions of planets, whatever, blah, 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 blah. If aliens come down tomorrow, religion is over. Dang. Based on what they teach.
I think it'll make it stronger, but I get that point as well.
It's done.
I think it's only the people who are unwilling to accept that. I think most humans, what I've realized through a lot of conversations, religious, relationships, is that most humans have a really strong lack of ability to put themselves in somebody else's shoes, right? Because it's in other words, it's like, just because I'm a Christian, I'm unwilling to put myself in this atheist person's shoes to understand why they are struggling to understand my perspective. So like I said, like I have a lot of Christians that my own mother, right? To this day, when I have these conversations with her, she is unwilling to accept that there are certain things that are just scientific facts, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm not denying God and I'm not denying the Bible and whatnot, but I'm simply telling you there are certain things that you believe in, Mom, that are based on your faith. And that's cool, right? I'm the same way. But you cannot use your faith to then say, because I believe this to be true, then your science is false, right? Your science is false because I believe this to be true, even though the science has been proven, right? There's ways that we prove science. And so that's where, for me, it's kind of like where I find an issue, because it makes it hard for people to actually have productive discussions, because you're coming from a different view, right? I'll make an argument and that argument will be based on science. And then you'll make an argument, it'll be based on the Bible. There's no way we're going to connect, because
I've never been a fan of accepting of, I don't know it for a fact, I just know it. I've never been that guy to accept that as an argument for anything in life. It's just like, and that's a lot of people have that viewpoint. It's like, I can't prove it. I don't know for a fact. I just feel it. I just know it.
I'm too busy trying to make 100K. Like, I got to be honest. You see what I'm saying? Like, the conversation, right? And the conversation you guys are having is very interesting, because I texted something to JB, right? And what I sent JB, I think earlier yesterday or something like that. Did you? Yeah, he probably didn't see.
But he don't check text messages or emails.
No, because I did respond to one thing but I don't know if he sent me something new that I missed.
I sent him something that if he looks at that like verbatim, he's gonna think this kid is evil, right? Because I literally said, hey, bro, I believe these people should drop dead. Now, I'm not totally lying about that, right?
Oh, no, I didn't.
You
I saw
he's,
that. I saw that.
he's laughing. He's laughing. I'm not totally lying about that. I believe there are some people on this planet that do not deserve to live because they cause weight on the system. Other people have to pick up the slack for these idiots. That's just my opinion, right? And I used to be a preacher, so I don't know, man.
That's a pretty
Christ-like. Right. Exactly. That's my point exactly. But then God killed I don't know how many people with the flood. So I don't know. You tell me. So that's what I'm saying, bro. This faith thing and this God thing, it's
Why
just
did
too
Moses eat them
complicated.
chickens? That's what I want to know.
It's too complicated.
It's like he had two chickens.
Chickens.
Why did Moses eat them chickens?
It was no such thing as chickens back then. Chickens
Those
are
are chickens?
No, chickens are made.
Don't do this, Sharon.
There's pheasants.
Sharon, don't do this, Sharon. I know where you got that from. I know where you got that from.
Chickens are hybrids.
I know where you got that from, Sharon.
Those
Don't do
quail
this, man.
pheasants.
Yo, that conversation was hilarious. Sharon was sitting there. You were sitting there around a bunch of tinfoil hats.
That shit was insane to me. They was,
Oh man.
Yeah, that
like
was,
you were trying to
great.
hold. You try. It was crazy because I know. I'm looking at your face. I'm like, I know Sharon's thinking, man, this is some bullshit. But you're trying to be all respectful and maintain your composure the entire time.
Yeah, that was a crazy conversation. I was like, holy shit. But hey, people gotta believe what they
Hey,
gotta
when
believe.
that man said chickens are not real, I had I did a double take. Like what?
He said that it came from the dodo bird and a cross between a jungle chicken. So I was like, so therefore it is a chicken?
Jesus Christ.
You just said a jungle chicken. So I was like, all right, I'll just leave it alone.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm willing to have the conversation with anybody, but like I said, it turns it into something else, and it can make it less
All
fun.
I know, bro, is when the aliens come through, the Catholic Church is gonna flip out. That's all I know.
Hey, but you know what? Truth had a very good insight on that. So if they was ugly, people gonna call it aliens. But if they are beautiful, or what we consider beautiful, we might just call it
If
angels.
they're beautiful, that's when you know they're demons for
dang.
sure.
What's up?
So
you ever said thank you, God, before?
Yep. I may even, you know what the funny thing is? I may even say something like Jesus Christ. No, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's not that I believe in God. It's just like I grew up that way in this condition, and I don't attach it with the deity. I attach it with just being like that. That's like saying, "Ooh,
That's your innate. That's your innate connection to the Almighty, bro.
I'm about to say that.
It's not that.
I was about to say
No.
that. That's how
No.
There's something about that, right? Think about that. There's something about that.
I haven't said it in a while, but you asked me, have I ever said it? You know,
Bro, listen. If you're on an airplane and that plane's about to fall, who are you gonna think about?
Who you gonna
first?
thank? What you gonna
God,
pray to?
please,
I'm
God,
not gonna thank
please,
anybody.
God, please, God, save me, please.
Hold on, let him answer. Maybe he got
Save me.
There's no foxholes in
maybe he got a saying that we could insight to. Go ahead, Dame.
Who is you?
Let Dame answer it first. Let him answer. He might have something. Go ahead, Dame.
Yeah, like I said, if somebody, I'm not, you get it wrong. It's just like if somebody if I sneeze and somebody says bless you, I'm not gonna be like, what the fuck? You know, it'll be, you just say what you're gonna say or whatever like that. You know, if somebody says I'm gonna pray for you,
but who gonna bless you though?
No. If somebody says
listen,
it to me,
if I say bless you, who gonna bless you?
No, listen, I'm not asking for anybody to bless me. You are asking for somebody to bless me.
Cody, I think he's just saying that he views it as just an expression.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
it's not.
yeah.
It's just one of those things. It's like if I hit myself, it's like saying, "Oh shit." I don't want to shit.
I don't use expressions I don't believe in. Though.
Like you say, "Oh shit," do that mean that you want to take a shit?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That is a bullshit equivalence, big dog.
I'm just saying. It's just like it's just
who the fuck you think
I love how Cody instead of saying false equivalence, Cody said that's a bullshit equivalence.
Who you think you talking to, man? Don't think like this, man.
Exactly. See, look at him. Look at him getting mad. Look at him getting hot.
I ain't mad.
See?
No, I
that's
say
what I'm
don't
saying.
do me.
This
like
is where
that.
this conversation goes.
I'm not. Why
somebody gets hostile. That's just the way it is. Somebody gets hostile.
faith is, you know, like I had 3 near-death experiences, right? And funny
That was a
enough,
good duck, though, Dame. Appreciate you.
Am I wrong?
I ain't mad at you.
This
I asked you a simple
conversation, there's
question.
somebody who's going to make this conversation, and I gave you a pretty straightforward question. It's like people say expressions depending on the situation.
I said I don't use expressions I don't believe in.
Okay.
Oh shit. Go ahead, Lou.
No shit.
I kind of forgot what I was going to say, but anyway, it's funny enough, when I had my near-death experiences, it was after I left church, and I kind of learned that God is a cold, cold boy, because he didn't come down to save me. Had to learn how to walk again, had to learn how to talk, so on and so forth. So, I don't know, man. I really, you know, I'm kind of, yo, Dame, I'm kind of with you a little bit, bro. Sometimes.
Absentee landlord.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of hard, bro. You know, because I went to church, I did all the right things, quote unquote, right? But at the same time, those things happened to me based on my own choices, so I can't blame God for that. But at the same time, I'm like, damn, don't I have some credit in heaven or something? But I guess the fact that I'm still alive portrays that. So it's just so hard to you know, quantify God. It's very
I want to ask you a
complex.
question. Is it God's will or free will? Which one is it? Or is it both?
So you have your own free
Don't
will.
go down
as
that
an
rabbit hole, Dame,
No.
because don't go down that rabbit hole.
You have your own free will as an individual, right? But that's just my opinion. You have your own free will as an individual, but God has a will for your life. However, if you're not following under his tutelage, then what you want will happen to you based on your actions. However, if you're under his tutelage, I believe that God will guide them for you through the Holy Spirit. That's just my opinion.
Got you. If you believe in them, good shit.
I think so. Listen. So I know exactly where you're coming from, Dame, right? So I've told this story before on, I don't know where, probably on my show before. I told this story. So, you know, I grew up Christian and whatnot, and for a period of time, I actually left the church and I stopped, I stopped believing, and I went through different phases. I was an agnostic initially. Then I basically became what's called a possibilian. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
What the hell is that?
Just look it up. Possibilian. It's a different type of. It's very similar to agnostic. It's very similar.
Googling it right now.
And so anyway, for me, what actually brought me back to God was kind of similar to what you're saying, Lou. But for me, it was the opposite. Is that I actually had a very severe car accident. And if I were to show you guys like the pictures of that situation, there's no way I should be alive today, man. Like that car.
Damn, JB, you've been through some shit. You've been stabbed, car accident. What else?
That car was unrecognizable. Okay, that car is like, it doesn't even look like a car, right? And I remember like being on the stretcher and feeling like I can't even move anything. I cannot move nothing. Like, and so for me, like going through that experience, and then after going through that experience, like not being able to work for a little while, having to do physical therapy. And that shit was hard. Like the physical therapy was really hard. It was very taxing on me mentally. And through that process, like realizing like the people who really care for me, you know what I'm saying? Where like, I remember like after my accident, when I called my parents, they wanted to be on the next flight. Okay. I'm talking about the next flight, right? Whereas I have family that live like maybe a 45-minute drive away from me and never came to see me. Right. And so there's so much that I learned through that experience that I experienced, and I had so much free time. When I say free time, like time to just myself, because I'm laying on a fucking bed and just like feeling. And for me, just the way I am, I love working. I love like, I never like sitting still. So now I felt depressed because I'm just laying on the bed, you know what I'm saying, and not accomplishing shit. So I have so much time to my head just to think and think and think. And during those periods of time, I had some moments where I really felt like God was talking to me. And it's hard. Like I can't make that tangible to you, right? I can't tell you, here's how I know for sure. But for me, I know God was talking to me. And that's what I'm saying. That's why for me, I'm able to like look at it from both ends, where I understand, because a lot of the arguments you're making, I used to make them myself, right? That's actually one of the reasons I left the church, because I'm so logical and I like to ask questions and all that. But at the same time, I feel like I have a specific connection with God that no one can tell me anything against. You know what I'm saying? No one can tell me anything against it, because I only know what that felt like, right? Only I know what it felt like, where like I literally came close to the point where, I mean, for a while I was on crutches, right? And like I was on crutches for a little bit, And it's like even literally going from my bed to the kitchen, you know what I'm saying? And feeling like, damn, like this is rough, right? Like realizing like, you know, obviously I knew I really did feel like I was gonna heal, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't think it was gonna be forever, but still like that feeling of like helplessness, you know what I'm saying? Like
that shit sucks.
sometimes even just wanting to go get some water and having to think like, do I want to go through this again right now? You know what I'm saying? And then having to like hold back for like another hour, like, okay, I'll get some, you know what I'm saying? So it's that kind of thing. Like all those things I think were what brought me closer to God. And so it's hard. I think a lot of times it's hard to have these conversations again, because I can say all of that. You could just say, well, how the fuck you know it's God, right? You know what I'm saying? How the hell do you know it was God that you were talking to? And I can't listen, there's no way I can make that clear to you. You know what I'm saying? There's no way I can do it, and I accept that.
Okay, and I can agree. I'm going to say that your experience is your experience. It's just like it happened the way it happened. You know, I haven't had, like I said, most atheists will admit they're agnostic. Don't get me wrong, there's not an atheist who's like, oh no, if something happened to them and they felt like if God came down and started talking, they're gonna be like, no, I'm not listening, I'm not hearing, la 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 la. Nobody's gonna do that. It's just one of those things where it's just like, you know, there's nothing has happened, and I just don't believe that anything will happen. I believe that when I leave this earth, I am going, if I'm in the ground, I'm gonna be worm food. That's the kind of how it's gonna be. You know, I don't believe in I'm going anywhere or anything like that. So that's why I feel like I enjoy life, because I know this is the one life I got. So I'm gonna make the best out of it and do the most I can with it and try to enjoy every second of it.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you for real.
Hey, we've been doing this for 4.5 hours.
Jesus Christ, brother.
So we've been rocking. I think the conversation was solid. I think we only had like maybe like 10 minutes out of some animosity throughout the whole thing. So that's good. So we are 90-10 right now. 90% good, 10% bad. You know what I'm saying? So I think we did good. I think I want to end it here. Or do you want to keep the conversation going? It's up to y'all, to be honest with you. If y'all still want to keep the conversation going, I'm with it.
Man, but I'm gonna have to jump off in a minute.
Hey, gang.
Oh, I thought you were leaving.
Hey, do me a favor, real quick. JB, he got the book near him. Go to Psalms 34:8 real quick. Read that for me. And that's for Dan. No, I was telling JB.
Wait, what?
Can you go to Psalms 34:8?
JB's like, where's Psalms again?
I was actually just about to hop off, but
all right. So how about we do this? We do last words. We start with you, JB.
That was going to be my last word right there for you.
Then read it out.
Yeah, my last words are. I don't think. To the title of the show, I don't think chivalry and simping are the same thing. Although I think your title is disingenuous, Sharon, because you do be simping. You know what I'm saying? So you're trying to frame it like you just be chivalrous, which maybe you are sometimes, but you also do be simping. So I want that to be clear. And I don't think most people are bad. I think most people are good. And I'm gonna just share. Do you mind if I just share my screen with the verse, whatever verse that?
Sure. This is my first time doing that, so yeah. And I see how to do it from there.
What was the verse? Truth.
Psalms 34:8.
So what? Did I see it? What happens?
I'm gonna add it.
Oh. While he's getting that, hey Cody, you want to drop some knowledge on us while he's getting that put together?
Hey, I enjoyed y'all, big dog. Sharon, you got something good going, big dog. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you for allowing me up here.
Yes, sir.
Hey, JB, you know I rock with you the long way, big dog.
Yes, sir. Same here, man.
Awesome.
Shout out to you. Listen, shout out to you last night. I have not laughed like that in a long time, bro. That was hilarious. Sharon, did you catch that?
I didn't. I missed
it. You missed out. You got to go back on Fight Club last night and just watch the part where Cody pulled up. That man committed homicide live. Well, actually, 2 homicides live.
Damn.
Nah, JB. Hey, I appreciate y'all, Lou. Good shit, Lou. Dame, good shit,
Salute
big dog.
to you, bro.
I respect all y'all. True. You already know it, big dog.
Already, Brody. You know,
Hey, Dame,
respect y'all, big dog.
Dame, he wanted
It
that
is,
as verse for you, so I guess you're gonna have to stick around for a few more minutes.
Hi,
Hey, Lou,
Jill.
you got any words?
Parting words. As far as chivalry and simping, as a man, I don't believe a man should go out of his way for women. We have enough problems of our own, enough things we have to deal with as men. Again, like I said, I'm trying to get to 100K, and I can't open no doors. I can't take you to the restaurant, none of that good stuff. As far as God, you know, it is very difficult to quantify faith. So I believe each individual has to live their life according to the free will that God gave them, and let the dominoes fall. If you go to hell, you go to hell. If you go to heaven, you go to heaven, if it exists.
All right. So truth. Which verse?
34:8.
You said 8?
Yes.
All right. I got it for you.
Somebody read it, because I can barely see this thing.
Oh,
so good, Jay Busy.
I thought you was gonna.
Oh, you. Yeah, I thought you
super
were
squint.
I'll read it. All right, Psalms
Yeah, read it.
34:8. Taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the one who takes refuge in him. The reason why I brought this up, because this is basically what JB experienced.
Okay. So, hey, Dame, after that, do you got any last words?
No. It's just basically, to start from all the way back to the beginning, simping and chivalry. Chivalry is just being considerate as part of the way you rock, the way you are, just who you are. Simping is putting out more than you're getting back, and that you're expected to get back. So
Jill is.
Yo, that's actually an excellent way to put it, Dame. The way you just described it.
in the whole religious thing, it is what it is. As long as people are good people and treat people the way they're supposed to be treated, and make this place a better place for me and my family and you and your family, we're gonna be all right.
Hey, Truth, do you have any final words?
Hold up. No. Thank you
Pull that
for
other one up.
Thank you for bringing me up as always. Salute to you on your second show. You're doing great as always. Even though we don't agree on some things, I mess with you, man. We going down. We on different trains, but we're going down the same destination. As far as this, this father thing, family. As far as being a man, simping and chivalry definitely ain't nowhere near the same. They're on 2 different sides of the spectrum. It's not the same at all. And there's nothing wrong with men being decent towards women, but we need to classify what a woman actually is. Every female is not a woman. Every male is not a man.
They don't want to talk about that.
I'll leave it at that.
I like it. So I don't know when my next show is. It's just when when the next topic comes to my mind, and I feel like it's something that is worth value of us all engaging in, and we're gonna rock it out like that. Anybody that see it, hit the Cash App for a good show. Tip me $1 or $2. That'd be nice. I can get me a cup of coffee tomorrow. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, chief.
And plus, I get some more lettuce. So let us pray in good faith. I love y'all. I'll see y'all soon.
Peace out, y'all.
Take it easy.